Alright, hello everybody. I'm Jonperi, or John for short. I'll be running Shin Megami Tensei 4, today released in 2013. One second, I'm actually having a bit of issue. Why can I hear myself suddenly?
Oh, it was Shaggy's. I think Mike was picking it up.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. That was just alarming. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. So I'll be running Shin Megami Tensei 4 for the 3DS, released in 2013. Yeah, it should be a good time. I run a pretty big variety of different SMT and Megami Tensei games, including this one, obviously, and I have my lovely commentator here today joining me.
Yo, what up, everyone? It's me, Freedom Pulse, here again from the Nocturne run and the SMT5 run and the Ryder run on comms, and I'm on commentary again. So I run this game a little bit too, just once or twice, maybe a couple hundred times, I don't know. But yeah, here to help with commentary for SMT4. This is one of my favorite games in the series, so happy to be here.
All right. Without further ado, let's get going. I'm gonna give you the countdown down from 3, and the timer starts when I hit new game. So 3, 2, 1, and go.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. So, like all the good SMT games, we start off with another dream sequence. I think you've heard those words said quite a few times in this event already.
This time now we're just throwing shade at SMT too.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, we have this dream sequence here where our character, who does have a canon name of Flynn, has a dream that he's kind of flying through the sky and hears a bunch of random voices quoting the Bible at him for some reason. Very confusing. And then one of the voices demands to know what his name is. And then from there, things just somehow get weirder.
Oh.
Except that one, I don't know if that one's in the Bible or not.
Yeah, not sure about that. But we get to name our character, and since I don't have much going on in the creativity department, we'll just go with RPGSU instead of the canon name, which is Flynn.
He has spoken. Your life is now irrevocably changed.
So what's going on in the beginning of the game? We get, after this dream sequence, we actually get a couple more dream sequences to lay out the beginning of the story.
Yeah, after getting pulled into this strange vortex thing that the marketing really liked using, this vortex cutscene, I remember that vividly when this game was coming out. But we suddenly find ourselves in a strange city where everything is on fire and in ruins and probably quite warm and toasty.
Yeah,
and we hear a strange voice that's, this is fine. This is basically like my hometown, Everything is so scorching hot it might as well be on fire. But we hear this strange voice that calls us to approach him. And then he takes the form of someone by the name of Walter and is like, "Hey, isn't this sweet? Don't you just love how on fire everything is right now? Like, you should think about that. This world's, like, awesome. You should totally make a world just like this." And then suddenly we find ourselves in a barren, expansive wasteland where we hear another voice call to us, wishing for us to approach them.
Once we get to him, he will take the form of Jonathan, another character, and he basically gives us the same spiel about this place, how awesome and nice this lovely looking desert is.
Don't you just love sand? how coarse and rough and irritating it is. It gets,
Gets
everywhere.
Yeah.
Basically, the antithesis of Anakin Skywalker is here to tell us how cool this world of... I think he says it's like peaceful and there's a status quo to it or something. I don't know.
And then we get one more dream sequence where we get thrown out on the on this kind of beach where a little girl says, "Flynn, won't you revive me?" Oh, that's ominous.
Yeah, and people seem to be having a good time at this beach party, so I don't know, that seems pretty fun. We should go for that ending. I like the beach party ending.
Yeah, so those 3 dream sequences basically lay out all the possible endings you can get in this game. Well, except for one. There's technically 4 endings in this game, but they lay out the low, chaos, and neutral ending. Neutral being the beach one with the little girl, so we'll find out more about that once the game actually gets going.
The beach party ending still has sand.
That is
I
true,
mean,
there
the
is still
Flaming
sand.
City probably also has sand, to be fair. I think either way, Darth Vader is going to be very upset with us. And suddenly we're given a nice, cool zoom shot of the setting for this game.
Yeah, it's
One of the...
really looks like a high fantasy setting. The city you can see in the distance is called the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, and once we zoom out a bit to the lake, you can see the main character Flynn and his best buddy Isakar, who are making their way to the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, since in this world everybody needs to go to this kind of gauntlet rite when they are of a certain age. It's kind of like a coming of age ceremony. The gauntlet rite basically decides who gets to become a samurai in this world.
Yeah, this world has a pretty rigid caste system. You have the casuaries, which are basically the poor working class, and you have the luxuries, who are the aristocracy, and who just kind of live a carefree life. And us and Isakar are casuaries. We live in the village of Kichi Georgie, which no relation to the area of Tokyo of a similar name. That as we have turned 18, it is time for us to partake of the gauntlet rite. And because if you become a samurai, you basically get bumped into the higher caste. You get to be a luxury, though you also... Samurai is kind of ostensibly the military of Mikado. That if you are chosen to be in the samurai, you are sort of drafted into the service, and you become one of the great protectors of the kingdom. So, but also you get the benefit of not being a casualty anymore.
Yes, our friend Isakar is really gung-ho about becoming a samurai. It's his like lifelong dream, and we're just along for the ride, basically.
Yeah. He's even like, yeah, I'll come visit you in Kichi Georgie, one day when I'm a big famous samurai. We're like, all right, dude, have fun with that. I imagine those hats would be incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like a sweatshop under there, I would imagine.
But we see that Isakar actually failed the gauntlet rite, as we are called forward to partake in it ourselves. And as is appropriate to its name, we put our hand and they put a gauntlet on our arm and are like, hey, try to touch the gauntlet, see what happens. And this is the very challenging task before us.
Yeah, very importantly, the game decided to incorporate the touch screen only for this part. So I
literally the only part in the game where you have to use the touch screen.
Yeah. A lot of the combat will be happening on the smaller bottom screen, but I need to actually interact with the my definitely physical pen that I have in my hand right now to click on the gauntlet there.
has appeared on the gauntlet.
But yeah, we poke the button, and then the gauntlet turns on, and they're like, "Wow, you're so cool! Guess what? You're a samurai now. Hope you're ready to leave your life behind." And we're like, "Oh, cool!" And then suddenly we have a vision of the 2 final bosses of the game, which is definitely not ominous at all. It actually took me like several playthroughs to realize that those were the final bosses that you see there. Especially because it's the second form of one of the final bosses and the first form of another one.
Yeah, it's also pretty rare to become a samurai in this universe, considering only 5 people became a samurai this year of all the 18-year-olds who made the trip to Mikado. With, you know, Isakar not being one of them.
Yeah, it's implied there was like hundreds of us that took the rite, and yeah, as we'll find out very quickly, there are 5 of us that passed the initiation. And of course, you know, we go to bed and we wake up and we find a strange man in our room who is just kind of sauntered his way in here. This is Walter. He is one of the other people that has passed the gauntlet rite, and like us, was also a casualry.
And also, he's the man who we saw a vision of at the beginning of the game.
Here we're introduced to the other 3 new apprentices. That's the term I was looking for. You have Jonathan, the floofy-haired fellow, Isabeau, who is best girl, and then Navarre. Isabeau, Navarre, and Jonathan were all luxurious. However, they seem to have very different opinions on the fact that 2 of the 2 casualties have made it into the samurai. Jonathan seems pretty happy to see us. Isabeau's fairly indifferent. Navarre seems like we might have just, like, offended his existence by being on equal terms with him. Yeah, other 3, because we have Walter and then the other 3 that are not Walter or us.
And there's Commander Hope, who gave us a small amount of money to spend however we want before we head on into the tutorial dungeon. But yeah, we'll just go here immediately, and by tutorial dungeon I mean the worst part of the run.
Yeah. So this first bit is very much just meant as the like, hey, here's your introduction to your press turn to the game's battle system. Here's an introduction to a bunch of the other mechanics associated with the game. And then immediately after we get through those, the game is going to be like, all right, now this is demon negotiation. Go ahead and recruit some demons. And at this point, we are going to do literally every recruit that we're going to do for the rest of the run. We need to recruit a grand total of 4 things. One of them is basically given to us. But we have to recruit 3 demons, quote, ethically. And, whoo boy, are recruits in this game a bit of a nightmare sometimes. But, before that, we're just going to have an introduction battle. This battle is fairly scripted, to the point that, like, you get a bit of a weird oddity with a game mechanic. That, this game is, along with Nocturne before, and Nocturne and SMT5 that we saw before, uses the press turn battle system. Essentially, you see in the top right corner of the screen, you have a number of icons that corresponds to the number of party members you have in your active party. Essentially, you get 1 action per character. However, if you hit a weakness of an enemy, or get a critical hit against an enemy, then that full press turn will start blinking and turn into a half turn. And you can essentially utilize this to gain upwards of 8 turns per combat. You also have the ability to, like, pass your turn to kind of change a turn to a half turn to let someone else get more actions. However, the interesting part of the gameplay comes in losing turns. If you attack an enemy and miss, or you hit an enemy with an ability that they are immune to, or they drain, or they repel, you will actually lose press turns, losing 2 turns for a miss or a block, and losing all of your turns if they repel or drain whatever you attack them with. This leads to a lot of very interesting strategies throughout all of the SMT games, really, but especially this game, that revolve around maximizing the number of turns that we have by hitting enemy weaknesses as much as possible.
Alright, we got the first recruit.
I seem to have lost game feed.
1 second, sorry about that. Oh, it turned off for some reason. What happened?
Yeah.
My bad, I guess. I don't know what I did.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Discord being Discord.
Yeah,
Either way, we want to maximize our turns and also come up with strategies to minimize enemy turns as much as possible. This is made more interesting in this game because this game and its kind of sequel spin-off game for Apocalypse have the smirk mechanic. So in addition to generating press turns, oh yeah, your cursor, yeah. In addition to generating press turns when you hit an enemy weakness, also when you hit an enemy weakness or if you happen to block an enemy attack, you have a chance to enter a state called smirk. And smirk is a mechanic, works differently in this and in For Apocalypse. In this game, what it does is a lot of things, but it makes it so you temporarily have are treated as if you have a full set of attack buffs. It makes it so your next attack has a 100% hit rate. It gives you an 85% dodge rate, and it gives you like a 80 something, I forget the exact number, percent critical hit rate on your neck if you use a physical attack. All very, very powerful things, both offensively and defensively with the 85% dodge rate. So there'll be a couple fights in this game that we'll be trying to take advantage of smirk as much as possible. Even just being able to smirk is always going to be beneficial to us. However, enemies can also smirk when they do things, so that can cause this game to be a little bit of what I lovingly refer to as nuclear rocket tag, where things can just explode very, very quickly in dramatic fashion. Which, you know, some people find to be very, very fun and one of the more charming things about this game. Other people find it to be a little bit frustrating and, you know, everywhere in between that. But we have most of our recruits done. The centaur we got recruited initially is essentially given to you. You have to kind of get really, really unlucky for him to not join your party. Or you have to, like, refuse to give him anything. In addition to that, we need to recruit McCoy, that Australian sock puppet dude. Lamdirg, the dude who's the guy that's some dude with a bunch of swords sticking out of him. As well as a demon called Fushi, who is this old man, or this bird with an old man for a face. Once we have all of those recruited, we'll be done with recruits for the rest of the game, which is very, very nice. However, recruits in this game are a little bit difficult to deal with sometimes. This game, recruits are mostly random. There's some tendencies that if you do enough recruiting, you can kind of be like, well, you know, this result tends to get this, you know, this answer tends to get this result, usually. But sometimes it's like, oh, this result either means they get auto-recruited or they, like, run away in fear. And there we just got an auto-recruit of Fushi, so that's very nice. And so that was recruits taken care of. That was actually pretty solid recruits overall.
Yeah, pretty solid overall.
Sometimes Fushi can just go completely MIA, and you'll be running around for like 5+ minutes hitting encounters and not seeing him at all.
Yeah, in this game the form of the sprite can be used to determine what kind of enemies are in the encounter, but there are like some variability in it as well. Instead of random encounters, you have some control over which demons you can find by what sprite the enemy has.
Yeah, but every sprite has like somewhere between 2 to 3 possible configurations. So like Fushi can show up in either the large man or the my shoulder camera, or the like little fairy sprite. This game has different camera angles. The default one is kind of the best one. You also have like a high angle camera where you're just staring at the ground mostly, and then you have the Resident Evil 4 shoulder camera that some people are cool with. I think it just makes me rather motion sick whenever I play the game. But we'll ideally probably... Ow. Ideally,
Okay.
we'll just be staying in shoulder cam. So this is the Wild Hunt Horde. This is the last fight of the tutorial section. We're tasked with finding a special item in the second stratum of Naraku here. Naraku being this cave that's underneath Mikado Castle that's filled with demons for some reason. And this first fight demonstrates what I was talking about earlier as far as nuclear rocket tag goes. In most fights in this game, if the main character dies and we can't revive him, it's an automatic reload. This is one of the few fights where that doesn't matter, we just need to win this fight. They are weak to force damage, so Fushi gets some use in here. But they're also quite able to just kill you, as you saw there. Fushi getting that smirk there was really nice, though, because they targeted him and he got the dodge.
Yeah, one thing I forgot to do actually already is I didn't get needle shot on MC from the Demon Whisper, but that's fine.
Yeah, thankfully the only fights it's really relevant for is like killing griffins, and
Yeah, I can survive without it.
that's pretty fast, yeah.
Alright, so we got Hope's Ring, which was one of the tasks we set out to do. I'm gonna hopefully get a bit more
Bird.
EXP before leaving. That's nice. That's a Cryphone. We need to kill 3 Cryphones to get a optional... Well, it's a challenge quest, but it's mandatory to do. So it's technically optional quest, but you have to do it anyway.
I hope y'all really like the term mandatory side quests, because this game has a lot of those.
Yeah.
Later on in the game, we're going to be challenged to complete a series of 3 trials, and like 3 challenge quests as like the tutorial to challenge quests, and so we have to do that. And one of them, like John said, is to kill 3 griffins to obtain their talons, which are thankfully a guaranteed drop, and you can get them before you actually accept the quest. Here we're wanting to grind up to level 4. This game has an interesting quirk where the experience that you receive from completing quests is based on your character level. So if we get to level 4 and then we complete the tutorial section quest, we'll actually get more EXP for completing that quest. And we are going to want to hit level 5 to do some very important fusions before we yeah, we'll need to hit level 5 to do some fusions as like one of the like big level roadblocks of the run. So getting that EXP now just means it will be less EXP we have to get later. Also, in addition to that, we are going to be putting we want to get a couple of levels on our demons. You saw it a little bit earlier with Centaur, but in this game, the way that you learn skills on your main character is by learning all of the skills on your demons. This will begin something called Demon Whisper, where the demon will basically just be like, hey, look at my skill list, learn what you want. And you can learn any and all skills from the demons, with the exception of certain abilities like passives and some unique abilities. Such as, like, you can't learn a Stoma Sword, or you can't learn Die for Me. So we're going to be going all in on magic for our main character. We have put a couple of levels into agility, because agility is actually a very useful stat in this game. Agility determines your turn order, and we almost always want the main character going first. Additionally, it also affects your accuracy, and a little bit your evasion, but mostly your accuracy. And missing is really bad. So we're going to be putting a couple points into agility. It's going to basically equate... every 5 levels, we'll put some points into agility just to keep ahead of the curve a little bit. But aside from that, and the first couple levels where we wanted to just set up a good baseline of agility, we're going to be going all in on magic. Magic in this game is incredibly powerful, along with a lot of other things. But due to the press turn system and being able to get extra turns for hitting enemy weaknesses, magic in this game is just phenomenally strong, so we're wanting to get all of the all 4 elements of magic onto our main character here, which involves leveling up our demons a little bit.
Right, so we already got the Cryphon Talons, which is pretty nice. getting all of them before leaving Naraku for the first time. So we'll all have them ready for the quest later. So now that we have Hope's Ring as well, we can finally leave Naraku. Ideally we get some Demon Whispers once we come back here. Unfortunately my Fuxi died, so my Zan will be a little bit delayed, but that's not a huge deal.
Yeah, thankfully Fushi. Fushi unfortunately has to get 2 level ups to give you his Whisper. Thankfully he is like level 1 when you get him, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, SMT4 is a bit weird in that your strength stat is only contributing towards your regular attack, but not the physical skills at all.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty bad stat in that regard.
Yeah, strength is like your basic attack, and then I think like either a quarter or a fifth of the formula for physical attacks. It's very minor. Whereas dexterity is your gun attack, your gun skills, and like 4/5 or all of your physical skills damage. So even if you're going Fizz, you still would go dexterity, and it's a weird quirk that we're not sure if is intentional or if Atlas just did some weird coding thing and broke the strength stat unintentionally. But in 4 Apocalypse, they made it so strength is all of your physical abilities, and dexterity is just your gun abilities. So that's why it's like, that seems like that wasn't intentional, but either way, it does help be a pretty big reason why strength is just not, or just physical in general is just not great in this game. It's also just like weirdly segregated off as far as getting new abilities is concerned. You can get like higher tiers of magic fairly early on, like as of like level 15, like 14, 15, you can start getting tier 2 magic, whereas like tier 2 physical, you're like waiting until like the mid-20s, or like even like tier 2 gun is like somewhere in the 30s. You're waiting a very, very long time for upgrades to your damage in those paths, whereas we're going to have access to, thanks to some other game mechanics, going to have access to like our heavy magic damage by the time our level is in like the 30s, so.
Just in time for another dream sequence.
Yeah, so we became friends with Jonathan and Walter. We won the competition, which earned Jonathan's respect. It just kind of made Navarre really angry at us. And we decided we want to be friends, and so we go up to the roof of the castle, oversee Mikado, and kind of talk about our backgrounds and our philosophies in life. And then we have dreams of our friends again, and Walter's like, see, everything in the system sucks. We need to, like, burn it to the ground. And Jonathan's like, no, the system's great, I promise. Trust me, dude.
Yeah, so that's our first day as a samurai, basically. We're not quite done with Naraku yet. There's a couple more things we need to do there. So we'll get an introduction to what are known as challenge quests, which we mentioned earlier. But first, we'll head to this tavern. These are like bars in the game that you can heal at for. In this bar, you can heal for free. You can pick up optional side quests here, and you can deliver side quest items here if you happen to collect them.
I do think it's really funny, though, that it's like day 1 of samurai training, intense fighting against demons. Day 2, all right, let's go to the bar.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
But yeah, Kei here is he's a master samurai. He runs this bar. Is basically the whole challenge quest thing is like a little bit of friendly competition amongst the samurai to add, I guess, some levity to their duties of just hunting demons all the time. So Navarre here is still pretty miffed about what happened yesterday. And so he challenges us and Walter specifically to see who can complete the 3 challenge quests on the board first. And then Jonathan and Isabeau also join in on the competition just to kind of add, again, some levity to it, and because we were kind of instructed to do this anyway. So now we're introduced to challenge quests. We're also buying the Demon Fusion app, but we will not be using it currently. So yeah, challenge quests are just your side quests in the game, like John said. There are basically two types of quests. There are collection quests, and there are kind of objective quests. Collection quests are just, hey, gather these items and then bring them to the association. They don't need to be accepted or anything. You just find the item out in the wild and you pick it up. Then there's quests that you have to accept in order for the quest objective to show up. In this case, the quest is to defeat the demon Orthrus inside of Naraku. And when you accept those, the music gets all kind of funky and dance music-y and stuff, and it's really fun. But you can only have one of these quests accepted at a time, and have to either complete the quest objective or abandon the quest. So this fight is another really fun, exciting, thrilling example of nuclear rocket tag. So in this game, you'll have seen John kind of hitting enemies to get preemptives on them. Challenge quest enemies don't have that luxury where it's just completely random who goes first or not. And thankfully there we got pretty lucky with Orthrus using Bouncing Claw on the demon we have that resists physical. But he does also have the ability Fire Breath, which hits 1 to 4 times on random targets with fire damage. And the Flynn, the main character here, starts out being weak to fire. So if he decides to use Fire Breath and at more than one hit hits MC, we just die. Thankfully, challenge quests give very little in terms of EXP, so even though we still want Fushi to get levels in order to teach us his skills, him dying there isn't the end of the world. He's missing like 13 EXP total, though him being level 1 still is not great.
Yeah, I'm gonna revive him just to get a little bit more EXP, so he doesn't end up too far behind, ideally.
Yeah,
yeah, now that we're done with all of the challenge quests, I want a little bit more EXP before I go and return all of it. I need to get to 47 EXP away from level 5 before leaving, so that's what we're gonna do now.
Yeah, the goal is that we hit level 5 from the quest that completes when we finish the challenge quests. Unfortunately, those griffins really don't give very good EXP, despite the fact that they are level 4.
Chagrins are the decently good EXP demons here, I think.
Yeah, Chagrin is, I believe, level 6, which is the highest level thing here, and usually shows up with demons that are also a decent level. Unfortunately, Lone Chagrin isn't great EXP, but it's still better than a lot of other things here.
Yeah, one more fight is enough, so we'll just start heading out and take a fight on the way out. One unfortunate thing is that I haven't found a single relic yet, which are items that you can turn into the apothecary in the beginning of the game to get more money. So our money is gonna be slightly on the low side here, but that should be fine as long as we sell everything that we have.
Yeah, and I don't think you had to pay the demons too much short route anyway, so that helps. Relics generally in SMT4 are not very good for the most part until you get to the highest value relics.
Oh,
there's a relic right there. In 4 Apocalypse, relics are very, very good, and also that game is a lot more money hungry as well.
Yeah, in that game,
so we're going to be ignoring relics most of the game, but just starting off here, nice 2-star. Yeah. But just starting off here, that little bit of a jump start to our economy is very, very helpful.
Yeah, in 4A you kind of want to upgrade your equipment because it increases your HP total by a decent bit, but in this game equipment is kind of bad where it's not that beneficial for the most part. You can use equipment to change your affinities and also give you some HP, but the amount of HP you get is significantly less than in 4A, so money will be mostly used towards the demon compendium.
Yeah, we will be changing our equipment a little bit throughout the run, mostly because the there's a couple of pieces of leg armor that are given to us for free, and those give a decent bit of agility to help us with our agility requirement. but for the most part, they're pretty bad.
Yeah.
I think you, like, overall with the equipment we equip, you get less than 100 HP total from that, maybe even, like, less than 50. It's a pretty sad amount. So not something we're going to concern ourselves with, whereas in For Apocalypse, like was mentioned, equipment is actually a pretty big deal. But
Yeah,
all the equipment we'll be equipping in this run is going to be stuff that's going to be given to us either throughout the story or from some of the mandatory side quests that we get to do. This is a run of the neutral ending. This game, like John said, has 4 endings: Law, Chaos, Neutral, and then the Nihilism or White ending. We're going for the neutral ending, primarily because it is the most complete ending. The neutral ending kind of fulfills the requirements for both Law and Chaos. This game has 2 sets of final bosses. You fight both sets of final bosses and do both of the final dungeons in neutral. However, as one of the requirements to actually finish the neutral ending, there's a bunch of quests that the game requires you to have completed in order to fulfill arbitrary plot stuff. The game has a list of a bunch of side quests we have to do, and so there's 18 of them that we'll be doing throughout the run once we actually get to that point later on.
Most of the quests will be done at end of the run when we're higher enough level to do them quickly. But we'll do a few of them throughout the run as well for EXP routing purposes and for convenience sake, since some of them are just delivery quests that need to be done.
Yeah, a couple of them really good rewards too. Like there's one of them that just gives 4 magic incenses, which is a lot of magic in just for completing a fairly quick quest. And there's a couple of those for other incenses as well.
Yeah, bit of a goof there.
Is Run prone to having turn order issues? Not really. There's 1 or 2 fights where there can be weird turn order stuff, but turn order in this game tends to be fairly consistent. There is some amount of randomness in the turns of your demon party members, but we pump so much agility onto the main character early and then regularly enough that the MC is reliably first, which is what we care more about. So when we completed those quests, we once again won the competition. But we find out that apparently, in the process of trying to complete these quests, Navarre has mysteriously gone missing. We were informed of this by another samurai who was very sketchy in the way that he informed us of this information. He was like, "Hey, Navarre's missing, but
what should we do, man?
don't tell anyone about it because you wouldn't want to damage his pride. So you should just go looking for him yourself," which is kind of interesting, considering how dangerous Naruto is supposed to be. But here we're doing some fusion. There's a forced fight right in front of us that's actually a little bit tricky. So this is the introduction to the fusion system in this game. You take 2 demons of different families, put them together, and they make a demon of a 3rd family. So there we made an angel. Now we're going to be fusing a duck who is a muck. Maybe even a goose that is loose. This is Hamsa. Hamsa's pretty cool. But we'll be doing a lot of fusion. Another thing that we picked up in this game, or picked up before doing fusions, is an application. In this game, whenever you level up, you gain 10 app points. It is a secondary form of currency that you use to buy basic passive enhancement abilities. In this case, we picked up Demon Skill +1, which allows our demons to have 5 skill slots instead of 4 skill slots. Both MC and demons start with 4 skill slots and can get up to a maximum of 8. In addition to that, you also have applications to boost the amount of stats that demons get when they level up, ways to enhance your recruitment abilities, and most importantly, there are apps that we will be purchasing in a little bit called Fusion Booster. Fusion Booster raises the level cap for fusing demons. Currently, at the moment, you can only fuse demons that are the main character's level or lower. Once we pick up Fusion Booster 1, we can fuse things that are 1 level above us. Booster 2 is 2 levels above us, and then from there it goes to 4 4, 8, 12, up to fusing demons that are 16 levels above the main character, I believe is the limit in this game. Which is very powerful, considering being able to fuse higher level demons determines, you know, not only just your general party strength, but also is what gates the main character getting new abilities. So we fused our new party. Ow, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's a pretty quick reload. Yeah. So we fused our party here because as soon as we approach this area, a strange hooded figure yells at us for being casualties and summons these demons to attack us. Definitely not ominous or strange at all, but this fight actually really sucks. This fight is basically meant to be a fusion check, because these Nagas here are only weak to fire, and it is mostly impossible to recruit a demon at this point that uses fire. You can recruit Malcolm on the 3rd floor if you, like, stand in that small area and let a demon run up to you, which is not really an easy thing to do. So it's basically a check like, oh, have you done fusion? Have you done fusions? Have you fused Malcolm or Pele yet? However, in addition to being a fusion check, these things also just really, really hurt. A single lunge attack can basically one-shot some of our party members, and lunge also has a slightly higher than normal crit rate. So we just, basically our goal is to just survive this encounter. Yeah, that's only what probably, because MC needs that EXP and Malcolm.
Oh, right, that's true, yeah. I wish I had Zahn for this fight on MC, but since Fuxia died earlier, I wasn't able to pass it before the fight.
Yeah, we can learn Zan from Melcom in a little bit, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, for this fight, it's definitely obnoxious. In this fight, though, MC needs to survive basically every single fight for the rest of the game due to EXP reasons. And then we really, really want Melcom to live this fight, because this fight gives a lot of EXP, and Melcom, not only does he have Augie, he also inherited the Zan skill from Fushi that we can then pass to MC. Thankfully, we are getting smirks here, which is nice. Like we said earlier, smirk gives you an 85% dodge rate. However, when it's in conflict with another smirk, it doesn't, stick up quite as well. This fight is also a little annoying because they open up by using a attack buff called Tarukaja, which just straight up increases the damage that they do to us. And since they already do quite a bit of damage, makes this fight very spooky. Thankfully, Melcom does... Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, he just needs to survive the Wendigo fight.
Yeah. Well, at least we got through it now.
Yeah.
Bit unfortunate, but
yeah,
what
since you do need Augie for Alrane.
We do not want to accept any skill mutations, which can happen.
Attack know-how.
Yeah. Right, I can get my Zahn
yeah, so
here.
we finally have a healing skill. Oh, and there we go. We can get Zan from the duck, at least. Attack know-how just allows demons to use attack items, which is niche at best. There is an ability called healing know-how that we can get later on that is incredibly strong. Also, we find Walter, and apparently he received a similar message that Navarre is in danger, and only you can save him, but don't tell anyone about it. And
yeah.
he kind of got beat up. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, I gotta walk out.
Yeah, I gotta go and heal my Malcolm, since I don't have a revival bead anymore. Now I'm kind of regretting reviving my my Fuxi earlier, because... Well, it is what it is. It's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, unless you get lucky, you only get one revival bead to do this entire early section of the game. So, sometimes you have to make a call on when you're going to use that, and sometimes sometimes it's a good call, sometimes the game just kind of punishes you for it later. You can get more, anytime a demon levels up, they have a chance of giving you a random item, and so that could be an attack item. It could be a really good healing item, or like a revival item. up to sometimes you get incenses from demons, which I've really only seen happen like twice ever in this game. To the point that I didn't even know that that was a thing that demons could give you until a few years ago. In addition to that, when demons level up, they have a chance of asking to mutate a skill, which is basically just changing one skill into another skill of a one rank higher. Skills in this game have an internal rank system of how strong the developers think that they are. And we will never take a skill. We will basically never take a skill change in this game. Because our fusion route is very, very specific. We either do all of our fusions by autofilling the fusion menu, like you've seen a couple of times, which we can't. Which, if you have different skills in your skill pool than you're used to, autofilling will mess up that function. Or we just, in general, route out our fusions very specifically. So we really can't take skill mutations. In addition to all of that, randomly getting higher level skills will make other demons more expensive to rebuy from the compendium later, which the money route in this game is very, very precise for the vast majority of the game, if not the entirety of the game. And so having things randomly cost more money would be a very big budget breaker. Here we're running through this game's absolute favorite thing in the entire world, which is poison swamps. There's a joke I like to tell that back when this game came out, it came out in 2013, so Dark Souls had come out recently and was like the big thing that everyone was comparing every piece of media to. And so people were like, oh, this game is like the Dark Souls of Persona 4, because that game was also fairly popular at the time. Because it's like somewhat challenging and stuff. It's a very memed on phrase in the community. I like to say that this game is the Dark Souls of SMT, not because of the difficulty, but this game has an obsession with poison swamps. As you see here, and you will see a lot throughout basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, they're a bit annoying with the way they are laid out. And okay, we have another forced fight. This one is also this one is not as bad as the Naga fight. Luckily, Wendigo
as
is
long
weak
as
to
they
electric.
don't get a turn, it's fine.
Yeah. Wendigo is weak to electric. We fused Vodyanik, who has Mazio, and after we defeat the first Wendigo, there will be a horde. If you use AoE skills on hordes, they will hit 3 times. So it does a lot of damage against hordes specifically.
Yeah, Wendigo here is weak to electricity and fire, and then the horde that gets summoned is full of fire-weak enemies, but the horde itself is not actually weak to fire, but just electricity, funny enough. This game does that a couple of times. My favorite is the horde of all fire-based enemies that is not weak to ice. In fact, I think it resists ice.
Yeah, that happens before Medusa. If you happen to get caught, it's really annoying.
It does have a good chance of dropping Miragi rocks, which is situationally pretty nice. But...
Yeah, here's the introduction to partners in this game. You can see Isabeau joined our party at the bottom. She has her own health bar, and she basically uses some magic skills and healing magic as well to help us out in some of these fights. You can get Walter, Jonathan, or Isabeau. The partner mechanic is not super useful in this game, but it is nice.
Yeah,
Right.
You have no way of controlling the partner you get, which, again, usually doesn't matter. For most fights, the partner we get is very inconsequential. There is one rather infamous instance in this game where the partner you get, can cause some problems, but even in that one specific situation, it's actually not that big of a deal. I frequently get asked when I run this game, hey, do you just automatically reset as soon as if you happen to roll Walter for Minotaur? And the answer is no, because most of the time it doesn't matter.
That gets asked pretty much every time somebody sees me fight Minotaur on stream.
Yeah,
At
I
least
have
once,
died because of Walter before. It has happened.
You can die
I've also
because
won
of it, but...
that fight more often than not. So
yeah, it's just one of those things that gets memed on a lot.
Yeah.
Right, so we did take care of business with the Wendigo. We go a bit deeper into Naraku and we come across this weird-looking portal thing, so we're gonna go inside. Because we'll hopefully find Navarre there.
Yeah, we find out that from the samurai that we find out from basically the hooded figure was a samurai that was working for Navarre, that basically wanted to teach the quote stuck-up casuaries a lesson or whatever, and staged this whole thing to basically just beat the crap out of us to humble us or something. But we ended up proving too powerful for him, so he's like, no, it wasn't my idea. You need to talk to Navarre. He's further in. Take it up with him. But as it turns out, Navarre seems to have wandered into a demon domain. These are little mini dungeons that we bump into a couple of times throughout the game. Basically just these little sets of hallways that usually have a boss at the end of them that's like the owner of the domain. But while we're in here, we see a mysterious girl playing with a wheel. That seems really odd for a thing to be showing up in a demon domain, which is supposed to be one of the most dangerous places ever. Also, fun note is that anytime you get a cutscene in this game that has like the on-screen portraits appear, it despawns any enemies in the area. So John was able to just kind of run full speed past that enemy, knowing that it was going to go away.
Yeah, except
there's one instance where there's there's one instance where there is dialogue and it doesn't remove any enemies. That'll come up later. And here we meet this strange man in a wheelchair who introduces himself as Steven, who tells us that the girl is a very important person and has taken interest in us. And basically tells us in order to get rid of the domain, we have to kill the demon that is in charge of it.
Yeah, he also offers us a free full heal to our party. Steven is a recurring character in the Megaten universe. He's the creator of the demon summoning program in the lore.
I'm detecting a...
But yeah, we come across the boss of the domain here. So this is Alraun. She's weak to fire. This fight is not overly difficult, but you can die. Like basically every fight in this game you can die. Like that. If that happens, yeah. We can still win
so
this.
Arana opens up by using a area of effect poison ability. One of the few things in this game that is a very strong counterplay to Smirk that is unfortunately more relevant for the enemies than it is for us, is ailments. If you are inflicted with an ailment, then you cannot Smirk, and if you have a Smirk and you are ailmented, then the Smirk will be removed. And ailments also ignore the evasion buff from Smirking. Thankfully there, Malcolm dodged anyway, so we're actually should be totally fine here. In addition to her using
How about this?
poison abilities, she also likes to throw out gun damage that is pretty strong and can one-shot our demons. But despite the miss turn 1, that was actually a pretty good outrun fight. Unfortunately, Vodnik dying there means we won't get access to Mazio until a little bit later in the run. Because he's going to miss out on quite a bit of EXP here, but that's not the end of the world. It's just like mildly inconvenient for one fight.
Yeah.
And shoutouts to Isabeau, who is the best character in the game, getting the kill.
Yeah, that was really helpful. Actually, partner doing some work there. So we rescue Navarre, and
he kind of snaps.
Kind of snaps, yeah. He basically goes
as it
on
turns out,
a whole rant that he never wanted to be a samurai, and he just wanted to live with his family on the in his luxurious life, where he was very privileged in any way in the caste system. But now he has to actually fight demons and stuff, which is not what he wants to do.
Yeah, since being a samurai is a conscription, it's a lot more appealing for casuaries than it is for luxuriers. I believe Isabeau's father was a samurai, and so she kind of sees it as a duty thing, while as Jonathan, I think his father's like a monk or something, so he's just kind of cool with whatever. But Navarre was very much had a life of of luxury and not doing anything. So being expected to now basically sacrifice himself to kill monsters from the depths of hell is not exactly his idea of a good time. Which is kind of why he was lashing out at everyone else. But he ends up getting dishonorably discharged from the samurai for this, which we find out, which you can find out if you do some of the side content.
Yeah, so luckily we don't have to deal with him for the rest of the run. This was already enough of Navarre shenanigans for one speedrun. Alright, so we just want to make it out of the out of Naraku. For some reason, the developers decided that you don't need to have a fast travel out of here. You can just walk.
Yeah, this game doesn't have any sort of like Triesto ability, which in most cases isn't a huge deal because this game does generally give you shortcuts or instant teleports out of dungeons. This is like the one egregious case where you do have to just like fully walk out of the dungeons.
Yeah, the dungeon instances in this game are not very long either. They're not like Nocturne dungeons that would take you like 30 minutes to run back from. There's no random encounters either, so if you avoid encounters well enough, then it's less tedious.
Yeah, I guess speaking of, we'll mention, because we haven't talked about it yet, you'll occasionally see John save and load his game. This is because when you save and reload your game, it despawns any enemies that are around you. So if John finds himself in a situation where he feels like he's going to be incapable of dodging an enemy, he will just save load them away.
Are you ready for bed?
Because getting caught by enemies is really, really bad. The enemies in this game are very powerful. And the hitbox on your sword is really, really awkward to actually aim with, so sometimes it's just best to not even try. Additionally, the EXP routing in this game is a little bit weird, to the point that once we get past a certain point in the run, we actively do not want to be getting any experience because it throws off like skill timing and stuff. Which isn't that big of a deal, just like one of those things that's like another reason why you might see John save load a lot when it's like, oh, well, you know, could have just got the encounter. So here we have a day off. It's like a national holiday or something. And so we decided to go to this bakery that Jonathan knew about and purchase this bread. And in the process, we find that the baker has discovered something called literature that then starts to talk to us about how unjust the caste system is and all this stuff. And we're like, oh, well, this is kind of awkward, so we're going to leave now. And then we decide to go to Lake Mikado, aka the place where we went with our BFF to hang out with our new BFFs, and we run into our old BFF, and that's kind of awkward. And so he kind of just leaves.
And we talk a bit more about the literature here, and but we don't really know what it really is at this point yet. And that was a fun day. Now we go back to sleep.
Yeah, we had breakfast, and now we're immediately going to go to bed. Good day. Very, very challenging day. Challenging quest. I love that you even get EXP for doing that. So here, if you happen to be subbed to my channel, feel free to throw out some Frito52 IAAs. Because we happen to spy Isabeau reading on the roof.
Isabeau. Let's sneak closer and surprise. I don't think she'll be very pleased if you try that. That's the idea. I want to see that prim iron mask of hers slip. To see those cold cheeks flush pink.
And whose iron mask are we speaking of? Can't you be voyeurs in silence? The din is making it difficult to concentrate on my reading.
You're reading? Isabeau, don't tell me you're a devotee of that literature too.
I'm sorry, but what? What I was reading is something called manga.
Oh, this is fascinating. I've never seen anything like it.
The one I'm reading currently takes place in a fictional kingdom known as France. It's the story of a beautiful female warrior in male garb. But the warrioress falls in love with a man, her faithful companion at one point. Oh, and then,
Yeah.
Yep, you heard it here. Isabeau is a weeb.
Fictional kingdom of France.
Oh yeah, also France
Yeah.
doesn't exist. Sorry to inform all of you of this.
That makes this objectively the best timeline. Alright, so we spot a fire in the distance around our hometown. And we have an emergency gathering with the samurais, and we're gonna go on an expedition towards our hometown now.
Yeah, originally they don't want to let us go, but then when Hope, the leader of the samurai, finds out that we're from there, he gets us added to the expedition. And here we find out that suddenly, that as soon as Issachar came back, that a bunch of the youths went into the forest, and suddenly demons showed up and started attacking and burning the village to the ground. And we're not sure what's going on with that, so we head into the forest to take care of the demons and try to find any people who have any survivors. Spoilers, because we're an RPG protagonist, Flynn's parents do not make it out of this alive.
Yeah, the villagers are not having a good time here, so we need to do a couple forced encounters here. We have to fight a few of these hordes, and then there's a mini boss and then a boss at the end of the dungeon, so we'll start clearing these up.
What?
Yeah, so these guys are weak to ice and electric, and since we do have,
Good dodge.
yeah, we do have Mazio, which we got earlier. This horde is not too difficult to clear.
Something you might notice on... Oh, that's unfortunate. Something you might notice on whenever John's using a spell with Flynn is that there's a little bit of a +2 next to the some of the spells. That's a system that was introduced in this game that was very underutilized and doesn't really matter at all, called Affinity. In For Apocalypse, the sequel slash spin-off slash what-if story of this game, Affinity becomes a whole massive system that very greatly influences how you play the game, how you build your team compositions, and then goes on into like SMP5, and is basically the norm now. In this game, you get 1 stack of Affinity, and you do like 2 more damage with your spell. You get 2 stacks of Affinity, and it like costs 1 less MP. Up to like 8 stacks, and you're doing like 5 more base power for like 3 less MP. It's very inconsequential, but because there's not a lot going on in these fights, I figured I'd mention it's a bit of a mechanic. Here, Flynn died, but that's actually totally fine. These hordes do not get very much EXP, and we would rather just survive this fight than worry about that. That element horde resists all magic, so they're kind of hard to deal with. We do have an AoE ability on Voginik in the form of Critical Wave, which is an ability that has incredibly low accuracy, but a decent chance of getting critical hits, hence the name. However, it means that we do have a pretty good chance of blanking our turns if we just get unlucky with Crit Wave.
You saw us miss there twice, but it was still fine. That fight is usually a 2-turn fight. If you don't miss at all, then it's a 1-turn fight, but that basically never happens.
Yeah, or if you get lucky and you happen to get like a Sleep Stone drop, you can throw that with the main character, and it has a pretty good chance of landing, and that guarantees that you'll hit all of your critical waves and stuff. But that requires a demon to be like, hey, here, have this random item, and for it to be useful. Either like a sleep gas or a stun. I forget what the stun item is called. But...
Oh, are we getting a Quartz Merc? No.
Oh,
So in this game, if all of your party members merc at the same time, you get a small recovery on your HP and MP. It's not too consequential,
it's like
but
I think it's
a 50%
I think it's 50% HP
yeah.
and MP. It's a big heal. It's just like something you never count on because of how rare it is.
Yeah, it's kind of funny when it happens. There's a couple of spots in the run where there's a chance of it happening somewhat frequently, this being one of them.
Yeah. It's exciting when it happens because of how rare it is. Like, everyone always is like, oh, let's go, or whatever. But, like, as far as its actual impact on the gameplay, it's just kind of like, oh, okay, whatever, neat. I think I can count. I've been running this game on and off for 6 years now, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've ever seen a quad smirk, let alone gotten it in a run.
This is another horde like we dealt with earlier, so they're weak to both electric and ice. Now, do we have another contender for a quad smirk?
Come on, Angel, let's see it.
No.
Darn.
Oh, close.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is the last of the villagers rescued now.
Yeah. Here we find out that Issachar, when he came back to Mikado, brought a bunch of the literature that we had been finding out about earlier, and decided to take a lot of the youths into the forest to have what they referred to as a Sabbath. And during that Sabbath, they started to like talk about how horrible the luxurers were and how corrupt the system was, and everyone became so like violently excited about it that then a bunch of people started transforming into demons, which doesn't sound great. We also find out at this point or soon that the books are being provided by a mysterious woman who calls herself the Black Samurai. And so we're not sure what that's about, but we're progressing further into the forest to see if we can figure out the source of all of this. And saving because we have another boss fight coming up.
Yeah, this game doesn't really tell you when the forced encounters are going to happen. The trigger is just randomly there with no indication. In future games, you have a character usually tell you something like, careful, there's a boss up ahead. But this game just, just fight it, you're fine.
For the most part, if there's a boss like behind a door, the game will tell you. With one notable exception, but which that being the Seraph fight. But yeah, if there's a boss that you can like walk into, the game won't tell you anything about it, and just suddenly you're fighting Issachar, who has read the literature and become really angry because of how unjust everything is, and so now his eyes have turned all red, and he's in the process of turning into a demon. And so now we have to fight Issachar. This fight is interesting, in that if this fight goes well, he literally will get 0 actions and it will be the easiest fight ever, but if he can actually get a turn, he might just kill us. This also introduces a mechanic that is in this game and SMT4A, where during boss fights, demons will ask you questions. And you are given a couple possible answers to those questions or responses to give. And depending on your response to those answers, one of a couple of different things will happen. Usually it's like there's a answer that will cause something bad to happen to you, an answer that will cause something good to happen to you, and then a neutral choice. Or maybe there's multiple bad choices or multiple different good choices. So there, Issachar was like, tell me, are you a cavalry or a luxurer? You know, thinking that because we're a samurai, we will think of ourselves as being better than him now. But we tell him that we still see ourselves as a cavalry, and that causes him to freak out and realize that he, you know, might have messed up a little bit, and that causes him to lose his turn entirely. Usually the effect is a little less impactful than that. It's usually like your party gets a 1 stack of a buff, or they get like 1 stack of a debuff. But occasionally you'll get stuff like that where they just lose their opportunity to act entirely. So unfortunately, we are forced to kill our childhood best friend, Issachar, and we find out that the Black Samurai is further on in the forest, and so we go to confront her, because we're a little upset about the whole burning our childhood home to the ground and being forced to kill our best friend. And here we find a Strange Journey reference. The most terrifying thing that you can conceive of.
Yeah, for some reason, the Black Samurai is wearing the armor from the Strange Journey game. And we get here and she basically mocks us for being close-minded and tells us to come to the underground, which we have no idea what that means. And then a bunch of Lilum shows up and charms everybody. And we are out of commission for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, charm is so powerful, it's not even an ailment in this game, and so because of that, we just kind of collapse.
And there's another dream sequence that looks like a barren wasteland. Looks more like a Machin Tensei map than anything else. And Steven shows up to talk more about his neutral propaganda, and we turn to the east here. If you go the other way,
the game doesn't actually tell you that you're facing north, which is always I find to be funny.
And we get more dialogue with the little girl.
Yeah, we find out that she's some sort of goddess that seeks to be revived, and that her being revived will bring peace to the world or something.
Yeah, now that I think about it, this game has so many dream sequences, like even for SMT standards, it's like dialed up to the 11.
Yeah, it has one more after this one, and then I think we're good on dream sequences, but that's still a grand total of like 5 or 6. But it is like right after this one, humorously enough. So yeah, we find out that us, Jonathan, and Walter all passed out because of how hot the Lilims were. And then so Isabeau was kind of left alone to sort of fend for herself until we woke up. And so we report to Hope and to everyone else what's happened and what the Black Samurai said about come to the underground and everything. And we find this news to be pretty disturbing. If you like look around the game's world, there's like a monolith plaza that you can go to that tells the story about basically in the early days of Mikado, there was a group of individuals they called the Unclean Ones that waged war against them, and that those Unclean Ones were basically sealed deep beneath the earth. And we find out that because of that, the Black Samurai might be from this land of the Unclean Ones. And we have another dream sequence where we see Walter and he's like, dude, go to the underground. It'll be sweet, I promise. And Jonathan's like, no, don't do it. Don't go underground. It'll be bad. You'll change everything.
Yeah, it seems like the game is setting up for a big decision, but you actually have no choice but to go to the underground, so...
Yeah, we wake up, find out there's an emergency meeting kind of addressing everything that happened before. And at the meeting, the church mandates, hey, all of the samurai are to be deployed to the underground to chase after this Black Samurai character.
Well, have you heard anything? No idea. I'm not sure.
Supposedly, the church is also very interested in the relics and technology of the Unclean Ones. They're supposedly like a very technologically advanced race of people. And so we're like, oh, this is probably an excuse for the corrupt Abbot Hugo to get access to their technology, but, you know, whatever. Boss's orders.
Oh, before that we
don't forget to go to the tavern.
Yeah, I sell stuff before that.
Okay,
but,
cool. Just making sure.
Yeah.
The plot flag to continue the game is to go to the tavern and to accept a quest. And if you don't do that, you'll get to the door to the next boss, which is at the deepest point in Naraku, and then be unable to continue.
Oh, that's what I meant. Yeah, it's very unfortunate if that happens, because walking all the way back from the bottom floor of Naraku is kind of a pain.
Yeah, it takes at least 5 minutes to walk down there, and so it's one of those things that, like, everyone who's ran this game has done it at least once, and it always is very unfortunate when it happens. But we're all like, yeah, you know what, let's go after the Black Samurai, let's all do it. So we agree not only to do it, and then to travel, and then we decide to travel together.
Yeah, so we're
going to see...
Yeah, it's a rare actual speedrunning trick in a JRPG, well, SMT game. These games usually don't, at least the modern ones, don't have that many glitches or tricks that you can do, but here you can actually, since the layout of Naraku is built, there's multiple floors on top of each other, so you can actually clip through the floor in this very specific location and head all the way down. So we're gonna be doing that.
Yeah, quickly changing the camera to that high angle view we talked about before that allows us to see the ground. And now we're falling into the void. So basically this room here over to the side you can see on the map is meant as a shortcut for you to take in the fourth stratum of this door that this area is behind is locked. In the fourth stratum of Naraku, you can find the key to Naraku that opens up this door, and this door is has a pit in it that is a shortcut to back to the fourth stratum. So if you're going in and out of Naraku a lot, you don't have to walk all the way to the fourth stratum every single time. However, because we're able to just kind of get ourselves to fall out of bounds, we're able to pop back behind that door and skip backtracking all the way down to the fourth stratum. There we picked up an item called the Red Earring. Earrings are your accessory slots in this game, and they all carry with them basically a passive skill as an ability. So the Red Earring, in addition to giving us some HP and MP just by virtue of being an accessory, also has the ability Life bonus on it. So in addition to getting some HP and MP from it, which is cool, it also boosts our maximum HP by 10%. And since this game can be rather explosive in nature, it's nice to just have a little bit more HP to add our survivability. And we'll be running that Red Earring for about half of the run almost, up until we can start to get access to some elemental boosters. Here we're going to be doing some more fusions. There is a rather infamous and challenging boss fight coming up, and we need to fuse our party to accommodate for it. The big things that we're looking for here in this fusion is that we want demons with over 100 HP, just for that extra level of survivability. Really, for this fight, you either want tanky demons or you want demons that resist physical. Since we are only level 9 at this point, we did grab Fusion Booster 1 there so we can fuse demons up to level 10. We don't really have access to the ladder. The only physical resistant demon that we have access to at this point is Lam Dirg, and he's level 1. If you were to grind to a bit of a higher level, you could fuse Phrygian at level 11 or 12. But that's not... that's pretty slow. So instead, we're just fusing some tankier demons. And in addition to that, we're also making sure that we have access to the ability Medea. Medea is a full party HP heal just to cap up because this boss can do some pretty nasty area of effect damage. We're also going to be fusing everyone's favorite piggy here, Zetunshe, who is not only pretty tanky, has a 180 HP, which is quite a lot for this point in the game, but also he nulls Gun, which isn't going to be useful for this fight, but is going to be pretty essential for the boss fight that's immediately following it. So we might as well, since we need tanky demons for this fight, might as well fuse our piggy friend now and use him for this fight. This game does have the unfortunate quirk that because there's no vitality stat that gives you HP, and because magic doesn't determine your MP at all. That's interesting. Demons just have a predetermined amount of HP and MP and have a set, like, individualized HP and MP growth. And Atlas decided in their infinite wisdom that any demon that is a physical demon should have a lot of HP, but should not have very much MP, and vice versa for magical demons. And then there's some demons that are a little bit more balanced than that. This is, of course, a little bit silly, because in this game you need MP to use physical abilities. So, that's cool. But, it does mean that we end up with situations like Zetunsha here, who has 180 HP and 35 MP. So here, there's a door, giant, scary, ominous door with a warning that says, hey, whatever you do, don't go past here, or you will die. And we're like, oh, that sounds spooky. Let's go past here, because we kind of have to. And it's time for everyone's favorite boss fight from this game. This is the Matador of SMT4, or like the Hydra of 5 vanilla.
Yeah, pretty infamous.
It's your boy.
Awesome design as well.
Oh yeah, this design goes so hard. I love this design so much. It's your boy Minotaur. Now come, samurai. Put on a good show. So this fight here, he does a lot of very devastating physical attacks. What we're going to be doing is we are going to be setting up some buffs, not because we necessarily want the buffs themselves, but because it sets a flag with his AI, where on his first turn, if he detects that you are like attack and defense positive, he will use an ability called Warcry. Warcry lowers your attack and your defense by 1 stage. And so we utilize 2 Tarukajas and 2 Rakukajas, which is a defensive buff, to get ourselves to +2. This will, oh, that's unfortunate. This will cause him to use Warcry, then use Onikagura, which is a physical ability that just murdered our pig there, and then use Warcry again so that we are able to get out of the first turn completely neutral in our attack and defense, and also get him to not hurt us much in the, during his first turn.
Yeah, that defensive smirk is nice, so hopefully Flynn gets targeted here, or Apsara's smirk.
Ooh, Apsara's having that smirk as well is really nice. So we have 2 party members that should hopefully be able to dodge.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
very nice. She dodged like 2 hits from Lapis Strike there. Ideally, we would not have a dead pig, and we would have been able to get that prompt there on the second turn. That "Do the Samurai Have No Limits" prompt gives him 1 stack of Secunda, which is an accuracy evasion debuff. Secunda and Sukuka. Oh, that's okay. It's still, we could win.
My damage is gonna be so low that it's gonna be very difficult, but if I smirk here defensively, then maybe... I don't like the look of this, I'm probably dead.
Yeah.
Oh. There was a chance.
Gets our hopes up right before killing us.
Yeah.
Sukukaja and Secunda in this game is a little bit weird in that it does a little bit more for your accuracy than it does for your evasion. So the idea behind that is we want to rush getting the Secunda on him as soon as possible so he can hopefully start missing us. Because theoretically, Onikagura does have a lower than average accuracy. So the problem with Labyrinth Strike is that it's a boss unique skill, so we don't really actually know how strong it is. And then the SMT wiki just straight up lies about how strong the ability is. Because if you've ever seen the SMT wiki entry for this boss fight, you'll see that Labyrinth Strike is listed as mega physical damage. Mega is not a damage tier in this game. You have light, medium, heavy, and severe. Mega is not a damage tier, and the only other skill that it says does mega damage is Shout Not Resist, or on the one of the final bosses, which also is a boss unique skill and is also not that strong. Labyrinth Strike is probably medium damage, which is still really strong for this point in the game. The bigger issue is just the fact that he has a very high strength stat, and his AI likes to use the ability Charge before he uses Labyrinth Strike, and Charge boosts the damage of your next physical or gun attack by 2.5 times. So he could use, like, Needle Shot and have it charged, and it would probably kill you in 1 hit.
Yeah, so the early game of this game is pretty brutal in the speedrun, as you can see. Dying to this guy over and over again, having the Naga fight, having the recruits, having all of that nonsense. There's so many things that can go wrong here.
Yeah, thankfully, like, things have been going well up to this point, knock on wood, but he's decided he is done with that.
Yeah, my turn order has been pretty bad here. Ideally, you want to get 2 Tarukajas and 2 Rakukajas up in the first turn, as well as, you know, maximum damage from your Bufu, but my turn order has not been great on the second turn. We'll see if it's better now. Okay, this looks
one thing
good.
One thing of note is when you're smirked, you do have the equivalent of, like, the game just secretly gives you +3 Tarukaja. The game doesn't advertise this to you anywhere, but we've had people that can, like, look into the game's code and have kind of figured that out. So ideally what we want to do is that as soon as we get a smirk on... Oh, it's Walter time! Okay, thankfully he charged on that turn, so he didn't actually do anything, but... Ideally, when Flynn gets a smirk, we throw a Bufula stone. We picked up one in the chest. Bufula is the moderate damage ice ability. Ideally, we would throw a Bufula stone on him to maximize the damage potential from that we can do, so we can get through his dialogue prompts quicker. like I mentioned earlier, once he gets his second dialogue prompt, the "Do the samurai have no limits?" He gets a stack of secunda on him, which will hopefully, theoretically, lower his accuracy, so we can start getting some dodges.
Okay, please hit Apsaras. Okay, good. Alright, this attempt looks promising now.
Also,
Hopefully
since
we
we've
get
gotten
some
to hear it
smokes.
quite a bit, this boss theme is fantastic. There's a reason why, even though, like, this game did fairly well by SMT standards, but if you look up Battle B2 on YouTube, this track has, like, I think at this point almost 8 million listens on it. Come on, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're never safe until you win the fight, because Minotaur is capable of
Yeah.
literally just doing that at any point in the fight.
He was so low HP that I was surprised that I wasn't able to even kill him there. He must have been like only like less than 100 HP there.
Yeah, this boss has a surprisingly large and arbitrary amount of HP. For reference, Minotaur has 2,706 HP. 2,706 HP on this boss. So he is very tanky. For reference, the final bosses of the game only have about 6,000 HP per phase. So he has like half the HP of the final bosses, and he's the first real boss of the game. Something that we kind of have the option of doing if John chooses to do so, I usually personally don't, is that you could use Rakukaja with Apsaras and hope that it makes the damage rolls a little bit more in your favor. It's very much one of those, like, well, maybe it'll help sorts of strats that typically
Yeah,
it's just better to try to kill her as quickly.
Yeah, I don't usually do that. It's just this fight is just RNG roulette basically. Unfortunately.
Most of the boss after Minotaur have I actually don't know. Let me check. According to the SMT Wiki TM, she has 2,834.
Alright, hopefully I get another smirk here. If you get 2 smirks, then your defensive survivability is a lot better. Okay, well, Apsaras, well, that's smirk. Oh boy. Oh. I am
well,
dead.
the good news,
next
he didn't
turn.
kill you well smirked. On the bad news, if he hits you, you're probably dead.
Yeah, so...
We really need a defensive smirk here, and unfortunately Flynn smirked early.
Yeah.
There is no way to retain smirk in this game. Smirk ends after your next turn, unlike in 4 Apocalypse, where you are, where you can hold on to smirk for a few actions.
Prepared.
Oh, alright, here goes nothing. Okay, thankfully Walter tanked the charge, but then Flynn just got punched in the
Well,
face.
defense is
I
fine. mean, maybe Kremlin MVP. I'm out of MP though, so punch.
Well, auto battle and pray. Oh no, Walter's gaming.
Oh.
Walter for lethal, let's go! Walter has avenged himself of all the memes. 13 years of memes. So Flynn dying there isn't the end of the world. It does mean that John is going to have to kill, like, 1 random encounter as soon as we get past the next boss. But that's not that big of a deal. That's a fight that you would rather win the fight than worry about whether it was perfect or
With
not.
how badly those Minotaur attempts went, I'm willing to go out of my way to fix that. It's fine.
Yeah, and the random encounters in the next area are pretty easy to kill, so it's, like, not that big of a deal.
Yeah. I'm just happy we are out of there for now.
We did it, yeah.
Alright, so we move on a little bit and we come to this kind of workers' quarters area and we find a gun.
For his neutral special, Flynn uses a gun.
Yeah, and we don't know what it is. It's just a relic to us because we've never seen it before, but our helpful Burroughs AI scans it for us and tells us it's a gun and it shoots projectiles called bullets. And yeah, we'll move on a bit further. We're gonna collect a couple good things here. You get a light grimoire that gives EXP, a percentage EXP. When
I think
you
it's
use
like
it,
1/6 of a way to a level up in this one.
yeah, it's not a huge amount, but it's helpful for a couple of EXP breakpoints that we want. We also come across this kind of terminal. There's multiple of these located throughout the game. You can fast travel between these terminals, and we get to name it, but I don't think I have a good name in mind, so...
Mothman.
Actually, yeah, that's a good one.
So the game defaults to the Mikado terminal, which is probably the terminal that makes sense because it's the terminal in Mikado. However, in honor of the mascot of the SMT-RTA speedrunning community, we're naming it the Mothman terminal. I'm actually like mildly impressed that the game does let you name things like that, because I know some other RPGs are like very much like prevent you from naming objects or characters after things that are already in the game, but hey, it's all good fun.
Yeah. So we'll go back and heal for free at the barracks in Mikado since my whole
Everyone is dead.
ate, yeah, my whole party ate dirt basically in that fight, so do need to recover everybody. And then we'll go back.
And then immediately afterwards we have another boss fight that's also scary.
Yeah, that's the second infamous boss fight of the game, and after you get past that, the level curve or the difficulty curve of the game goes down like significantly.
Yeah, this game's difficulty curve is very infamous for being just
It's very front-loaded, yeah.
Yeah. Because I feel like most people that have played this game got massively walled at either Minotaur or Medusa or both. This is the cutscene, by the way, that doesn't remove enemies. This is the cutscene teaching you about the Street Pass feature, and it does not actually despawn any enemies, which is
Street Pass
something
is a
that you can
feature,
sometimes forget and then get ambushed.
Yeah, Street Pass is a feature on the 3DS that lets you like connect with other players, but it's a bit of a relic at this point.
Yeah, I think the way that it functions is, aside from the fact you can get play coins to pay to revive yourself if you game over, you can like save a favorite demon, and then you can like give that favorite demon to people that happen to Street Pass you. But yeah, a lot of people that have played this game usually have stories about how they got massively walled at either Minotaur or Medusa, or both, and then like breezed through basically the rest of the game up until like fairly late on. Pluto and Kenji are usually the next boss that people say walls them. But here we have a bit of a reveal.
What is this? There are stars below us.
It's lovely.
So as it turns out, the country of the Unclean Ones was actually the post-apocalyptic city of Tokyo this whole time. There's an entire city just underneath Mikado.
Yeah. So goodbye high fantasy and welcome to the post-apocalyptic.
Also surprised we were secretly playing Etrian Odyssey this whole time.
Right,
Atlas
so we-
really, really likes this twist. And it's a great twist every time it comes up, but they really like this twist.
Yeah, this area looks like one of those demon domains, and there's weird, like, statue-looking, like stone statue-looking things. I wonder what's that all about.
Yeah. Especially, they all look terrified for some reason.
Surely nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, just ignore the fact that we're just saving in this one random location. And our next fight is... we run into everyone's favorite Gorgon, Medusa.
Yeah, so she is weak to Zahn, and she hits pretty hard with gun and has some annoying ailment skills. But yeah, hopefully this goes a bit better than the fight with Minotaur.
The good thing with this fight specifically is that we do have a very solid preventative measure against some of her damage. Our piggy friend here, Zatunsha, is completely immune to gun, and she primarily uses gun. She also has access to some electric abilities. But if it comes down to it, if worst comes to worst, Zatunsha is capable of 1v1ing Medusa. It's a little slow, but it is very funny, and it's something that can happen. So at least like this fight, that's unfortunate. This fight does have some level of like ability to be won, even if that happens.
Yeah, we're gonna give it a try at least, but that's most likely gonna be a lost fight, but technically we can still win, so...
Alright, everyone in chat, I need you all to, I need you all to call out shoot the pig. Shoot the pig. Shoot the pig. Shoot the pig.
Yeah, there's still a chance.
Not enough!
Ideally, Apsara survives for a few more turns, so I can actually have some damage, but okay.
She shot the pig.
Yeah... Alright, well, now
Shoot
it's just...
the pig! Shoot the pig!
Aw,
Ah, darn.
worth a try. Although
I
that
have
fight-
had it happen before where I've been able to 1v1 Medusa with that exact setup before.
Yeah, the other annoying thing about if that happens so early is that you have to... the fight will take like 5 minutes where you just punch. Because we
Yeah,
didn't
there
even
are
get to the
two,
second dialogue option yet, so...
Yeah, there are 2 dialogue prompts in that, and the second one gives her a defensive debuff, which is actually pretty nice to have if that happens. But you can only get dialogue prompts if Flynn is alive, so him dying turn 1 was very not ideal. The other nice thing about this fight compared to Minotaur is that she actually does respect your buffs a little bit more than he does. So any Raku Kajas or Taru Kajas that we use on this first turn will help us throughout the whole fight.
Yeah, she's definitely easier than Minotaur on paper, at least.
Take this!
Oh, I should have Rakukajet there again. Yeah. Oh, I got hit with the
got hit
Smirk.
with Smirk,
That's unfair.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we said, Smirk is only an 85% dodge. Only an 85% dodge chance.
Hopefully I recover from my... Nope.
That's for Apocalypse, where if you pick a dialogue option, there's a bit where she gets really mad at you and gets a censored swear at you. Nice 1 HP in a dream, love to see it. Each of these like little bits of dialogue happen roughly every 25% HP.
Well, thanks for the heal. Didn't help though, but I appreciate it.
All right, shoot the pig! Shoot the pig!
We're smirking. Ow, 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 ow.
Ah,
These fights
even
are
killed
really
Isabeau
not.
for the BM.
Yeah, these fights are really not behaving today.
Yeah, unfortunately, these fights are also like some of the longer fights in the game too. So dying to them like that is a little unfortunate.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
these are the worst fights to die to in the run, but these are still not ideal.
Yeah. This is by far the worst these fights have ever gone for me. Like, in one attempt. I think we're like 5 deaths now combined. I don't think I've ever
I feel like
died
I've
that
had a
many times.
marathon run that I had about this same amount of bad luck with them, but it's definitely an unusually bad, an unusually rough time with these fights. But nothing that John is doing is causing this. It's just the game has just decided that it wants violence. I combined chooses blood and or chose violence and wants blood.
Yeah, I choose to believe that this is somehow Sion's fault. I think he's still cursing the SMT runs.
Yeah, Sion has cursed all of the SMT runs for the entire marathon.
Take this!
Shoot the pig!
Nice recovery. Okay. It's actually the first time we had a good turn 1 where something didn't go horribly wrong immediately.
Finally didn't just instant murder someone.
Nice smirks. Come on.
Alright, we got 2 smirks and a pig. Let's go.
Yeah, so if the fight goes like this, then there's no problem, but as you saw before, it doesn't always go like this.
Yeah, it's one of those silly things with this game where, like, these fights are either just miserable, or, like, I've had marathon runs where I've 0 damaged Minotaur before. Like, literally did not touch me at all.
Yeah.
And so you just get, like, ridiculous extremes. I do really like this run, it is really fun, but these fights are a little stupid. Alright, her HP is red.
There we go.
Yeah, we did it!
And that time it was completely free when the 2 other attempts were unwinnable, so welcome to SMT.
Yeah, literally did
speedrunning.
not do, like, anything to you that whole fight.
Level 10 is... that's magic, right? Yeah.
Level 10's magic because of
then after that
9
is...
ability.
Yep.
Yeah. Normally what I like to do for this run is, since we do want to be leveling agility every once in a while, I just have... Forgot about the screaming.
I need...
Is that levels, basically levels, multiples of 5 are usually just agility levels, because that's easy to remember. But because we want the extra agility to make sure that MC can outspeed Gremlin, since Gremlin's rather fast, we have level 9 be an agility level, so we're just fixing that.
Alright, so we finally made it to Tokyo proper.
And now that we've made it out of Naraku, I actually have to dip out for a little bit. A bit of a work shift going on. But I will be back in about 3 hours, so I'll be around for the really fun. I was around for the really fun parts. I will miss the really fun parts, but I'll be back for the really fun parts.
Alright, sounds good.
Either way, I'll Catch y'all later. Best of luck, John. You got this, and I'll see you in a couple hours.
Alright, so we made it to the world map. This is where a majority of the game will be taking place. But yeah, I forgot about this cutscene actually. We still have this cutscene beforehand.
So this is the Unclean One's country. It seems rather dreary. From above, I had thought it to be beautiful.
These gray, square towers everywhere. Like a cemetery lined with great tombstones.
Yeah. I bet Hugo basically calls us, this is Tokyo, aka the Unclean One's country. And basically tells us to find Black Samurai here. And also, if we find any relics, to bring them to him, which was kind of his ulterior motive the entire time. Yeah, this is the world map. And majority of the game is taking place throughout different regions of Tokyo, so we go through this world map section to make our way to different cities, or different parts of Tokyo, basically. Grab this Bomb of Rising, since we want to sell that for money later. Oh, that's a really unfortunate spawn. Can I get away? Please let me get away. Escape chance is 62%. Okay, thank you. That spawned like right in front of me. Alright, we'll pick up a beat chain here as well before we make our way to Ueno. Or speed, not a beat chain, sorry. Alright. Oh, this is the first like a small town we come across in Tokyo. There's gonna be a multiple of these. Each small city has a terminal that you can use to fast travel between them, and most of them also have a Hunters Association, which is basically the Tokyo equivalent of the tavern that we visited before in the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, where you can pick up side quests and heal and gather information from the patrons and other stuff like that. One thing to note about these terminals is that they are usually guarded by a demon summoner, so if you go into it you will end up in a fight, so we'll do that a bit later, not quite yet. And this is the Hunters Association. So in Tokyo there are these demon hunters, or they're basically like mercenaries that do a bunch of tasks that are like the side quest stuff that is happening around Tokyo, and fighting demons that reside here, since Tokyo is currently overrun with demons. Right, we'll pick up the side quest here. Actually, no, I forgot to talk to the patron. So I'm gonna talk to the cold man. And he tells us about a quest in Shinobasu Pond called Paleia, which we will go and fight. There is one thing that we didn't do, but if you go and try to get across a certain river to the next area, you will be blocked off by a bunch of kelpies. So in order to get past them, we need to bring them the head of Paleia. So we'll go and do that right now. Unfortunately, I don't have Masio yet, which would make the next fight a lot easier, but I can manage without it, hopefully.
Burrows.
gonna save. The trigger is like right, yeah, right here. So the first you have to fight a horde of Morios who are weak to electric, and after you defeat them, you have to fight Palea, aka the man in a ghillie suit. Don't have Mazio, so I'm just gonna have to use Zio instead. Sorry, they're not weak to Zio, but we'll target them with Zio. In this game, Tarukachi also buffs your magic. I don't think we mentioned that. They have instant kill Mudo spells, so hopefully they don't use that. Okay, it's fine. Ideally, I can pass around the Kremlin. Yeah. Alright. This guy is weak to Agi, so we'll do that. We also have one Aguilar stone, which we can use, which is basically just tier 2 magic. Hopefully keep everybody alive for this, and then Aguilar Stone for a bit more damage while I'm smirking. Since the damage from the smirk is percentage based, the boost you get, it's beneficial to use your elemental stones on while you're smirking. Right, and he should be dead this turn, or maybe he's not. He's on the red though, so he should be dead anyway, I think. Even with that miss. Unless I whiff again somehow. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay. Cool. At least one fight went reasonably well on this run. So now my Gremlin is going to... Or did he level up? Not quite. Okay, I do need the Mazio, and also Flynn is a bit behind on EXP because he died against Minotaur, so I do need to take a fight next. In a lot of SMT games, using a Ma skill that is basically a multi-target skill, they usually have lower damage than the single target skill, but in this game that's not the case. Mazio still does the same amount of damage per hit, like in one hit, as Zio, so we can now basically upgrade our Zio into Mazio, which we will need for a couple of fights. Media into life bonus? No, thank you. So now we have Pelea's head with us. Right, so I am going to save and take this fight for EXP.
I will aid you.
That actually wasn't as much as I was thinking. It's fine. I have more chances to take fights. I thought that would give a bit more than 100, but... Importantly, I leveled up to 12, so that's all that matters for now.
What's your pleasure?
Alright, so we're gonna accept this quest called Deliver the Film. This is one of the quests that is needed for the neutral ending. So we're gonna do that while we are in Ueno to get the EXP early. We'll go head back to the pond area. Gonna sell a few things so we have money for fusions in a little bit. I got an extra bead there as a drop, which is nice. So this is Nozomi. She's a recurring character in the neutral storylines. A bunch of these optional side quests are connected to her in one way or another, including this one. She plays a bit of a bigger role in For Apocalypse,
Burrows.
but she still has a small part to play in the neutral ending of this game. So now we are ready to head on over to the terminal and clear that out. We also heard about this place called Kasumi Kaseki while we were in the bar, which is basically a base for the demon counter force. So basically a bunch of hunters who are allied together to defeat the demons that are around in Tokyo. There's a couple other factions we learn about in a little bit later. Before we do this fight, I am going to fuse myself a Oni.
Well then, now.
Critical wave. So, okay. Oni is a pretty good demon. He's just pretty bulky with no weaknesses. We gave him Mazio as well. From Gremlin.
I'm detecting a...
So, like I mentioned earlier, we find a hunter here who summons a few Kopas and a Karasu. They're weak to electric, so this fight is not too bad as long as we survive turn 1, which we did not. I think we still have enough damage to one turn this, so it should be fine. Apsara's missing out on that EXP is not a big deal. But now we can fast travel to Ueno, which we will be doing quite a few times throughout the run. A lot of the side quests in this game are tied to specific Hunters Association, so you need to pick them up in the relevant city, so we'll come here a few times to pick up some quests. I'm gonna go back to the back and heal real quick though, because Apsara's died. You want him alive for the next section. So now that we have Kelpie's head collected, we are able to get through the area that was blocked off by the Kelpies. Head over there right now, and that opens up another section of the Tokyo map, basically. Navigation on the Tokyo map is quite tricky. There's no like markers about where you need to go next in this game. They added that to 4A, so if you're playing casually for the first time, it's not uncommon to be completely lost trying to find where you need to go, since nothing is basically marked here. On the overworld, we are going to be using the save and load trick to get through some of these encounters that cannot be bypassed by sidestepping them, so we need to do a save and load here as well. This is Kazumi Kaseki, so the counter demon for space, basically. Thank you for the good luck. Well, this is another fight where you might be able to one-turn this fight if you're lucky and get good smirks. But, where did I? Ah, there we go. Right, I chose the wrong option. There we go. Oh, this guy is weak to force and ice. So if he gets a turn, we might die. If we get good smirks, then we can hopefully avoid that. We're gonna be taunting him, which reduces his defense by 2 stages, but also buffs his attack. Which makes it a bit scary. I got a good defensive smirk there, though. Only Flynn's EXP really matters here, so it's good that he has the smirk. Okay, and Jonathan gets the last hit. Nice. Very helpful, Jonathan. Don't need Fangbreaker. We'll hop up real quick over here to pick up a Balm of Rising. It sells for 3k, I believe, if I'm not misremembering. We'll be selling most of our MP recovery and revival items in the early game. And in this room we find one of these armors that looks like Black Samurai's armor. It's a bit odd that there's just a few of these lying around in this one storage room. And Burroughs also seems to be quite stumped by it. And even though this is a counter base for the demon counter force, there's like nobody here. This base is basically abandoned. We also picked up a ID card that we can use to get to this room, which is basically the command post area, but yeah, it's abandoned. Yeah, we get another directive from the monastery to find relics. They really want to have access to the foreign technology that is used in the underground Tokyo. There's not a terminal here, so there's a boss fight as well. Oh, it's more of a forced encounter than an actual boss. This fight is not too bad. It's a horde, so Masio does a very nice amount of damage. We're not able to one-turn this, but if you do enough damage, they will just focus on healing, basically, so you're quite safe in this fight. They just use Dia and stuff. And then on the second turn, you can easily blast them. So not too bad. I'm level 15, so that means more agility. Concentrate. Well, that would have been nice to have, I guess. The skill mutations in this game can be kinda good because they can change into basically like anything. You can get like pretty good stuff in the early game as well. Even in Narak you can get stuff like Resist Fizz, and then you can, you know, fuse that onto a bunch of demons that are not supposed to have it at that point. That makes like, if you happen to get that one, then like you can build with Minotaur pretty easily. For speedrun we can't really do that since our money is limited, and so going off route for the fusions makes your money basically run out too quickly. Can't really diverge too much from the set fusion path that we have. But for casual playthroughs it's fun to mess around with that kind of stuff. So that's basically all there is to the Kazumi Gaseki area for now. And yeah, there's no indication on the world map at this point about where to go next. I think the game tells you to go to Shinjuku, I think, but finding Shinjuku can be a bit difficult. Also love me some save and loading. There's this guy here that operates a boat on the river basically, but it costs you 500 maka to get a ride from him. And then there's another poison swamp. Just wanna head west here. Oh. Enemies on the overworld map can also charge at you like that, so if you're not paying attention you might end up in an encounter. They can't do that in SMT4A, but in this game they actually can move. So here we meet this schoolgirl called Hikaru. That's a bit odd. She seems very much out of place walking all around here in these demon-infested areas. Not suspicious at all. She gives us some information regarding Black Samurai because she somehow knows about that as well. So she tells us about a bookstore in the Ikebukuro region. So we'll head on over there in a little bit. But first we'll... If you try to go to Ikebukuro now, there's basically a giant wall of fire that blocks your way. And you need to find a way past that. But yeah, we don't need to go there to find that out since we already know, since we have played this game through a few times. So we can already do the requirements that are needed to get through that. This is a side quest. We just accept it now and then return it later when it's convenient. Bit of a delivery quest basically. Wait. So it's a new town with new challenge quests. In order to get through the Wall of Flames, we basically need this kind of talisman. And in order to get that talisman, we need to do a specific challenge quest. So it's one case of having to do basically it's an optional quest, but it's made mandatory by the game. So we're gonna be accepting that. It's corpse disposal. So in order to access this region of Shinjuku, you need to accept this quest. This man who's part of the Ashura guy, let's just go past. Since this area is controlled by Ashura guy, we learn a little bit more about them once the game progresses. But there's a bunch of these zombies in this area that we need to defeat. They're weak to fire and are not too bad to kill. We should basically one-turn all of these fights without too much of a problem. In total, there are 7 of them scattered throughout the streets in this section of Shinjuku. And now that I'm level 16, I can do a fusion.
Burrows.
Save the game, of course, because this game does have a decently high chance of fusion accidents, and every fusion accident is basically a reload. Get myself a fusion booster too, so the limit for fusions level is increased by 2.
Welcome. Well then. Now,
Archangel. Posumudi is a skill that removes poison. It's quite useful when we go through many poison swamps that are scattered throughout Tokyo. And then we'll fuse Tobio. Tobio learns or has already Sanma at level 15, so we can, when we whisper that onto Flynn, he gets the higher tier magic skill already quite early. So Tobio is very good for that. So this crossing here only has 1 zombie that we need to fight, and then here in this screen we have 2 of them. They can inflict poison ailments if they get turned, so I'm just gonna be saving before each one because it can get quite annoying. And, you know, just in case something goes terribly wrong. Which it really shouldn't, but you never know. This quest does give you quite a lot of EXP as well. It's like 2.7, 2.5k
Burrows.
for each zombie you defeat, and there's 7 of them. So that does add up. Also, one thing to note about this game is that when you level up, you and your if your demons level up or the main character level up, they get their HP and MP fully recovered for completely free.
Left.
In 4A, you would need to buy an app for that, but in this game, you have that by default, which is very nice. These are snare traps, they lock you in place. Enemies can also attack you while you're stuck in them. They are in set locations, so you can avoid them if you know where they are, but they can be a bit difficult to avoid sometimes, even if you know where they are located. There we go, we get Zanma. Gonna be helpful. The next story boss that we fight is basically weak to wind or force, whatever you wanna call it.
3 targets left.
So having Zanma for that is quite nice. Oh, that's an unfortunate miss. Okay, fine.
Two targets left.
I think there's a snare here if I'm not mistaken. Or it might be on the next screen. Just in case, save and load. Yeah, it's right there. So 2 more corpses left to clean up. They are located in area that you can get through if you go through this small underground tunnel. So that is where we will be heading. Yeah, that's why you usually save a load. I tried to create that. Some enemy types you can juke if you a bit easier than others. That one was basically impossible to juke with the area that I had. I should have just save and loaded that, but well, worth a try, I guess.
Burrows.
But yeah, there's like there's multiple different enemy types. Some are just annoying like that, they just track you down. Some just charge straight at you that are a lot easier to get around. Oh, that's fine. Alright, so 1 more left.
Only 1 target left.
Wait, it's over here, yeah. Had to think for a second. Oh, that one is another enemy. Some enemies are also faster than you, which is, you know, very fun. Those you cannot pay. If they target you, you can't really avoid them because they will chase you down. After we defeat this corpse, it's followed up by a mini boss fight, which is not too difficult with our setup. We should be able to one-turn that. A Stoma Sword is a skill that lets you hit enemies with your sword, and if they're 10 levels lower than you, the encounter gets nullified, so you don't have to fight them. We're not gonna be using it that much on regular enemies, since a lot of enemies that spawn usually spawn in groups, so they're impossible to avoid anyway, but on the world map it's very good. So this is Dullahan. She is weak to Zeo, and when we use Taunt, we should be able to finish her off in 1 turn if we don't miss. There we go. You get a choice here to finish her off or to not finish her off. That gives you points towards either law or chaos alignment. So there's a... We need to control our alignment in a way where it doesn't... the way you get neutral ending is if in this game is if your alignment basically falls between either -8 or +8. If you go like too heavily into chaos or law, like over the +8 margin or -8 margin, then you will get either law or chaos ending, depending on which side you end up on. So we basically, if you pick like top option for most things, and you can your alignment works out pretty nicely in a way where you end up on neutral by the end of it. Unfortunately, this game also has a very stupid thing where the final alignment choice in the main story basically gives you +10 or -10 depending on what you pick. So if you are too neutral, basically at 0, and then you select one of the options, you're like too neutral to end up on neutral, which is very silly. Alright, now that we're done with the corpse disposal, we can get the talisman from this guy. After we do him a favor and clean out the demon that is occupying the government metropolitan building. We'll accept this quest and do this later. It's one delivery quest again. That's needed for the neutral ending. Same with this quest. Same deal.
Burrows.
We'll get a agility innocence from here. So innocences are items that give you +3 towards the respective stat. They also fully heal you and your MP as well in this game, so they're quite useful. It's basically a bead, a Chakrapot, and a stat boost all in one. Very multi-purpose items.
I'm detecting a...
Once we get here, the game gives you an option to help the Ashurakai and defeat this Kuepiko. Or alternatively, you can side with Kuepiko and defeat the Ashurakai Tax instead. Which is what we will be doing, because fighting Kuepiko is kinda more annoying. And the other fight with against the Harpy hordes is basically completely free. They're weak to Elec, so Masio comes in clutch again. Tobio dying is fine. And that's it. not too bad. Got the talisman. So now we can actually get through the wall of flames and head to Ikebukuro. Before that though, we do need to unlock the terminal in Shinjuku. Since we did not do that yet, and that city does have a terminal in it. Unfortunately, unlocking the terminal can be quite challenging since it has a quite difficult fight in it. I think the current record for consecutive deaths in this fight in a single run is somewhere in the double digits. So depending on how this goes, we might need to give it a few tries.
Burrows.
We also want to collect this item on the roof. Or another bomb of rising. Just for the money. Gonna heal real quick though, since my Tobio did indeed die in the last fight. Also recovering MP for this fight is a good idea. Okay, so when we went to Kasumigaseki, we collected the armor of the Black Demonica. So we will be equipping that. Gets us a bit more survivability. Also switches our affinities, agility, incense. So instead of a fire weakness, we now have a force weakness, which is preferable. We need to shoot on she. Also use one agility incense. I used it on the wrong thing. Nice. I thought it would default to MC if we're being honest. Well, that's fine. I'll make up for that.
I'm detecting a
Oh, this is Ose. He hits very hard with physical attacks and he gets to attack first, which is why this fight is so volatile. He is weak to... Well, he's not weak to it, but we use Sun and basically just buff up and try to survive. So hopefully Archangel doesn't immediately die in the beginning of the next turn. This is a 2-turn fight. And it actually went really well. So, well, I shouldn't say that yet. Can still go wrong. Well, first try also. That's cannot complain about that. Shinjuku is another city that we will be visiting multiple times throughout the run. So definitely having the access to that terminal is important. Now we can go to Ikebukuro. Take a quick detour here to pick up a beat chain. Also for monetary reasons, we are not going to be using it in a fight, but do you want to have that for the money? There's an underground tunnel here that takes us to the Ikebukuro region. Okay. I can use Archangel to get rid of the poison now and heal up. So this is the wall of flames that we mentioned before. We saw Ashurakai earlier, which is one of the factions that is battling for control over Tokyo, and now we will meet the other major faction that is trying to do the same. So this is the Ring of Gaia. So Ashurakai is basically the law-aligned faction, and Ring of Gaia is the chaos-aligned faction. And yeah, with the talisman we can go through the area that was walled off before. We learn about this demon called Shiwang Mu that has been terrorizing this area, so we agree to help the Ring of Gaia in defeating her. And while we are here, we're gonna do this one part of the delivery quest. There's a lot of quests in this game that require you to take pictures and then deliver those pictures to the citizens of this Tokyo. That is a requirement for the neutral ending.
I'm detecting it.
So this is a domain. Shiwang Mu is here at the end once we make our way through this section.
Burrows.
Before we can fight Shiwang Mu, there's a mini boss with this cow thing. They resist fizz and they hit they can hit decently hard with fizz skills, so we'll just Zanamine buff up.
I hope you're prepared.
Okay, nice miss there. Actually, I'm gonna put... Right. That basically fixes my mistake with the agility instance, so I have my usual amount of agility. So, before fighting Shi Wang-mu, we're gonna do a couple of fusions. First off, we'll get Demon Skill 2.
What should we do, man?
And Fusion Booster 3.
What should we do, man?
That lets us fuse up to level 25. And then we'll immediately put that to good use and fuse ourselves a Senri. Who's another demon with Sanma. Like I mentioned before, Shi Wang-mu is a demon who is weak to Horus. So it will be useful. Gonna fuse a element. Elements in this game have a Pleroma skill which boosts the respective elemental skills by 1.3 times. So we fuse arrows and then we'll pass that force Pleroma on to other stuff. Kunda and Sun. Alright, and that's basically our party. So this is another one of those fights that can just straight up kill you. In the first phase, she doesn't take damage, but we need to hit her 3 times to get her into phase 2, so that's what we will be doing. We'll set up some buffs and attack her with force to get more press turns. We'll hit her twice here, and then our partner should get the third hit. Nice Merc.
How about this?
There we go. And then we'll get this cutscene where all of the Ring of Gaia members get kinda bodied. Shi Wang-mu eats them. Goga also tries to fight back, but she's also one of the casualties and gets eaten by Shi Wang-mu. So now what ends up happening is that Goga, even though she gets eaten, she will keep fighting Shi Wang-mu in her stomach. And that makes it so that we can actually fight the boss properly. Now she will actually start taking damage from our hits. So this has kind of like a story implication, so if you end up dying in this fight, the reset is gonna be very annoying. So ideally we don't end up in that situation. Oh, that might have been... Oh, that's not good. Okay. Even if you end up missing, you should still have enough damage, especially with these mercs. These mercs are really, really good. So not too worried about damage. That is a bit more worrying though. Can I still... Ah, good heal from Isabeau.
Take this!
Ah, not quite. So yeah, that can just happen. And since we have to retry the boss, we have to sit through all of that dialogue again. Unfortunately.
I'm detecting a...
Oh, why did I do that? I need to raccoon. Well, that's fine. I can fix that mistake. That's fine. There we go.
I'll end it thus.
Walter ended it thus. And then we get to watch the same dialogue again. And hopefully this time we can actually survive the first turn.
Take that!
Alright, this time nobody died, so we'll apply Taunt here, and she should go down this turn.
I'll end it thus.
Alright, barely. I think I was missing a Raccoonda there because it's not supposed to be that close damage-wise. But okay, no harm done. The reason we fused Asumi specifically is that we can get Ice Breath, which is a skill that we will be using for a few upcoming fights. It's one skill that used to be very prominently featured in the route, but since it's a random target skill that can hit either 1 times or up to 4 times, it's a bit unreliable in routing. So instead we will switch it to tier 2 Magic Bufula once we have access to that in a little bit, but it will serve us quite well for the next few fights that we do, since the next fights have some ice weak enemies in them. Right, so that is Shiwangmu down, and now we can actually head into the Ikebukuro proper, the actual city part. There is a snare here, so I need to make sure that I go to the left side. Oh, I was very slow there. Okay. 37% chance to run away, and it works every time.
Burrows.
Enjoy the Ikebukuro jams. So, another terminal, which means another fight.
I'm detecting a...
This is a one-turn fight that we can just Mazio down. I don't bother with healing because I don't have good way to do that right now, and this is a one-turn kill if everything goes like remotely fine. Barring a disaster, this is a one-turn fight, so... And Zenri learns Mazanma, which is a AoE version of Zanma, so we'll get that on MC as well. And before we go investigate the bookstore that was mentioned earlier, that Hikaru told us about, I'm gonna take a quick trip down the Mothman terminal and heal at the barracks. Since in Ikebukuro there's no Hunters Association, since it's run down. So I'll heal here instead. You could probably skip the heal, but nah, just in case. And another poison swamp. And while we are here, I'm going to take a picture for a quest later on. And the bookstore is located in this corner over here.
Burrows.
And surprise, surprise, it's a demon's domain. And we get blocked off by the horde of Lelams that also appeared in Kitsugeorgi Forest. So we'll need to take care of business here. Mazanma works really well for this, so this should be a one-turn fight. No way! This game also has the transform mechanic where your demons can evolve into stronger ones, so our Archangel should be about strong enough or high enough level now to evolve. After we get the EXP from the quest completion. So we captured the Black Samurai. And Archangel barely levels up like he is supposed to. This is Principality. It's important that we want to, or we get Principality at this point because we will be using a Archangel in a little bit. So if you have, if Principality, if you don't transform him into Principality, you cannot fuse another Archangel. So it is mandatory that he evolves at this point. And since we captured the Black Samurai, we are summoned back to the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, where we will be holding a public execution. So that is the next order of business.
How could she even dare to say such a thing?
What does she mean? What's she talking about?
And once she is demasked, she looks exactly like Sister Gabby, so that is odd. Whatever could that mean? And she says ominous things like she will resurrect them. None of it makes sense right now. After the execution is done, we get a summon to the monastery, where Sister Gabby explains that some members of the monastery has been caught and are being held at the Shinjuku National Park, and asks us to go and rescue them. So we have another reason to go back to Tokyo now. That's where we will be going next. So, Shinjuku it is. Before heading into the national park, we'll take a quick shopping trip here to get more money for fusions. And we'll buy a few helpful items like revival beads and these poisons. Just gonna sell a bunch. And the national park is right below us, so it will be quick to get into. So this is another dungeon type area. Even though a lot of the gameplay takes place inside these cities, there are still a few of these dungeons in the game as well. And also another wall of fire which prevented you from exploring this area too deeply earlier if you tried to come here. You need a Jure talisman to get through this. Before we head deeper though, we're gonna do a couple fusions again. Start by getting Shikome. Well then. Dwarf and McCoy. Then we'll make another Archangel. Centaur. Fist. Gotcha. And now that we have done all of that, we can do a special summon for a pretty good demon. So we'll do High Pixie. For special summons, you need specific demons to make that work. Which is why we also needed the Archangel. And done. Here we have a fight with Balor before we can enter the Kakome Tower. He's not weak to anything. We'll just use Ice Breath and hope we get more than one hit. You can one-turn that if you get lucky enough, but it's quite unlikely. That is unfortunate. It should be fine. That will delay my skill learning a little bit, but it's okay. Healing know-how is a passive ability that lets demons use healing spell items. By default, demons in this game cannot use any items, only MC can do that. So now we'll use a agility incense, which I apparently forgot to pick up somewhere. Okay, interesting. Where did I forget to pick that up? Shouldn't be too big of a deal, but we don't get the MP recovery without it, so... bit unfortunate. I picked up the one near the government building, but must have forgotten to pick up the other one. So Kagome Tower has a bunch of mini bosses and then a boss at the end. First off, we need to fight Murmur, who is weak to Bufu, so this shouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, not quite enough EXP to level MC up, so I do need to use items to recover his MP now. That's first of the fellows rescued. There are two more in the tower. I'm gonna use a one chakra drop, and that should be enough, hopefully.
Burrows.
Well, the next fight is against Gemori. She's also weak to ice.
I'm detecting a...
And her HP total is less than Murmur's as well, so it will be a quite quick fight here. And MC will also level up after this, so I get a full MP recovery, which is nice. Not the best hits. There we go. That is the second fellow rescued, and there is now one more left, and the actual boss of the dungeon as well. Oh, that was...
Pardon me.
Alright. 51% of the time, every time. I'm gonna save just in case here. There's gonna be a snare here. If you look at the wall, you might be able to avoid an enemy spawning. Nice. By doing that, you can prevent the enemy from spawning. If the enemy is there and you get hit by the snare, he will just run you down and you end up in a fight. Oh, this is Asmodeus. He is weak to Zahn. He likes to spam mana drain, which is a bit annoying, but the fight itself is not too difficult. A little fun fact about this fight is you can instant kill him with Hama if you happen to have it. But this is a two-turn kill anyway, so it's not really worth going for it in the speedrun, but it is something that can technically work. Yeah, and he goes down. That's why it's not really worth using Hama on him. Yeah, unfortunately Shikome didn't level up yet. Unless the quest EXP is enough. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's enough. Oh, we don't even get the quest EXP, never mind. You only get it later, I guess. The reason we want Shikome to level up is that she learns Camplaroma, which boosts the gun affinity skills by 1.3 times. But we can get it later, it's not the end of the world. We'll get a 10-point card here on the way out. These basically just give you 10 app points, which we will be using to unlock the fusion boosters and skill slots and whatnot throughout the run. You can get them in item form, it helps out a little bit.
Burrows.
So now that is done, we'll go back to Mikado to report our successful mission. There we go. Quest done. Amma for healing know-how. And you get Gunplaroma. Now she basically tells us that the Black Samurai has resurrected and we need to go and kill her this time. So we're just basically running errands for the Church of Mikado at this point. But before we do that, we're gonna do some fusing again. First off, we'll get the Fusion Booster 4. And then off we go.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Well then. Now.
We make a cow, and then we'll take that cow and make a monkey. And then we'll take that monkey and we'll make a doge. Oh, there's the accident. Undyne is actually not even a bad accident. She has high ice pleroma, doesn't she? For the purposes of speedrun, though, that is a reload. That's the last fusion of the fusion chain as well, so you know. Not fantastic time to get that. Never a great time to accident, but that's like the worst possible time.
What will you do?
So we'll do the entire thing again.
Well then. Now.
Alright, then hopefully this time this doesn't accident. So what I was saying last time is that Yukichiro has Ice Pleroma, which is very good for some of the fights coming up. Alright, no accident this time. So now switch up the party to Tommy, Dandelion, use the point cards, use a Stoma sword, and then also get Demon Skill 3.
What should we do, man?
Okay, good. And now we'll head back to Shinjuku. So now we'll make our way to the Shibuya region of Tokyo, which requires us to go through a small underground tunnel that was previously sealed off by members of the Ashura Kai. This was basically Ring of Gaia territory, so now we'll head over to Ashura Kai territory. Since I have a Stoma sword, I can walk through these enemies since they're lower level. And this is Shibuya. Wouldn't be a SMT game without the Hachiko intersection, so here we are. Oh, this is Tayama. He contacts us. He's the leader of the Ashura Kai, and he has basically captured a hunter and is threatening us with that. So he wants us to do an errand for him, which is to defeat a powerful demon that is located in Shibuya. So we'll go do that. We'll buy ourselves a accessory here. Tell him no, and then we need to spell out Erawan. Like a hidden arms dealer store. So MC cannot have skills like Ice Pleroma, so instead they are tied to accessories. So we bought the Ice Hearing, which is basically just Ice Pleroma in item form. Or in equipment form, rather. We'll take a quick path through the surface and back downstairs, and then the powerful demon is located in here in the Dogen Saga area of Shibuya. Oh. Pick up these skull rounds, even though we're not gonna use them for anything, but they do sell for a decent amount. So we get here, this guy tells us he's been waiting for us, and now we need to defeat the demon who is behind that hallway over there. So this is gonna be a fight against
Burrows.
Kokasaburo. He's weak to ice.
Who are you?
There isn't too much in this fight. You just need to hopefully get good hits with Ice Breath, and you can even one-turn it. If you are able to get good hits. You survive turn 1, which is the important part. Got the smirk. Pretty good hits. I'm gonna use Tetrakarn just in case, so I don't immediately die if he had the... Oh! Blah, blah, blah. He rebels, son. I am a dumbass. So we'll go again. That was a bit of a goof. I completely forgot about that. I should have just healed. He was getting kinda low, so I was hoping to maybe get the kill there, but yeah, that wasn't very smart. He repels Zan and Zio both. I forgot about it. Well, yeah, alright, well. I talked shit about the fight by saying there's not much to it, and this is the end result of that. It's the immediate karmic revenge.
Who are you?
Alright. Let's not goof up again, and should be good. Oh, those are some good hits. Let's still Tetrakarn. Better turn order this time. Yeah, that's enough. Okay. Yeah, so you can one-turn it. So now you could still keep Ice Breath if you wanted to, but that introduces a lot of variability because of the amount of hits you get, so I will switch it out. So I'm gonna do Bufula instead, and then learn Mabufula instead of Agi as well. There we go. So now that we have done what Tayama asked us to do, we can go and actually meet him face to face. We'll take this as a small shortcut out of Shibuya. There's like a small hole in the fence here that you can crawl through. Oh, that you can. Oh, okay, that's. Oh boy. Potentially bad. Alright, we're fine. I have high pixie now, so I can use Trafuri to get a guaranteed escape in fights. I didn't realize you cannot walk past that small gap between the fence and the tree there. I thought that was... To me, it looked like you could get through that. Yeah, that's a bit of a goof. Save just in case, so we don't have to go back and fight Kokasaburo again. Oh, this is where Tayama is. We'll go and have an audience with him. So now there's this mysterious person called Yuriko who is affiliated with the Ring of Gaia, and they tell us to kill her if we want to get our fellow back. Spoiler alert, Yuriko is actually the same person as the Black Samurai, so that's what we were gonna do anyway. So now we'll take a... Wait, oops, I accidentally entered. I do that like every time. Alright. And back to Shibuya.
Burrows.
We'll get some good items from here. Get a summon stone that you can sell for 10k, and a Balm of Rising, and another Agility Incense. What summon stones actually do is that when you use them, you can summon a demon from your stock with it, and it also revives them to full HP if they were dead. They're pretty good items, but them being worth 10k is quite ridiculous. You can just sell them. The money cost was nerfed down to 3k, I believe, in 4A. But yeah, they are going to be sponsoring a big chunk of our fusion budget. Basically sell every summon stone that we find in the mid-game. Also get another light grimoire here. Important for managing Guishan's EXP later. And here is a terminal. Yeah, just heal to full before we fight him. Also summon my Doge again, but I don't need Hypixie for... Oh, don't load.
I'm detecting a storm.
Oh, this is Orochi. He is weak to Mazio.
See an opening.
Not quite enough damage, but it's fine. Okay. Next, we'll head over to Kasumigaseki. While we're here, we'll take a picture of the command room for a quest later on.
That's it. You have all you need now. Just go deliver it and you're done.
But the reason why we go to this region again now is that we want to head to Ginza, which is the area that is close by. So this is just for efficient pathing. Again, use a Stoma sword so we can just walk by these enemies. Start another side quest that we'll be needing for the neutral ending. He asks us to take a picture of Louis Vuitton store in Ginza, so we'll do that way later, but we'll start the quest now while we're here. And there's another mini-boss here. These guys are weak to Horus. Oh, not overly difficult with our setup. I need Tetra card. Wait, I forgot to get MC skill +1. Okay, that's unfortunate. I need to redo that fight. I need to have enough skill slots to fit Tetrakarn into my build. I completely forgot about that, so we'll do the fight again. Skill expansion. There we go.
easy and open it!
So Tetracorn and Megiddo or Mazio. Megiddo is almighty element, so it cannot be protected against. So we'll be using that for the some fights in the next area. There's some fights in the next area that cover their weaknesses all pretty well, so having Megiddo for that is helpful. It's also used for another boss fight a bit later who has annoying resistances. So we made it to Ginza. A region that is pretty heavily controlled by the Ring of Gaia. We'll just run straight through the city. That's annoying. Annoying spawn. Okay, and we enter the Tsukiji Gonganji. So, since Ring of Gaia is basically the Chaos-aligned faction, they value individual strength above all. We told them that we're going to come here and kill Yuriko, so they tell us to prove our strength by overcoming this trial. We need to accept it, so overcome the trial. So what the trial is that you need to go through this area. You're given a candle and you need to go through this area without the candle extinguishing. There's a bunch of fights here, and every time a turn passes, the candle takes some damage. And enemies can also target the candle, damaging it. And so there's basically like a turn limit for this section on how many turns you can, like a maximum. There's like a turn limit for these fights basically. But yeah, these fights are also annoying in that they can go first. It's completely random whether they act before you or not. If they act before you, they have a chance of killing you before you have a chance of doing anything. So typical SMD4 nonsense. I always do this. I took a wrong turn. There's some optional fights in here as well if you explore, but we don't want to do any of those. I always just, even though I was consciously thinking about it that don't turn right, I still ended up doing it anyway. Yeah, not a big deal. Oh no, not the bind. This turn order is also kinda annoying because I didn't have my... I didn't get my agility instance, so Makami can actually act before me, which is kinda inconvenient. I should maybe put some points into agility to compensate for that. That was a bad idea. Could be fine though. Well, I'm level 30, so this is gonna be an agility level anyway. What I can do though is I can use, since I got one more of these now, I can use it now a bit early. Make sure that I have higher agility than Makami for turn order purposes. Can I act first? I cannot. Well, at least they're not killing me turn 1, so that's something. Because that is a thing that can absolutely happen here. So I guess not dying is a success in and of itself.
Burrows.
Hey, I get to go first. Would you believe that? So Dantalin is a really good demon. He learns both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, which is a physical repel shield for the entire party in this game. Wait. Over here, right? I believe so. No, I did something wrong. I think it's over here after all. Yeah, that looks correct. This place can be a bit difficult to navigate. Ow. Okay, we're fine.
Burrows.
So we're almost at the boss of this area. There we go. Oh, I took one step too much. I forgot the fight starts immediately. Give me a moment, please. I would rather heal and save. I forgot that the trigger is like immediately right there. There we go. So, this is Taraka. She has no weaknesses. We'll just blast her with anything we have and Tetrakarn to protect ourselves against her physical attacks. Also, we can freely taunt her so she can reflect more damage back at herself. This fight is not very difficult. Oh, that's rude. That's Mudo. Mudo landed on my doge. It's fine. He won't need the EXP. So we made it through the trial, and now we come to the main chamber where you can see Memelef in the background from Strange Journey. And they pull a trapdoor, and we end up underneath the temple. This is a place called the Passage of Ethics. This place can pretty heavily swing your alignment depending on choices you pick. There are 3 choices. There's always a law option and a chaos option. And yeah, depending on what you pick, it will influence your alignment. If you want the law option, you need to go right. If you want the chaos option, you go left. And we will be taking the left-hand path for each of these choices.
You would allow...
Yeah, that part is pretty Looney Tunes. Just imagine Lynn running in place for like 5 seconds before dropping down. Yeah, should tall people... The questions range from should tall people be allowed to play basketball to
You
would you accept the a loved one being euthanized if that was their wish? So, you know, 2 very, very different questions there.
You would let you...
Eureka!
Wow.
Yeah, so now we learned that Black Samurai is Yuriko. And Black Samurai is actually Lilith, which is the which is also why her face is the same as Sister Gabby's, because Sister Gabby is actually Gabriel. And now Lilith is basically talking to Walter about
I said to stay your
how
hand,
great
Arthur.
world could be if everything was chaos aligned, and Walter prevents Jonathan from attacking Lilith. So now we are at a bit of a crossroads where our party doesn't exactly agree on what we should do next. So we put off fighting Lilith for now. So we are underneath the shelter area, or the palace area of the Tsukushi Konganji, and now we just want to make our way out of here. But yeah, Lilith basically also tells us that if you want to know what is true evil, then you should go to Reverse Hills, which is kind of the facility that Ashurakai used for their purposes. We don't know what those purposes are yet, but we'll find that out later. Now that we're back in Ginza, we meet Hikaru again, who is suspiciously talking with Walter. I wonder what that's all about. He also gives us a matchbox that can be used to gain access to the headquarters of the Hunters Association, which we will make a use of later. This terminal does not have a boss in it. One of the rare terminals in the game that is not guarded by a actual boss. So at this point in the main story, you can head back to back to Mikado, I believe. But we're gonna do a bit of optional questing before that. Or maybe I'm confusing. I don't think you're supposed to head to Mikado quite yet. I think you still need to clear Midtown dungeon actually before that, but anyway, one thing at a time. Oh, we'll pick up some quests here. So we'll do some optional questing that are needed for True Neutral, or the Neutral Ending, Samurai and Hunters United. Oh, I goofed up. I got confused about where I was supposed to go. Right, we'll pick up a Nozomi here. Come on, why am I so stuck? There's another quest in the Nozomi storylines. So we'll head on over and do that. We'll do a couple other quests as well while we are at it. First, this is a domain. We get a LED light bulb from here. Very important. Also, this domain is randomized. The layout of it is randomized, so hopefully we get good RNG and we don't have to explore too long. Sometimes you get the entrance to the boss fight like immediate in the beginning of the domain, but sometimes it takes a while. Which, you know, never lucky. There it is.
I'm detecting a...
Oh, this guy's weak to sound. And then we'll head to the Tokyo Sky Tower because there's an optional quest that we need to do there as well. Okay. Before fighting Rook here, we'll do a couple fusions. First off, summon
What will you
dwarf.
do? Well then.
And make Zojoten. Zojoten is convenient because he's the lowest level Kishin in this game, so he's pretty easy to fuse with cheap materials. And then we'll make a gummy worm. And yeah, we have 1k Maka left over, so our money route is pretty tightly laid out for this part of the run. So Jotun, Dantalion, Yearlanger. This guy nulls Gun and Zan, so we need to just blast him with Bufu and Nagi, basically. Now we have tier 3 magic already in our disposal. Since we get the access to dying skills. We're a bit overleveled for some of these optional quests right at this point, which is exactly what we want, because there's no point in doing these on the level curve when you can just come and, you know, sweep through these fights quickly later. And while we are here, we're gonna do one more optional quest, which is why we also picked up a Nozomi earlier. We'll pay this guy 500 Maka to get to the next section. And we'll go fight Asura, who's just having a grand old time all the way over here. He's weak to Bufu, so there's a good chance that we won't turn this fight. Depending on how my ice breath from your longer hits. It did not hit very well. In which case I'm going to just use Tetrakarn just in case. Because he is taunted and can kill us if he gets to punch us. So. Thank you, Nozomi, for giving him a smirk. That was very polite of you. That's another instance of my partner actually being very unhelpful, but doesn't really matter. Okay, so time for another shopping trip where we just sell everything that we have, basically.
Welcome. What do you want to sell?
More money for more fusions. Right, that's enough for now. And since we did a bunch of questing now, there's another new quest that is available to us that is optional but required for the neutral ending. So we'll knock that out now, along with a delivery quest. Also, this is where our main story is actually taking us as well. So I'll just do all of them at the same time.
Welcome. Gather demons and come again.
So Phantom. Oh. Wait, where is it? Phantom of Madness. Yes. My eyes could not spot that for the life of me. So, similarly to the earlier quest where we cleaned up a bunch of the zombies in the corpse disposal quest, this is basically the same. This is kind of a similar quest, but a lot shorter, luckily. We only need to defeat 3 of these hordes. Oh, I forgot to summon my demons. It's fine. Okay. Bring in my
3 targets left.
Makami and Yerlanger. There we go. So 3 more. And then we fight the boss at the end. In this fight, these fights are kind of annoying that they can strike first and they like to just spam poison and sick ailment. More annoying than anything. So there's one more here and then one more on the next screen.
Only 1 target left.
Burrows.
So after this fight you will immediately get thrown into a fight with Chernobog. So ideally what we will do here is that we don't get sick. We definitely got sick. But yeah, ideally we will get rid of or we will use a Tetrakarn here because when Chernobog spawns he has a chance of acting first. So in case that happens, I like to have Tetrakarn up before the phase transition. Okay, he did not act first, but just for safety, it's a good idea to have Petrocarn up, because he can hit pretty hard with Fizz. He's not weak to anything, so we just belt him with Bufula and it's enough. Alright, and that is the quest done. The reason we do, like, it's good to do this now because you do get 4 magic in a sense that is kind of necessary for the strat for the next boss fight that we want to do as well. Yeah, so it's going to be immediately on the way and the reward is actually quite good. And while we are here, we also do take a picture of this bar for neutral ending requirements. And the main story continues once we head to Cafe Florida, which is where the hunters hang out. Over here. It all works out pretty well. And Hikaru is here again for some reason. Ominous. Now this is Fujiwara, he's basically the leader of the hunters. And so he basically tasks us with investigating Tayama's facility in Reverse Hills in Roppongi, so in order to get there we need to go through the Midtown dungeon, so that is where we will be going next. But while we are still in Shinjuku, we're gonna return a couple quests that we started earlier. Go to the bar.
What's your butt?
Just so I can heal. So we'll return this one and the other quest that is above ground. It's nice to have the quest reward money for fusions later at this point. Yep, this way. So Midtown is located right next to the building with Tayama in it, so we have to go through the beach again here. You could also just warp to Shibuya, but leaving Shibuya also takes time, so this is not, it's about the same distance time-wise, or actually, I think it's actually a little bit faster to go through here than it is to go through Shibuya. Because we're already here, so... So, Midtown. I'm gonna use all of my instances here because the damage in this fight is kinda tight. Tenkai now lost Fizz, so we have to fight him with Almighty. And he hits hard, so ideally we get a 2-turn kill against him. This fight is a bit tricky. If he does a Rakugacha, we cannot kill him in 2 turns. So we'll see what he does. Makami also has Megiddo, so we have some almighty damage to fight him with. He also, I believe he resists many different types of magic, I think, as well. Which is why we are using almighty. He has pretty good resistances, if I remember correctly. So, Megiddo. Rakugacha. Gotcha. Megiddo. We'll see. This influences your alignment for later, so we do pick up the Chaos option. Depending on what he does, we might be able to turn this. Ow. Did he buff or not? He did indeed buff, so we cannot kill. Yeah, so I cannot taunt him for the kill, so instead I'm just gonna be belting him with some damage. I think it's the first option, yeah. Oh, Media instead of taunt. And I can go for the kill next turn. If I don't die. I did in fact die, but that should be fine. Oh, the miss as well. Nice. Okay, we're still alive. Somehow still alive. I'm thinking, I'm having a moment of thought if Gummy Worm can miss out on 20k EXP or not. I feel like it should be okay, but I am going to double check. So Walter is going to rejoin us. He was absent from our party for a little bit because the disagreement with about the recruit thing. It should be completely fine, I believe. Okay, I think it's fine. There's Mr. SMT4 himself in the chat to instruct me. Yeah, I figured it was fine, but just making sure. Thank you for the good luck. So we got rid of Megiddo for Trafuri, so if we end up in fights because of mistakes, we can now use Trafuri with Flynn instead of having to summon Hypixie every time. Megiddo has kinda outlived its usefulness at this point.
Burrows,
Come on. It's here, yeah. This place is... Okay, that was kinda silly.
My demons
Whatever.
are a bit different.
This place is a bit of a mess always for me. Can't always remember which hallway to take. Oh, nice.
I'll aid you.
It's technically faster to do it like this, I guess, but it's a bit sketchy because they can act first and kill me. But, yeah. Technically, using Treffery is faster than save and loading, but not by much. In this room, there's a agility in a sense. And
I'm detecting.
Burroughs tells us that there's a strong demon ahead who ends up being everybody's favorite angel, Mastema. However, we don't have to fight him. So Tayama has been manufacturing these sort of things called red pills that when humans take them, they turn into demons. No, sorry. They've been using these red pills to feed demons to keep them at bay instead. I don't know why I said the thing I said. I confused the plot point, I think. But anyway, so that's what the Reverse Hills facility is for. And it's a bit of a problem since the way you manufacture these red pills is by they're made out of humans basically, so it's almost like Soylent Green. So that's not great. We discovered that once we start actually investigating the facility. I should say the snare. There's a snare right here, so if you end up walking too much forward, the enemy can attack you while you are stuck in the snare, and that's not what we want. Oh, this is another mini dungeon. You basically just learn a bunch of information tidbits by exploring here about what's going on with Tayama's operation. So these children are basically being harvested for demon food over here in this facility, to put it simply. Now this guy recognizes us as, he thinks we're spies for Ring of Gaia, so we have to fight him. This is just a horde, which is pretty quick fight. And now we can make our way to the bottom floor. So now we have seen everything we wanted to see here, basically. It's fine. Yep. Alright, so on the way out.
That sweet scent. Is it only my imagination, or is it growing more pungent?
Come to mention it.
A demon!
That sweet smell is the product of this demon! Quickly, prepare yourselves for battle! Walter? Yeah, I'm Walter. I'm the son of a fisherman. But I'm scared of fish! I must go tell everyone!
What?
How cowardly of you, dashing off without me! Then I'll admit something as well. In all candor, I am a cat. Meow. This floor is so deliciously warm.
What is happening? Is this the work of that demon? Ugh, it's always like this. Demons here, demons there, demons, demons, demons! It's also... demoning!
So that is indeed Yasumagatsuhi. Oh, we get caught by Tayama for snooping at the facility. Alright, so now that all of that is done, we can make our way back to Mikado. Take the shortcut through the fence again. It has been quite useful. Going through the other way would take so much time that I'm glad that this exists. Even though even this is not like super fast way to get to the terminal, but you know, it's better than the other route. At least. Take a quick trip to the barracks to heal everybody. And then we can go to Shinduk, which is where we were supposed to go. Soul City. Shinduk. So places in Mikado, and Mikado itself is also named after places in Tokyo. Like Mikado is basically the Minato ward. Shinduk is Shinjuku. Kichijoji is Kichijoji, basically. There's a lore reason behind that is more explored in SMT4A, but yeah. We made it to Shinduk where we were summoned, and we'll meet the archangels.
Huh? What is that?
Be not afraid.
Sister Gabby?
Yeah, so the people we rescued in the Shinjuku National Park were the archangels all along, including Sister Gabby being Gabriel. They were just in human form. So now we have a bit of a disagreement between Jonathan and Walter again, where Jonathan wants to obey the archangels and kill Lilith, and Walter does not want to do that, but instead wants to eliminate the Ashurakai and Tayama. So now you have a choice as a player of who you want to side with, and that will change the next section of the game by a decent bit. You get different boss fights depending on who you side with. We'll be siding with Jonathan because it's a lot faster, basically. That's what it boils down to. Oh. we'll head to Naraku, and basically Isabeau is the neutral rep of this game, so he basically can't make up her mind on what to do. Alright, so on to Ginza. Lilith is located in the secret catacombs below the Yukichikon Ganji temple. So we'll be heading there immediately. Right, and take the hidden passage. Oh good, a restreamer has appeared. I was stressed out being the restreamer and the streamer at the same time, but luckily nothing broke, so we're good so far. Yeah, I think he will come back though, in a little while. He had to go for a work thing, but should be back later. But so behind this door is the next boss fight against Megala.
I'm detecting a
He repels Fizz in basically like in every SMD game, but he's not overly difficult. So just Bufula and Taunt and Tetrakarn, so basically like every other fight in the run at this point. Actually, yeah, that's fine. There we go, and Tetrakarn. Do another Tetrakarn just in case, even though I think I can kill one this turn already. Yeah. I do need to level up though. The missed EXP from the Minotaur is this is the point where it will haunt me. I need to level up to 35 before I'm high enough level to do the next fusion chain. So I need to fight something in here.
Burrows.
This fight actually works out really well. If, well, never mind, I died. Those guys are weak to ice, so that would have been a good fight to take, but it's alright. As long as I fight something here, I'm fine. As long as I can find something. There we go.
I will aid you.
There we go. Got the level up that I needed. No, do not change Taunt into Electla Room. And okay. Do some booster 5.
What should we do?
Oh, nice. Another accident. That's the second of the run if somebody is keeping track. Unfortunately, we can't carry on with accidents since our fusion route is so specific, so
Welcome. Well then.
we'll do it again. Luckily, this time it was only the second fusion of the chain instead of the last one, so we didn't get very far in the chain yet. Too far. By
What will
McCoy
you do?
and Pixie and Pixie. Yep.
Now.
We set up arrows with charge because then we can easily upfuse a demon with arrows and get the charge into the resulting demon, which is very useful for the next fight. So Lianan, Sid, Pele, Medea. Elements in the fusion in this game basically work in a way they upfuse the demon inside the specific race. So if you have a snake demon, you get the next snake demon with the element fusion that is the next higher level or lower level depending on the element inside that same race. What was I doing? Aquanus. Okay. Chucky, true. Oh, okay. So here we upfuse the fallen. Masanma Petrokar. So the level 34 fallen becomes 38 fallen. I mean, Dantali is level 36 now, but his base level is 34 if I'm not mistaken, so... And then we'll upfuse my Schneck into another Schneck. Oh, Fangbreaker, Ice Breath into Taunt, and Charge. Guishan is pretty good with Gun Pleroma and Stun Needles for the next fight. He also learns High Ice Pleroma and Bufudine later, which is why he's quite good at this point in the game. Guishan, Kokunochi, Ose. Alright, so now we fight Lilith, but before we fight Lilith, we have to fight a mini-boss. So this is Dakini. She's weak to Bufu, so she should always be a one-turn kill. Actually, I might have under-damaged here because I didn't taunt. Okay, it's still enough. Not a problem. Right, so next is Lilith. Lilith is weak to gun. So stun needles go brr. Depending on how many hits we get, this fight can be a bit annoying or super easy, but either way, not too bad. Although defensively we want to use both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, they both stack in this game. So you can have two shields at the same time. And charge will boost the next physical or gun attack damage by 2.5 times, so it's very good for this fight. And now we just blast with stun needles while keeping both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn up. Smile. Only one hit on the charged stun needle is not ideal. Definitely usually want a bit more damage than that, but it'd be fine still. Only one again. There we go. That's more like it. She should be dead this turn, but just in case, I'll boot up a Makarakarn and Tetrakarn. Nope, I'm only getting one hit, so she is not indeed dead this turn. Okay, there we go. She hit into Repel Shield. Those were some really bad hits. It still worked out though. Alright, so now that is done, we will head to Camp Ichigaya, which is where the Yamato Perpetual Reactor is that Walter wants to use to flood Tokyo with more demons. So we'll head on over there to try and prevent that. That's the wrong way. It's over here. I hope you like Camp Ichigaya, because we will be doing that dungeon multiple times throughout the run. 4 times in total, I believe, so if you don't like Camp Ichigaya, then sucks for you. Oh, why did I do that? That's fine. Never punished. Luckily, this dungeon is pretty short, so even though you do it 4 times, you do it a little bit differently each time, and it's not very long, so...
Burrows.
Also, the dungeon theme is quite good, so... things could be worse. I forgot about this snare.
I hope you're prepared!
So, this is the reactor room. Pick up the earring
I'm detecting a...
to sell for later, and then we'll get a cutscene with Walter.
A demon! He's covered in wounds.
Tayama, the fool who thought himself the king of Tokyo. He met a suitably pitiful end.
Alright, freedom sounds good. So, Walter presses the button, and now we end up... in the beginning of the game, we saw the dream sequences of the desert and the burning cityscape. So we now are going to end up over there. First, we'll do the deserted area, also known as Blasted Tokyo. Yeah, the run has been going okay. Couple hiccups, but nothing too disastrous since you left. We also get a cutscene with these entities known as the White, who basically try to convince us to use the perpetual reactor to just Alright, we are back. Nice, thank you.
Ah,
Yeah, the stream does that sometimes. That's a quick fix. Thank you very much. We'll continue. So, I didn't see quite when the stream went down, so we just arrived into Blasted Tokyo. So you didn't miss much. Okay, I do not need energy drain, but I do want Agidyne, so goodbye Tetrakarn. We have enough demons to use Tetrakarn where to the point where it's not needed on MC. The fight killed the stream, exactly. Speaking of ending all existence, immediately stream goes down. Very fitting. Right, since we are in Blasted Tokyo, Blasted Tokyo now, I am going to do a couple of fusions again. And now we make Nebirose. Nebiro is really good because she has Nullfish. That is like the best thing that we can do for our defenses to not get completely blown up in some of these fights. Quite nice to have Nullfish in the party. Yeah, so we get transported into this Kazumi Kaseki of Blasted Tokyo, and we'll head outside since we don't know where we are at this point. Right, pick up a Balm of Rising to sell for later. This place is a little bit annoying. Enemies here have Maka Beam, namely, what's her face? The dog girl, I don't remember her name now. I'm blanking. Starts with M. Why can't I remember her name? Dormarth. Why did I think it starts with M? Yes, Dormarth is the one I'm thinking of. Maka Beam is annoying because it will take 20% of your money when used. Money routing is sort of tight, so we really don't want that to happen. It basically forces a reload. Well, you might be able to continue without it, but without 20% of your money, but ideally that doesn't happen. Alright, so we meet with someone called Kiyoharu and Akira. While we are here, Akira is the main character of SMT4A. Nanashi is reincarnation of Akira. He's the person who named the places in Mikado with the names of Tokyo. He's one of the hunters who came to the surface in some time ago and lived some time on the surface and is basically treated as like a traitor to the other hunters who we're forced to live underground. Yeah, this game doesn't have very many good ways of getting money. Your best bet is to keep selling items you get from doing side content, basically. You get some money by selling relics you pick up, but the amount of money you get from the relics is not very good. Depending on how much you use the compendium, you can splurge big sums of money quite quickly. Also, equipment can get quite expensive if you want to switch your affinities, so the struggle is real sometimes. Right, so this guy's told us about basically a tyrant who patrols this place called Pluto, so we'll head over to the Pluto's castle and beat him up. That's the plan. Oh wait, did I take a wrong... I did take a wrong turn. Yeah. I felt like something was not right. I was supposed to go through this side. Oh, come on. How did you catch up? Why did you chase me for that long? Oh, this is Pluto's castle. It's a dungeon where you're forced to fight these forced encounters with these Pluto soldiers. There's a bunch of encounters in narrow corridors in here. Forced encounters themselves are not terrible, but then the final boss of this area is quite strong. There we go. Get to replace charge with poof dine. At least the OST is good again at this point. Further. Oh. I didn't think that would attack me. Well, thank you, Nullfish, I guess. Ow. That's pretty inconvenient since... well, it's fine. I don't need to heal, as long as I don't end up in another encounter because of a mistake. I don't have very many good healing options right now. I basically just have a bunch of life stones that I can use, and yeah. Ideally, I just don't goof up and end up in any more fights. That's fine.
Burrows.
You basically just jump down and then use elevators to go up. This place is a bit of a maze. And then there's another forced encounter with some Ludo soldiers. They give a good amount of EXP though, which is why fighting them isn't completely awful. It helps us get high Ice Pleroma and Guishan faster. Okay, so MC skill expansion 2, and then 10-point card and double light Grimoire on Guishan, so he levels up before the boss of this area.
Burrows.
Oh, read it again. Oh, that scared me. Jumped out of the hole so quickly. I do have to reload that, unfortunately. I can't get away from him. Oh, I forgot about this snare. Of course I did.
My demons are a bit different.
Okay, that's fine. We'll grab another Balm of Rising here. And we have another forced encounter coming up.
Burrows.
Hey, I have returned.
Welcome back. Just in time for Pluto.
Oh good, I love the dancing crabs. It's my favorite part of any run. Smiley face.
But they should level up everybody, I think, and get me to full HP again. Yeah, there we go. Right,
Yep,
so...
so here...
Yep.
Guishan learns High Ice Pleroma, which is pretty nice. More importantly, though, for us, is it means we can replace Bufula with Bufudine. And this will be our damage skill for the rest of the run. You thought we were doing a lot of damage before. The buff and damage between Bufula and Bufudine is incredible. Plus, don't forget Xiao.
Oh wait, did I forget?
Xiao from her as well.
Yes, I did forget. Nice. I always seem to forget something in this menu. It's fine. We'll just do the fight again.
Yeah, it feels a little weird to grab a tier 2 skill when we're like grabbing tier 3 magic, but we do very much need Zyonga. In addition to getting Bufudyne, our damage is also skyrocketing because we're learning Concentrate from Nadja, which will boost the power of our next magic attack by 2.5 times. So we're going to be doing some big damage. We also needed to grab Zyonga. We do need to have all 4 elements on Flynn for one of the bosses, for literally like one fight later in the game. I think the Zyonga is useful for a second fight that's a little bit closer, but mostly because we need all 4 elements for a fight later. Yeah. And Zeodyne is a little obnoxiously far out of the way for us to actually get access to, and Zyonga's good enough, so we just go with that. Guishan also learns High Ice Pleroma there, which increases your ice damage by, I can't remember if it's 1.4 times or 1.5 times in this game.
I don't remember either of the two.
But, yeah, and it stacks with... oh, you just taught Bufudyne over blank, so...
Yeah. And Zyonga.
Not Bufula.
Bufula. Alright, now, there we go.
Yeah. Guishan and what Guishan is fused into aren't going to be, like, major damage dealers, because even with both Ice Pleromas, you can't really compete with having 200 points of magic on someone. But it will allow for a good, decent, like, secondary bit of damage to be dealt.
Burrows.
Another bead chain there that we'll just... that one I think we actually have the option of holding on to or selling, depending on what our money situation is.
Yeah, you can keep some of them for later if you want, but we also get access to Mediarama by that point, so either way is fine. You don't really have to have these. They are helpful though.
Yeah, they're helpful for like the setup phases of boss fights when you're wanting to get Debilitate and Karns up, but still need to heal. To be able to just like throw a bead chain with one of your healing know-how people, but that's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I do have to concede that and save a load, unfortunately. I was hoping to maybe squeeze past them, but no, that's not gonna happen.
I know they were camping the drop spot, so.
Yeah, even though it is a hole, you can only jump from one side, unfortunately, so. But alright, we are now approaching the actual boss of the dungeon.
And oh goody, what a boss it is. But first we have to do some fusions before we challenge the fight. So the next boss is Pluto themselves, and oh boy, they are certainly a boss fight.
Welcome. Well then.
Pluto can do 3 things, and 3 things only. Pluto can do a basic attack, which their basic attack hits the whole party. They can use an ability called Sunny Ray, which is an area of effect fire ability that I believe has the poison ailment attached to it.
Yeah.
And then they have an ability called Vulnera. And Vulnera is either moderate or heavy, I forget which, almighty damage that also has a 100% stun effect attached to it. Basically, because they have 3 moves, and there's an equal chance that they can use any of those moves, Pluto has a 1 in 3 chance of just hitting the I win button and killing us. Because we will double Karn to make sure we reflect both Sunny Ray and the basic attack. So that won't be a problem at all. But you can't do anything about Vulnera. So it's just a problem.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that can take you, like, very many attempts if you get unlucky enough.
Yeah, it's one of those fun things when you're going for, like, world record or even just a good PB where it's like, oh, goody, I hope I don't die to Pluto 7 times this run. If this fight goes well, though, we're actually able to kill it in 2 turns. We do require some lucky smirks and that to not happen.
Yeah.
All right, well, now we pray. And you, there, yeah. So the entire party, no one has Null Nerve. Ouroboros, who we just fused, will eventually learn Null Nerve, but that is... Even in that situation, if Ouroboros had Null Nerve now, that would still probably be a death. Which, by the way, we've used Ouroboros. Ouroboros is a contender for one of the best demons in SMT4, honestly. An amazing, amazing set of affinities. Also has Megiddola. We will not be learning Megiddola from Ouroboros. We'll be getting that from Neburos in a little bit. But learns both Null Mind and Null Nerve. Just upfuses from Guixian, which is very useful. Pretty decent stats across the board, HP, MP. Ouroboros will be in our party for most of the rest of the run. And big fan of the snake.
I can't, in good conscience, like Ouroboros after running Strange Journey. It's against my principle. Even though she is quite good in this game.
So, now that we actually hit with Bufudine there, it is very possible to two-turn this fight. We just need to get a smirk here on this first attack.
Oh, alright.
Okay, so the two-turn is very much alive.
Yes, as long as we don't miss, this should be a two-turn.
As a reminder, you have basically the effect of having 3 Tyrokajas up when you attack while you're smirked. So, we did some very big damage there. You saw we did over 3,000 damage, and yeah, number go up. And yeah, that's Pluto. And you've seen both sides of the coin now, of Pluto being the absolute worst and also being a really free fight. Because that's what we love to see in our video games.
And just get lucky 5 head.
Yeah. Just don't roll the 1 and 3 and you're fine. And hopefully don't miss. So now that we've killed Pluto, we already, they make a comment, or Jonathan or Walter makes a comment that they already feel that, like, the air is clearing up, so... Hopefully we've done enough for the people of Blasted Tokyo that now that Pluto's dead and his forces destroyed, that they'll be able to start to rebuild.
I hate how narrow
the
the
yeah. So another 10-point card there will be useful, as well as a magic incense, because the more magic we can get, the better. For a while, we thought that magic actually had a soft cap in these games. Then we discovered it doesn't. Magic just kind of, or just damage in general in these in the 4 games just scales infinitely for some reason. So it's worth to get every little bit of damage out of us that we can.
All right, now we just return to Akira, and then we get
Akira.
Yeah, then we get to do Camp Ichigaya one more time. Well, multiple more times in the run, but one more time now.
Yeah, across both this and 4A, you visit Camp Ichigaya a grand total of, I think, 5 times.
Yeah, 4 times in this game alone.
Yeah.
And in 4A, it's a bit longer.
Yeah, it's one visit, but it's...
Yeah.
It's like the 3rd to last dungeon in the game, and so it's actually fairly beefy.
Which way is this one?
It's straight, yeah.
Yeah.
So here we report the good news to Akira and the crazy dude whose name I don't remember, Kiyoharu.
Yeah, Kiyoharu.
And we're like, hey, now that we tell Akira that basically he kind of needs to lead the people because Kiyoharu doesn't really seem like he would be able to do so competently. And Akira basically lets us know that he wants to create a world sort of governed by the strong, that they've relied too much on God and his rule, and so they need a world with a little bit of chaos in it. And so we get a bit of a snippet of the SMT2 chaos theme, which I love the SMT2 chaos theme, and it's not represented enough in the series. But also there was a comment about how he would be King Akira of the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado, because he decides to name his new civilization after us. Which is like, wait a minute. That seems familiar. You need to go north.
Yeah. Always forget which side lets you get to the building, but it's, yeah, here. So this time we'll go to the bottom floor through the elevator that is over here. And the nice thing about this dungeon is that every time you get to the reactor room, there's always a pretty expensive item that you can pick up and sell. Oh, nice.
There's back from the very start of the game.
Oh, that's not nice.
That's really cool.
48, sure. Easy.
48% of the time, every time. Let's go.
Who needs... Oh, my...
Thanks, game.
I could have reacted to that, but I was not expecting him to spawn right underneath my feet.
Yeah. These games have a bit of a bad habit of that. There's especially in 4A, there's one specific dungeon where it's like if you're walking in the middle of the road, you're just asking for an enemy to spawn on top of you.
Alright. And of course there's Can I
Oh, and it's the type of enemy that... Yeah.
I cannot indeed avoid this in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it's the... There's a couple different ways that enemies can chase you in this game. That's the type of enemy that are referred to as football players. That will just bear down on your location, no matter how you try to avoid them. So they're a nice sword that sells for a good amount of money.
Yeah, now that we saw the Blasted Tokyo, it's time to go and see what the Infernal Tokyo looks like.
Yeah, so basically what's going on here is the white are trying to convince us that the world stinks and that reality is, basically that we're trapped in a cycle of law and chaos, that no matter what we pick, that everything is gonna suck and be awful. Because they're like, yeah, the world that you were from is a world where, like, neutrality won and you saw how well that worked out. And so this was a world where, in the same situation, law won out, where everything got nuked to hell and the survivors were like barely hanging on by a thread. And now we're going to show you a world what would have happened if chaos won the previous I guess choice of morality. These games focus a lot on the concept of reincarnation and fate. And so Flynn is the reincarnation of a previous member of the Counter-Demon Force who made a choice when faced with the destruction of Tokyo that led to the world that we are in. And so these are basically, what if your past incarnation made a different choice? And so here we find Infernal Tokyo. This is a world where humanity decided to embrace the demons to the point that humanity actually fused themselves with demon kind to become stronger and survive the war that took place. However, they still needed food, and the demons, as we discovered earlier, tend to like eating humans. So you have the demonoids, who are the people who were deemed strong enough to be fused with demons, and then you have everyone else who basically exists as kind of cattle for the demonoids. Also, everything's on fire because that's cool and hardcore. So here we have Akira, not to be confused with Akira, or Aquila, or Nanashi. And he is like, hey, I had a dream that some nerds were gonna show up and help me beat the crap out of this dude named Kenji, and let me take over Tokyo. That sounds pretty cool, right? And we're like, well, the last Akira seemed okay, so why not? So we agreed to help Akira take over Tokyo, because things seem not the greatest here. I like how, like, generic devil, cartoon devil, that one guard looks.
Yeah.
Just, like, straight up red skin, horns, devil tail, like. So, yeah, this is fine. Everything's on fire. And Walter apparently immediately takes a liking to this. He's like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool, you know. I like that this car has been on fire for like 30 years. That's pretty neat touch.
Yeah, everything is just ablaze here, and nothing ever changes.
Oh yeah, Akira actually makes a really interesting reference to, I believe it's to SMT1, where he refers to Jonathan as basically goody two-shoes and Walter as bad boy. Which is, I believe, tangentially related to one of the, like, instruction book or whatever names assigned to Law and Chaos Hero in SMT1. So the first step in taking over Tokyo is that Akira wants to, like, lay claim to one of the cities. And so, as part of being his pawns and doing his dirty work, he, requests that we go and take over Shinjuku for him. And we're introduced to probably the most unfortunate guard in the entire game.
Yeah, in a place where everything is on fire, we face a guard who is weak to fire.
Yeah, not only is he weak to fire and on guard, he's literally standing right next to a flaming car.
Yeah,
Questionable life choices, thy name is Vatala.
Yeah, he must not have a very good time living over here. This is a mini-boss that is basically a one-turn fight, unless you miss.
Yeah, and even if you miss, he doesn't really do anything threatening, if memory serves.
Yeah, seems...
Basically just free
correct.
XP.
Nice.
Oh, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yep, he did literally nothing. Awesome. Good talk, Vatala. We also find out that Akira, despite talking big game, is kind of a bit of a coward. Because as soon as he's confronted by Vatala, he kind of just like cowers behind us and makes us do it for him. Yeah, thankfully Pluto was a second try. First try we missed and got Vulnerate immediately. Second try we got the perfect fight, so we got to see the duality of Pluto fights. Alright, so this is Infernal Shinjuku, which is, I believe, one of the fan-favorite area themes in the game. It's really good.
Yeah, we don't hear it for a very long time, unfortunately, since we ended our domain, but...
Yeah, now we're gonna do battle with one of my favoritely named demons in the entire game. Is the owner of Shinjuku currently is a demon by the name of Mahama Yori, which is just a very fun name.
Oh, no.
I'm detecting a...
Yeah, unfortunately you don't get to hear Infernal Ichigaya in the run really, and it's basically like post-game content. Mahama Yori! who
Yeah.
also has the same voice actor as Flynn does, which is just kind of funny.
This fight is a
pretty sure
two-part
that's a
fight where you,
coincidence.
you need to finish the board, and then it's immediately followed up by Mahamayuri. So I'll set up a Makara card before finishing this fight, so we have a magical shield up.
Yeah, usually I like to put up a Tetra card or a Tarukaja or two as well, but
Yeah, it's not that. Well, it would help, yeah.
yeah. Here we make sure we put up the card because he goes first and he does have access to insta kills, so we really want to make sure we're not getting murdered by those. Once he gets down to low HP, he himself can actually start casting Makara Karn. So once we do that damage, we'll actually have to check to make sure we're not crashing into his shield. We do have a Megidola stone in our inventory that thankfully rocks do combine with concentrate in this game. So if we do get to if we were in a situation where we had to, where he used a Makara card, we could just throw the rock instead to kill him. We did it. We defeated Mahamayuri and have conquered Shinjuku in the name of Akira.
And now we get to go to Camp Ichigaya again and fight Kenji.
Yeah, and here we get Megidola, which is arguably one of the stupidest moves in the game, honestly. It's an incredibly powerful spell. Is heavy almighty damage to all targets, great for horde clearing, and it has like a surprisingly low cost for its power. Regular ice play, yeah. Which is very helpful. To the point that, like, it's honestly better than Megadoleon or Great Logos, because the strength to cost ratio is just so much better in its favor. Also, both Megadoleon and Great Logos are very difficult to actually obtain. So here Akira's like, yeah, you guys are pretty cool and pretty strong. You'd have like a great time here. You sure you won't want to hang out? And Walter's like, well, it's kind of tempting. And we're like, no, I want to go home. So he agrees to open Camp Ichigaya up for us and let us confront Kenji. Well, or he was going to do that anyway, but... he's like, okay, let's go fight Kenji.
Alright, time for Camp Ichigaya again.
And so here Akira's like, yeah, you know what? I'm kind of tired of all of this, the strong survive stuff, because there's a lot of people that are kind of being oppressed as a result of that. So I think I should strive to have a world of equality. And the SMT1 law theme starts playing, but then we tell him that he's an idiot.
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't know if you've talked about alignment in this game or not, as of yet, while I was gone. But...
a little bit, I guess, but you know more about it, so feel free to do that if you...
Yeah. So since we're getting very close to the alignment lock, the ending lock is after we beat Kenji is the alignment lock. We will be... alignment, and the way that you get your ending in this game, unlike, say, SMT5, where the game just asks you what ending you want, or... is that your ending is determined by the choices that you make throughout the game. All of these dialogue prompts that we've been doing have affected our alignment in some way or another with varying values. And essentially your alignment works, imagine like a number line. And law is positive numbers, chaos is negative numbers, and neutral is kind of in the middle. It's neutral. the final decision that we have is coming up very soon, and whatever our value is by the time after we make the final decision is the ending that the game will and route that the game will assign to us. To get neutral ending, you have to land. Oh, play the screaming line. Mood. I just enjoy the scream there. In order to get the neutral ending, you have to have your final alignment be a value between +8 and -8. There is no neutral decision for the final choice, and the final decision gives you 10 points towards law or 10 points towards chaos. Meaning, playing casually, you could potentially end up too neutral to get the neutral ending. If literally if your alignment is anywhere between like -3 and +3 or -2 and +2, you cannot get the neutral ending. On top of that, it basically just means that neutral Flynn, rather than, like, say, Strange Journey, for example, because that I think is the best use of alignment in the series, where neutrality consistently stands for something. In Strange Journey, every decision you make is basically, is God right? Are demons right? Or something about having faith in humanity. And neutrality constantly is, humans first, doing what's good for humanity, having faith in, humans' ability to improve and to change and to trust each other, as opposed to relying on demons or relying on the angels. Great example of that. Speedrun Flynn, on the other hand, is basically this fun balancing act of oh, well, I'm going to side with Jonathan to murder all the demons, and then I'm going to agree with Walter here at this one point, and say that we should destroy the world, but then also I'm going to pick all of the chaos choices for ethics trials, and it's very wishy-washy and very back and forth, and so what we end up doing in the speedrun, thankfully, is just picking all the neutral, or all the first choices, kind of keeps our alignment more or less balanced. Is that we've gotten to the point now where our alignment is very slightly law-leaning. You get a lot of... Your alignment also is swinging all over the place during this portion. Like, just pressing the button in Blasted Tokyo to, like, go to Infernal Tokyo, aka something you literally have to do as part of the game, gives you, like, 5 chaos points or something. Killing Minotaur is, like, 5 or 6 chaos points. Beating this boss gives you a bunch of law points or something. So we will, we basically set ourselves up so that we are, at the end of this fight, going to be slightly law-aligned. And then we're going to give the chaos choice in the final decision, and that'll put us into neutrality. Because truly being a fence-sitter is the ultimate definition of neutrality, I guess.
Yeah, you just pick all the extreme choices from both sides and it balances out into neutral, of course. That's how that works.
Right. So Kenji here is an interesting fight. He's actually weak to both force and fire, but he takes less damage from his weakness. So we're just going to be hitting him with Bufudines in the face. We are being a little deliberate about how we are fighting this fight. He has 8,000 HP, and once he takes 4,000 hits of damage, he will transition into his second phase. And when he's in his second phase, he can use a very, very terrible, horrible, no good, very bad ability by the name of Ancient Curse. Ancient Curse inflicts literally every single ailment in the game on you at the same time. And you can only block Ancient Curse if you are immune to every ailment at the same time, which is not really something we can do. So we push him to, like, right under about 3,500 damage, and then we thankfully got the smirk there on the repel. The repel pushed him over 4,000 damage, and then we just blow him up, and there goes Kenji. That's one of the more infamous bosses in the game because of how horrible Ancient Curse is, but thankfully we're able to get around it pretty well there. So now we have reached the alignment lock. Now that we've seen a world where chaos prevailed and a world that law prevailed and have lived in a world of neutrality, the white are going to be like, hey, you've seen that everything stinks no matter what you pick. So how about instead of that, you just delete the universe? That sounds reasonable, right? And so you're given the choice to get the white ending, or the nihilism ending as it's sometimes referred to as, where you blow up the Yamato Perpetual Reactor and it nukes the universe. Instead, we're going to be like, no, I like chaos. And they're like, oh, well, I didn't see that coming. And then, you know, despite saying, yeah, I really like chaos, Steven's going to show up and be like, yeah, man, congrats on being neutral, my dude. Because that makes sense.
It's really funny how the alignment works in this game, but the white take us basically to this monochrome forest, and we have to fight all of them in order to leave.
Yeah, they're essentially like, okay, well, fine, you can just rot in our forest forever then. Heck you, man. But Steven shows up and is like, yeah, so congratulations on achieving neutrality. I'm actually going to give you a reason to, like, I'm actually going to give you something to stand for now. That sounds like a good plan. But first I need you to go through this forest and actually kill the white, because they kind of have a hold on this grasp of the expanse. And so we have to defeat the four white that are scattered throughout this forest, and that will allow us to get back to our own reality. So this is the monochrome forest. It's a bit of a Lost Woods type of maze, where each exit kind of just teleports you to a different entrance of the maze. And it can be a little confusing to navigate your first couple of times through. Thankfully, we do have a map of the area that helps out. Yeah, using Strange Journey as an example, that game, both you always knew what your alignment was at any given time, because of how the follow-up system works. You kind of have to be able to see your alignment. Also, the game just, if you are close enough to neutrality, if you are neutral or slightly law or slightly chaos, Strange Journey just basically straight up asks you what ending you want. And then third is Strange Journey has a way for you to infinitely modify your alignment, so that you can just sort of fix your alignment, because this game does not have any of those, and also has the unfortunate thing of that there's some optional bits of content that will just affect your alignment. There is a very infamous NPC in Ikebukuro that if you just walk into her room, she will be like, "Are you a demon?" And if you say, and your choices are, yes, I'm a demon, no, I am not a demon, that choice gives you 10 law points or 10 chaos points. As many points as the final decision, just for going into a room and being talked to by an NPC that will just auto-talk to you if you enter her room. And that choice happens once, and it completely obliterates your alignment. So, yeah, this game has some very interesting things with alignment, but thankfully we are locked into neutral. That was White Hugo. He mostly just uses magic. The big scary thing about White Hugo is that if you get him to low HP, he will use an ability called Knot Wave, and Knot Wave is an almighty attack that has a high chance of proccing insta-kill, which is very bad. So, thankfully, in that situation, we were able to hit him so hard he just died from green HP.
How to remember where to go this way? This way. Don't get lost, that would be very annoying. If you pick the wrong entrance, you can end up in the beginning of the dungeon and have to run a decently long distance. So preferably we don't end up doing that.
Yeah. And the other thing is that you have to fight the white in order. So even if you like wander into where like white number 3 will be, they just won't be there until you've beaten the second one. So this is White K. This is probably the easiest of the fights. He has a little bit more HP than what Hugo does, but he only uses physical attacks. So as long as you keep up Tetracard, you're just literally invincible and he can't do anything.
Yeah, they did not set up enough fail-safes for fights like this to have Almighty. Like, I feel like if they detect that both Tetracard and Makara can't, they should just blast you with Almighty or something. I think that would be fair.
Yeah, there's only like, I want to say, there's only a handful of fights in the game that can actually read shields. All of the Fiends can, which makes sense. They're like super secret hidden super bosses. And then each of the alignment super bosses, so like Beelzebub, Ashtaroth, and Mastema can read shields. Oh, and Demiurge. And then Seraphim can read shields. Aside from that, nothing else in the game, even like even the final bosses can't read shields. Wow.
Nice misses.
Flynn needs to get his eyes checked.
Well, now, oh, I should have just put down, I think. Well, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. These are some unfortunate misses, though. There we go.
Yeah, probably gonna need to. If Flynn doesn't level, you're probably gonna need to heal him. Or,
yeah.
Shores empty a little bit.
I think he levels up. Yeah, he's like 300 away, luckily.
Yeah. Great, yeah. Problem solved.
First you want high gun Blaromant, then you want a blast arrow. Really gun happy demons I have around today. Actually, I need...
Yeah. Gun build is fun when it's live. It just takes a really long time to get live because of the fact that the game just doesn't want to give you good gun skills.
Yeah.
A lot of the gun stuff kind of revolves around the fact that you can get elemental bullets for your gun. Aside from that, your gun skills like take a really long time to kind of rank up in usability, aside from the fact that like you can get gun skills that do stun, some that do sleep, and some that do other stuff. Like, they really were like, yeah, all these ailment skills in a game where ailments aren't all that good are gonna be awesome. It's like, alright, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's super nice for like fighting hordes and stuff, but if you want to fight the actual story bosses, then they're kinda not good.
Oh yeah, stuff like Heaven's Arrow are absolutely obscene for horde clearing. They're fantastic abilities, but Gun doesn't, yeah. But by that point, Gun has been live for a while. Because I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, Tatham Shot, which is like the medium gun skill, you get like 10 levels later than you get medium magic. Actually, I'm gonna check that because I'm curious. I know that was the case in 4 Apocalypse. Okay, yeah, let's see. The earliest... Oh, that's a Zealot. Can't get that. Okay, the earliest source of Tathlam Shot that's not a fusion accident only demon, Tathlam Shot being the medium damage gun skill, is a level 29 demon. For reference, Aguilau is on a level 16 demon. Bufula's on a level 15.
Yeah, and
so
once
like
you get the medium gun damage, you're almost ready to get like Stun Needle as well, which is even stronger, I think.
Yeah, Tathlam Shot. I think Tathlam Shot is after Stun Needles, and Stun Needles is just better.
Oh, interesting.
Because Stun Needles is, it's technically light damage, but because it can hit more, it does more damage.
Hopefully that's enough MP. It should be. This is just a Tetrakarn boss. You don't need the Makarakarn even. So it should be fine.
Yeah, thankfully White Isabeau's the only one you really have to double Karn, because she can just do kind of whatever. White Isakar here is the final one of them, has the most he has the same amount of HP as White Isabeau, actually, I believe.
Yeah, he does.
But he only uses physical skills. Sometimes he'll buff himself. However, if you get him into red HP and do not kill him, he can use Megadoleon, either Megadola or Megadoleon. And that really hurts. This fight, you do get a couple of dialogue prompts in it, and the correct answer to those dialogue prompts gives you a Luster Candy. Luster Candy is a full party buff to all of your attributes. So you can get to pretty full buffs, which is nice. However, we do still taunt him all the way, so if he does get a chance to use Almighty skills, it will still hurt.
I'm actually
also,
gonna
there's a pretty...
not attack this turn just in case. I'm a bit scared.
Yeah.
I think I can kill this turn, so it should be safer now. Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah, the him like blowing you up doesn't happen until Burrows does her bit of dialogue.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we're fine then.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm safe. Yeah, and here's Burrows' dialogue. Burrows actually kind of, like, gives a bit of a sick burn on him here. She just basically calls them cowards who are making excuses for not wanting to actually, like, put an effort to make things better. And instead are just kind of running away from their problems. Alright, and we have successfully defeated the White. And in a timely manner, now Lorelei gets Makara Karn as well, so now we have our double Karners are all back live again.
Yeah, now,
so now
for
we find
best part of the run.
Time for cleanup. So I mentioned it earlier before I left, and we've done some bits of it earlier in the run as well. In order to actually obtain the neutral ending. So once you are on, like, locked into neutral, in order to reach the end of the game requires that you essentially become the Messiah of Tokyo, the person that everyone in Tokyo looks to as a hero that will rescue them from the demonic hordes and the threat of the angels above. So in order to do that, we have to complete 18 mandatory side quests. They are 18 specific quests. You cannot complete other ones in their place. And we have done some of them. I believe we did 5 earlier on in the run, where we were fighting, like, Asura and such. We'll be doing the rest of those now. So we wake up, we find out that basically our objective now is that the little girl we've been seeing the whole game is the spirit of the goddess of Tokyo. That if she is resurrected, that she can basically bring back peace to the land, kind of heal the decrepit state that Tokyo is in, reunite the peoples, etc. And that in order to do so, we have to remove the dome that was placed over Tokyo to protect it from the nukes, which is where Mikado is currently living. And the way that we will do that is by getting in contact with the guardian spirit of Tokyo, Masakado. And we're not really sure what to do about getting in contact with the Masakado or anything. However, we do know that Fujiwara and Skins were alive and in the anti-demon force, and so we're going to go visit with them to kind of consult and figure out what we're going to do to achieve that. As we're doing that, we're going to be
where is it?
Doing another quest.
Oh?
Yeah. So this is another quest in the Nozomi quest line. We did some of these earlier with the quest to fight Asura and the quests for some of the photos. This is another one of those. Basically, there's a bunch of these wicker men that are eating people and then setting themselves on fire, and we're teaming up with Nozomi to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I think
we're doing this quest now. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, serial kidnapping plus arson is one of my favorite quest names. That was just throw that in there.
Oh, yeah. It is a very funny quest name. It's like, all right, today we're gonna do serial kidnapping and arson. Like, wait. So we're doing this quest now. Older versions of the route used to do this quest at this, around the same time we did Phantom of Madness, right before we fought Tenkai. However, doing that quest then was really obnoxious because we were quite underleveled for it. Technically, according to the game, we're still underleveled for it. And so the fights against the Wicker Men would take longer. Essentially, this is going to be 3 Horde battles, and then immediately after the 3rd Horde battle, we're going to do a mini-boss fight. All of those are weak to Zan. However, these Wicker Men have a very, very obnoxious affinity towards using, inflicting the sick ailment. I don't know if you've explained what the sick element is at all, or if it's really
I actually haven't. But... yeah, you can.
So, sick is the most obnoxious ailment. There's them using it with Pandemic Bomb. So sick is an ailment. Halves your damage, just straight up. You do half damage of all types with sick inflicted. It makes it so you cannot dodge. Because you have an ailment, obviously you can't smirk. And sick has the ability to spread to other party members. And there is no, quote, invulnerability or immunity period with sick. So if you get inflicted with sick while you're in a battle, and then you say, so like say for example here, they use Pandemic Bomb and it lands on Flynn and Lorelei. If we were to use a Disc Poison or Post a Moody on Flynn right now to remove the sick, it could immediately spread back onto him from Lorelei. It is a very, very obnoxious ailment. And again, it just, like, straight up halves your damage, which is really bad. And whether or not you go first against these hordes is completely random. We're pretty sure, like, nothing impacts it, like, not even stats or anything. So it's just like, oh, you're just randomly now are going to be doing this entire fight at a disadvantage. We're now at the point that we are a high enough level that getting inflicted with sick, and again, reminder, as soon as we win this fight right here against these Wicker Men, oh, that's actually really, really good.
Yeah, that's nice.
We're going to immediately go into a mini-boss fight. We are a higher level, so taking that damage hit is a little bit less crippling. Also, we have Ouroboros in our party now, who has Null Nerve. And Null Nerve does a lot of work here, because if they do use Pandemic Bomb, it will automatically tank their turn, so they can't do anything else. So this here is Cernanos, Kernanos, aka Red Dude riding on an antelope skull. I usually refer to him as the... yeah. As like the patron deity of Texas, because of, I think, the antelope skull is really funny. That was actually a really, really good fight. You can kill him in 2 turns if you, in 1 or 2 turns if no one is sick. If someone is sick, you have to take a little bit longer, but this is why we do the quest now, because that's always a 2 or maybe even 3 or 4 turn fight, doing it earlier. But we rescued Nozomi from getting burned alive, which is probably a really good thing.
Probably.
And now that we've done that quest, we happen to be in the area of where the Cafe Florida is, so we're just going to head over to Fujiwara and Skins now.
Oh.
Yes, as someone said in chat, we have to tensei the Shin Megami. The Shin Megami. That is what we are doing in this game.
The Shin Megami will be tensei'd.
Yep. Also worth noting is that at this point, we have actually lost contact with the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. We've essentially been branded a heretic by the people, by the leaders of Mikado. So here, we're like, hey, do you know Masakado? And they're like, what did you just say? And we're like, Masakado? And now Skins is like, here, hold this sword right now. And he's like, wow, that sword is like super special, awesome. Only like the legendary chosen one can use that sword. Obviously, that means that you're a really cool dude, and you should go talk to Masakado. By the way, he's being sealed, and the sword is a totem or a summoning implement for Masakado, whose rock is the like giant boulder thing in the middle of Ginza. So now we get to go to Ginza in order to make contact with Masakado and try to get the dome removed. While we're doing that, however, like I mentioned, there are like 18 side quests we have to do, and there happens to be 3 or 4 of them in the same part of Ginza that Masakado is residing in.
Yeah, this is the most obnoxious part of the run, this specific section in Ginza. Everything else
so this is
like,
about
kind of fine, but this part I do not like.
no, this is my least favorite part of the run for sure. This is about 15 or 20 minutes of just running back and forth. Because basically the way that Upper Ginza works, which is where we're heading to now, is the Upper Ginza is... Because Ginza is ruled by the Ring of Gaia, which is the whole, the strong are the powerful ones, and, only those with power should, prosper here. Upper Ginza has decided that their definition of being powerful and strong is being wealthy. So in order to access all of the areas that we have to access, which requires us to have an item called the Black Card, there are multiple cards. There's the Gold Card, the Platinum... the Gold Card, the Platinum Card, and the Black Card. In order to get access to those cards, we have to pay money towards the people at the Ring of Gaia who guard each area. In total, we have to pay 164,000 Maka in order to, it might be 165,000. 165,000 Maka in order to eventually get access to the Black Card and get to the specialty shopping area, all to do one quest. There happens to be a Dionysus chilling in the, shopping area. And that Dionysus, is the, you have to kill for a quest, and...
Wait.
Yeah, you were right.
Yeah. Had to doubt myself for a second.
Yeah. So here, this person's like, all right, well, if you want to access this area, you need to pay me 5K. So we're like, okay, that's fine. So here, I mentioned before, this game is the Dark Souls of SMT because of its obsession with poison swamps. Welcome to the Blight Town room, as I lovingly refer to it. Also, Bunny.
Yeah,
this is the Blight Town room. The entire room is poisonous. And we have to run through this room 4 times.
Yeah, paying 5K is how they lure you into doing the neutral questing. It's like after that it's diminishing returns, but you're already invested 5K, so you have to continue. You can't quit halfway, and the price just keeps going up.
Yeah, so we get to this area, and in here we're gonna find a disgruntled hunter who's like, man, I came all this way, and all I got was this stupid gold card. Hey, dude, you want it? I paid 5K for it. You want it? And we're like, yeah, sure. And he's like, actually, on second thought, I have to go through that stupid poison room again. So I'm going to make you pay me 10K if you want it. Again, friendly reminder, not only do we have to go through that room again, we have to go through that room 2 more times after this as well. Funny. Thankfully, these Ginza enemies are actually, like, fairly low-leveled, so they're not terribly threatening. The problem is that we're also taking damage while we're in the poison room, and we're poisoned, so it could very quickly lead to a wipe. This is also why Ouroboros having Null Nerve is nice, because no matter what, she won't get poisoned. So we paid 10K for that gold card. We're now at 15K. Oh, no, I was right. It is 165K. I was right the first... Or no, yeah, 165K. I was right the first time. So now, grand robbery that is currently occurring to our funds, we are going to make contact with Masakato. Because he is just in that rock that's chilling in the middle of this plaza area. And you can only interact with the rock from one side, and that one side happens to be the side that we're on now. So we're just going to do that really quick before I continue on my explanation.
I usually do this in different order than you, but yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Either at some point we will make contact. So next step in getting robbed is this person's like, hey, in this room there's a platinum card. If you pay me 50K, I will give you the opportunity to find the platinum card. Thankfully, the platinum card is just over here up this ladder and in that chest.
Yeah, this is the only thing you do in this area, and you pay 50K for the privilege of coming here.
Yeah, this area has a bunch of, like, relics in it, and some of them can be fairly high value, so, like, there is ways that you can sort of recoup your losses a little bit. Not as much as for Apocalypse, where this area is, like, one of the areas to go to for getting 5 stars. Thankfully, this next dude is actually fairly chill. He's like, oh, you have a platinum card. Cool, come right in. By the way, there is a black card if you want to, if you think you can find it. And in order to get the black card, this area, earlier on, John accepted a quest from a hunter to take a picture of the Louis Vuitton shop. Definitely not an homage to, or a reference to Louis Vuitton. We get that picture, and actually, we get that picture, so that's that quest done. That's another neutral quest. So the next thing we have to do, in order to obtain the black card, is we have to go back through the poison room again. But first, we're going to talk to Masakato here. So, as it turns out, Masakato, the guardian deity of Tokyo, is actually an eldritch nightmare abomination.
But he's our eldritch abomination.
True. So essentially Masakato here is like, you have returned, you the reincarnation of the one who last called upon me. I would love to help you out, but unfortunately I'm kind of weak, so if you want to help me out, go collect the hopes and dreams and wishes of all the people of Tokyo and let me eat them. And we're like, oh, okay, I don't know how we're gonna do that, but cool. And he gives us a cup to fill with the hopes of all of Tokyo.
And Masakato is always up to some weird stuff, like in SMT2 you need to collect all of his body parts to fuse him back together, and he's always up
and
to
in
some
5 Vengeance, you have to, like,
nonsense.
talk to a bunch of Mimin in a correct order to, like, trace a dragon symbol.
Yeah,
So we get to go through the poison room again.
Yeah, he's certainly a unique individual in the SMT lore.
Yeah. So here we go into this room. If we would have gone in here earlier, this guy would have been like, I don't want to talk to you. You weren't cool. But now he's like, hey there, mister. I couldn't help but notice that you have a platinum card. That's really cool. I made this silver coin thing out of junk. It's probably worthless, but want to pay me 100,000 Maka for it? So we paid 100,000 Maka for this worthless silver coin. That fortunately, just so happens that the person who has the black card happens to just want a silver coin for some reason, so cool. Also, we never have to go through the poison room again, so yippee.
Yeah, we're done with that. That makes this already a lot more bearable.
So here we need to stop by the Ginza Association, because there's a bunch of quests that we need to pick up that only get unlocked once you've talked to Masakato. So here the guy's like, hey, you know, hope in Tokyo's really low right now. I think we should have a tournament amongst the hunters to see who can basically be the best at completing quests and really inspire the hope of the people of Tokyo. I bet whoever wins this tournament would really be a hero to those people, and we're like, oh, that sounds just vague enough to be exactly what we need. You turn in the card, the thing.
Oh yeah, it is. I can't read. It's okay.
Pleasure.
Yeah. So here we one of the quests we picked up. There's a bunch of quests that we had gathered the materials for that we're just going to turn in now. But we do need to turn in the one of the quests that we get there is I will give you my black card, which is the person just wants a silver coin. So we turn in the silver coin. Now we have the black card, so we can access the shopping center of Ginza with a lot of items that we could literally never afford. Even if we were to hoard all of the money that we obtained in the game, we could not afford like a single thing here unless we decided to pay for the DLC, which is the ultimate form of getting hustled by the video game, truly. But we have to access this area because one of the quests we need is a quest called the Great Drunkenness. And in order to complete that quest, we have to defeat Dionysus and obtain his wine that he has with him. Also in this area, if you so choose, you can find an empty bookstore that happens to have Isabeau's final manga that you could get and allow her to read, but there's no voice acting associated with the scene, unfortunately, so it's not.
Well,
it doesn't do anything, but it is cute.
Okay.
Alright, so this is Dionysus. He's weak to ice, and so he can be a little annoying if he goes first, because it's another one of those fights that's like random whether you go first or not. If he goes first, then he can inflict panic on your party, which is kind of obnoxious. But
you have all you need now. Just go
there you go.
And you're
Go
done.
deliver and you're done.
Yeah, he's also kind of annoying because if you enter the area and then don't get to him quick enough, he will despawn. But he will also spawn back in the same location, but he will just like waste your time doing that.
Yeah, you can fix it with a quick save load, but it's one of those things that's just like you just rather get to him the first time.
Yeah.
So we are finally done with Ginza.
Thank you, Ginza, very cool.
And we are only 165k poorer for it.
So now is time for the tournament arc of the run, where we actually have to go do the Hunter tournament, which is not as fun as it actually sounds.
Yeah, they decide, you know, what's the best way to get the hope of the people of Tokyo? By having their defenders beat the crap out of each other. So,
yeah, also from
we're also going to stop by
aspect,
Ueno to pick up some quests as well.
Yeah. Also from the gameplay aspect, it's just a bunch of gauntlet fights back to back, which is not that fun. It's actually a little bit annoying if his enemies can also go first in that specific quest. So.
Oh, they always go first, even.
Oh yeah, they always go first.
Yeah, so it's 4 fights that we have to do in sequence against. It's basically we're doing Pokemon battles. It's our team of it's us plus our demons versus other teams of hunters plus their 3 demons. And there's 4 of them that we do in this one, and then there is a Hunter Tournament Finals that we will do immediately thereafter. And that quest also is another set of 4 fights. Something funny is that this first Hunter Tournament, the preliminary fight, is something that you unlock like fairly early into the game. I think you gain access to it probably... You can do it before you go to Ikebukuro, even.
Yeah, the game tells you that it's a 4-star quest, which would be like, well, it's not that difficult. But when you actually try to do it, it's... How are you supposed to do it on level?
Yeah, no, like, there's some fights, like, some specific enemies in these fights can, like, give us trouble, and we are literally at the end of the video game.
Oh, how the hell
Of course, we
did
get
I...
the 1 level 50 enemy.
Why is there a level 50 enemy here?
I don't know. As soon as you get back to Tokyo, they just throw in a level 50 Yakuza horde in all of Tokyo. They just add it to every single encounter table for some reason.
I've seen it, like, in other places. I've never seen it in Ueno, though.
Yeah, you can encounter it literally everywhere, and it's so obnoxious, because it's like...
Fun.
You're like, oh, I can mow over every enemy. Wait, why am I getting into a fight? Oh, it's these guys. Alright, also shoutouts to the Ginza music from SMT1. That plays in the background during this quest. So yeah, these fights can even be a little bit annoying at the point that we are at currently. Thankfully, our party is very well set up. Neburos and Nulling Fizz is incredibly powerful here. Ouroboros being immune to electricity is very good. Our party is just, in general, very well set up for these fights. These first few fights, we're... Come on, Inugami. What the dog doing? These first couple of fights, they don't have anything that's immune to Zan, so we're going to be using the Zanma to preserve our MP a little bit. And then after that, they're going to start having things that are immune to force damage, so we're going to swap to using Megadola. But each of these fights have the exact same script. Charge up with... yeah, we're probably going to want to throw like this poison.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Yeah, concentrate with Flynn, taunt them, throw up a Mediorama, and then just nuke them in one turn. In this case, we might want to just like Tetrakarn and next turn.
I just all one turn to get concentrated. Gonna need to buy more these poisons later, but that's fine.
Yeah, maybe when you get to, when you are in Shibuya, just drop by the mark, because it's kind of on the way to the association, just cap out on them. Also, something funny is, well, funny. At the end of each of these fights, you're given the option to spare your opponent or to kill them. We're locked into neutral, so we don't get alignment points anymore because we're locked. But each of these quests, or each of these fights that we do, that could have been really scary. And that Inferno is currently smirking. It's really hard to tell because he's the same color as the smirking box, but he is smirking.
I'm just gonna hit it, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ow. Ow.
Well, that was rude. Like we said, we're, like, upper mid-40s, literally at the end of the game, and the quests are... And this quest is still being obnoxious. He's still smirking.
Oh
my god.
Why? Why are you like this? Oh wait, that was
Fire
actually
breath
bad.
randomly hits targets. Happened to hit the thing that was Fire Weak twice.
Yeah, I did not want to
Very cool.
Kill him there though, because now I'm low HP going into the final one, but it's just going to be fine. It's fine, it's fine. I think
also that last Also that last
fine.
guy was a hunter named Buzzsaw Sanya. I always call him Buzzsaw Joe though, because at one point I didn't read his name right. And so shouts to Buzzsaw Joe, he's a jerk. But yeah, we're good here. We're just getting it loaded up. Alright, that was Hunter Tournament prelims down.
Yeah, and at level 48 it's still very difficult.
It still sucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, each of these like spare or kill choices actually gives you alignment points. And so if you don't know about that, this is a really good way to once again just completely mess up your alignment without intending to. Each choice does give the same amount of points, and because there are 4 battles, you could just kill 2 of them and spare 2 of them. Again, this is neutrality. It's okay if you murder someone as long as you spare one other person. It's fine. Oh, this game is silly.
Yeah. The neutral... It doesn't really make sense, but it's fine. Also, I fail to see how like murdering all of like the contestants in the Hunter tournament is somehow you becoming the hope of Tokyo, but I guess.
Yeah, there's a drop right there.
Oh, right. I forgot about that already.
What's the maximum and minimum range? I don't know if it has one. I would just cap out on them, honestly.
Nah. It's fine.
You don't become Tokyo's hope. You become the only one left.
What's your... What?
If no one believes in me, I believe in me, and that's what matters. Because I'm the only one.
Welcome.
Not what I meant to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that does make you Tokyo's only hope, true. Story point of view, yeah. So, next up, when you get back to Tokyo after the alternate Tokyos, now that the Ashurakai has basically fallen apart, we gain access to the Bay area of Tokyo, and so we're going to be visiting there for this next quest. This next quest is a contender for the worst quest in the game.
Yeah, it's one of them for sure. Other one being multi-demon fusion, which we will do a bit later in the same quest chain. So we're having fun over here.
Yeah, it's not Beelzebub, it's the precursor quest to Beelzebub. Thankfully, you do not have to do Beelzebub for the speedrun, or that would be terrible. Like, genuinely, this route would be impossible if you had to do if you had to fight Beelzebub as part of it. So thankfully, this is like one of the few like multi-part quests that you don't have to see to its quest lines. And it's the Yakuza Horde again. This is thankfully one of the only multi-part quest lines that you don't actually have to see to its conclusion, that you are required to start for neutral. This is Mysterious Story of Tenozu. Basically, a bunch of people have gone missing / are assembling in this warehouse in Tenozu. And then when we go there, we find that they're worshipping a deity called Gozu Tenno, or as the localizers refer to him, Goes to Know.
Oh dear.
That's unfortunate.
That is certainly unfortunate. When did I save even? Before the Hunter tournament? Did I save after that?
You definitely saved before the Hunter tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like we get to redo the Hunter tournament.
Well, that was a bit of a mistake. I guess that's why you're not supposed to try and take these encounters. You're supposed to save and load them, I guess. Lesson learned. That was quite silly.
Will at least save load the first encounter in that area because of that.
Yeah, that would be reasonable.
You can't... There's like one enemy configuration in that area that you can actually mow over still with Estoma, but... Most of them are kind of safe, but there's a couple of formations that are really nasty, that being one of them. I think if you had Lorelei in your party, you might have been fine because she does null force, but
yeah, probably.
Having the two force weaknesses out without coverage kind of hurt. It's okay. These fights will just go perfectly this time because, of course, they will.
It's a lot better start at least already than last time. So. My MP is a bit of a problem though, unfortunately.
Oh, I guess you didn't heal after when you got back to Wano or something. You have a Megidolo Rock in your inventory though, you can just throw that.
Yeah, seems like a plan.
You got to love how the tournament goes perfectly the second time you do it. At least it went well though, and at least it wasn't a struggle bus both times.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, this time I guess I'll save once I get to the Tennessee region.
Yeah. Reminder to visit the shop in Shibuya again to get dispoisons.
Yeah.
I had a marathon run of this that I did on the really longathon channel once, where I ran out of dispoisons in the middle of Purgatorium and actually had to fight Mara in order to warp out and heal.
Yeah, that's less than ideal.
Yeah. Shop.
Right, you said... You did tell me to go to the shop and I still did not do
Welcome.
that.
What do you want to
It's
buy?
like just out of like your sight, like your eyesight, so I get it. But it's like, oh wait, there's a shop there. And you would like never come here otherwise, so.
What's your... What?
Yeah, if I've learned anything from SMT speedruns is you have to redo a section, it goes better the second time. Yeah, it depends. It either goes way better or suddenly it becomes just the worst thing ever. No in between. So like, oh, that went fine both times, I guess. Similar thing happened to Shaggy a couple days ago with his answer run where he was near the end of the grind and his PS3 crashed. And then so he had to like redo an entire grind, but then like the grind went literally perfectly. So it's like, well, on one hand it sucks I had to do the entire grind again, but on the other hand that was like actually perfect, so. Mega 10 giveth and Mega 10 taketh away, but mostly taketh away. Hey, it wasn't a Yakuza horde that time.
Yeah, this time at least it wasn't. Alright, this time let's actually save and load.
Yeah, the Fenriers are really scary, and then Bodus is also quite scary in this area. So the Bodus are shacks. I know they come together in the same encounter, but I don't remember which one of them is the one that's actually a problem. Also, shoutouts to shacks. They're like a really cool demon that's just too high of a level to ever be used and stuff, and that isn't in very many games. Also, shoutouts to Bodus being a magic demon in like every game that he's in, despite looking like the ultimate fizz demon.
Pardon me.
Yo!
It's your
gaming.
boy. Go girls.
Got some Gog Magog gaming going on in that encounter. To the left, yeah.
Oh, nice. I wasn't
That enemy
expecting
is
him
so
to go.
obnoxious.
Yeah, I was not expecting him to go over the wall like that.
That's happened to me a few times, and every time it's just like, freaking really, man? Like,
Oh my god, come on.
hey, hello, Yakuza Horde. How y'all doing?
It's so annoying in this game where you feel like you don't want to save and load all the time, but like 90% of the time that is the optimal thing to do. It's just save and load.
Yeah, doing it on the overworld especially feels really bad because there's
Yeah.
so many encounters on the overworld. Like, doing it when I'm running around in dungeons, I don't really care. But on the overworld, it's always like, really? Alright, now we get to do Mysterious Story of Tenozu. Which, again, a bunch of people are accumulating in this warehouse, worshipping a Oh, haven't accepted
I
the
did
quest.
not start that this time. Yeah, that was a previous timeline.
Worshipping a... You're in the main quest.
Yeah.
Worshipping a deity by the name of Gozu Tenno, who you may recognize from Nocturne. Except for some reason, the localizers decide that his name is pronounced Goes to Know. Lord Goes to Know. So this is the Red Knight. So he fights us. Red Knight is an annoying enemy because, well, he hurts.
Oh, didn't die.
But also, he likes to use an ability called Pandemic. He likes to use Pandemic Bomb to inflict sick. He also has a really, really fun ability. Fun is in about 5 quotation marks. Called Carol Hit. Carol Hit is a single target physical ability that if it hits the target, it has, I believe it's a 50% chance to inflict the Lost status on them. Lost is essentially your demon gets yeeted out of the fight and cast into the void. And they are permanently gone from your party until you happen to bump into them in like random encounters. And then they rejoin you. So after beating up Red Knight, he eats those dudes and then evolves into Baal. So now we fight Baal. He also really hurts. He likes to throw out Mazandine, Maziodine. He does have some fizz, but he primarily uses magic. So when he goes first, you currently have 2 people in your party that are weak to force damage, so he can kind of mess you up really bad. Thankfully, we did not get sicked by the Red Knight at all, so this fight isn't too terrible outside of that, because we can clear it pretty quickly. If you get inflicted with sick, then this fight can drag out enough to the point that you start to run a little bit low on MP on your Karners. This quest notably has a second part to it that is thankfully not required for the neutral ending, where you come back here and fight the Red Knight again, but after you fight the Red Knight, he evolves into Beelzebub instead of Baal, and it is basically the super boss of the neutral route. It is a horrible, horrible fight that really expects you to be about level 99 and have well over 1,000 HP on all your party members, and access to Luster Candy and Debilitate, and basically, you know, the full suite of coverage. He's also one of a few enemies that can actually read shields. If you try to use a Karn, he will hit you with, like, Maziodines and stuff normally, but if you use Karns, he hits you with Megadoleon instead. Very, very painful fight. That thankfully we do not have to do, otherwise this speedrun route would be impossible or would be significantly more grindy. Yeah, so Ashtaroth is Law exclusive in New Game Plus. Both Law and Chaos Route have New Game Plus exclusive super bosses. For Law, it's Ashtaroth. For Chaos, it's Demiurge. Sorry, no, Demiurge is New Game. New Game Plus for Chaos, it's Mother Harlot.
Burrows.
You should totally check for a Fiend.
Yeah, I'll do it. Do we get a Fiend? We indeed do not get a Fiend.
Ah, darn. So, Fiends in this game.
I'm detecting.
There are several spots in the game, Tenozu Shelter being one of them, where there is a 1 in 256 chance that when you enter an area that a Fiend will spawn, and when you walk over about the halfway point in that room, you can just have a 1 in 256 chance of getting attacked by a Fiend. Obviously, this makes the game miserable to 100% complete because there are 7 Fiends in the game that are 1 in 256 spawns, and you would have to spawn all of them and beat all of them.
Yeah, there's a Champion Beef has done a segmented 100% run of this game a couple of times, and in those runs he spends over 10 hours just hunting Fiends and trying to get them to spawn. So, you know, fun.
Yeah, not to mention all the fusion accident demons that also take about 7 to 10 hours to get all of. Also, this game has, like, over 300 demons in its compendium, so even despite, like, the obnoxious accident-only demons and the fiends, you still just spend a long time fusing. Because I believe this game has, like, 150 demons in its... Or, sorry, 300... Yeah, 350 demons in its compendium.
Wait, what?
Wait, did you get the picture?
Did I do this before?
Oh, no, you've got it.
No, never mind. Yeah, okay. I went to the wrong door, but then I got confused because I thought it was asking about the picture again. I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, no, I was confused. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, I've seen some of the accident-only demons in runs where I've, like, accidented into them. Unfortunately, because the fusion route in this game is so tight, you can't really take them. The only time I've ever seen a fusion accident, a fusion accident demon that could have been taken, but the runner didn't take it because they didn't think about it at the time, was during the second SMT marathon. Kulzo was fusing Rangda for the final party, and she accidented into Siegfried. And she could have actually taken he could have taken the Siegfried instead of the Rangda, because Siegfried drains Fizz, but he didn't think about it and had already reloaded. Yeah, so that Tenozu Shelter has Matador in it, I believe. Or no, sorry, Tenozu Shelter has Black Rider. Tenozu Shelter has Black Rider. Tiosu Shelter has Matador. The secret neutral locked area behind the 100 luck door has Red Rider. Pale Rider is in Poison Town. Trumpeter is in, I believe, in a park area or in Kichijoji Forest.
Chemtrail is in Kichijoji Forest, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, Chemtrail's in Kichijoji Forest. I think Trumpeter is in a different area of Shinjuku Park, I want to say. I don't remember where Trumpeter is.
Yeah, I think it might be Shinjuku Park, yeah, that sounds about right, but I'm not 100% sure either. Alright, so...
Yeah. Alright, so this is Rebirth of the Lady. This is the final quest in Nozomi's quest line. Basically, the fairies are like, hey, we need a leader, because our leader kind of got co-opted by Christianity or something, and so we need a new lead. We want to resurrect Black Maria so that she can be our leader.
Oh, Trumpeter is in the forest? Okay, but like the mixed up then? Yeah. I can believe that.
Chemtrail is in a park, okay.
Alright, so yeah, I got them flipped. So, yeah.
And then we summon Black Maria, and then she's like, well, I'm kind of needed by people that, you know, sincerely worship me, so, how about you become the queen of the fairies? And thus, Nozomi becomes the queen of the fairies, and then in 4 Apocalypse decides that she really likes Kamina glasses and using outdated vernacular. Such as Home Slice went banana cakes all of a sudden.
Can't escape the foray, Nozomi, even when you're playing a different game.
Also, we get pants for completing that quest. Those are some of the best pants in the game. They give us a decent amount of agility, and so we will end up equipping them later. Here we have another quest that we're doing, like, literally right next door. This is a quest we could have done earlier, but it's just easier to do it now. This is Demon Guarding the Shrine. Basically, there's just a random Okuninushi chilling here.
I genuinely cannot read. Where is it?
There it is.
Oh, right there, okay.
So there's this Okuninushi that's kind of just chilling in this shrine, and for some reason we decided that that's not cool and we want to kill him, so we're gonna beat up Okuninushi. Okuninushi is literally the exact same as the Dionysus we fought earlier, just slightly weaker.
Rude. Okay, well.
Oh, we woke up immediately, alright. There's no time for a nap, Flynn says. Alright. And there goes Okuninushi. Oh, Okuninushi! Next up on our list of quests is the Hunter Tournament Finals, because it's just like right over here in this little Tokyo Dome area.
Yeah, if you
So
thought
this
the
is the
problems
exact same as
were, yeah, if you thought the problems were fun, then
Yeah.
it's about the same.
You have to accept the quest.
Oh, right, of course.
So yeah, this is literally the same as Hunter Tournament Prelims. 4 battles in sequence. They always go first, except now they're a higher level. Because this is a quest that you're not expected to do until you've been to, like, Shibuya and stuff. And this quest is a pain in the butt. This is probably, like, the 3rd worst quest that we do in cleanup. Sometimes you just die on the 3rd match. Most of the time you don't. It's really good at wasting a lot of time. But the formula for this is like the exact same. Concentrate, taunt, heal with Lorelei, and then either Mazanma the first one, and then Megiddo the rest of them, and that's it. So simple in execution, but oh boy, do some of these fights get really irritating. Some of these party compositions make me laugh a little bit.
Alright, let's see how the 3rd fight treats us.
Yeah, the 3rd fight is generally the worst one. Like, dude has a Mishiguchi, a Nikusa, and a bunny. Lorelei hanging on by a thread. What a champ. Alright, and now we're on to the final match. I refer to this, his name is God Hand Hills, which is kind of a really badass name. But I like to call him the chairman because for some reason he decided to bring his chair with him to fight. Oh, well.
Nah,
bye, Lorelei. But yeah, that's fine. We have enough turns. And thus ends the reign of the chairman.
And since he's the last one we fight, he has to take the brunt of my frustration and die.
So for completing that quest, we get an actually pretty good accessory called the Hunter Crown. The Hunter Crown just gives you Null Panic, which happens to be really useful for, like, specifically 2 fights. The first of those fights is the fight we're going to be doing immediately next. We're going to be doing what is, in both of our opinions, the absolute worst quest in all of Cleanup, Multi-Demon Fusion. And then it's useful for the final boss, because the final boss really likes to inflict panic. It's the same reason why we're trying to put Null Mind on all of our demons. For every other fight, though, we're going to be using the Ice Earring because Ice Playroma's really useful. We do be cleaning our quests.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Multi-Demon Fusion. This quest is basically a sequel to Serial Kidnapping and Arson, where Cernunnos basically revealed that the reason he was having his Wicker Men go around, set people on fire and stuff, is that he was trying to resurrect a friend of his. And so this is basically the continued effort of doing that. So here we're going to be changing up our equipment a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't buy the Roger Rooks, but that's fine.
It should be fine. I
I
believe
should
you're
have,
guaranteed to have one.
Yeah, I might have more than that as well. We'll see.
So here we're equipping the Silver Mars just because it gives us a little bit of extra armor. Still Black Demonica, though.
Oh, is it?
For the death resist.
I'm just, yeah, okay.
And then the White King pants we got are technically some of the best pants in the game, and so they give us some decent agility, which is nice. They also give, like, some HP, not a whole lot. And then we equip the Hunter Crown because this multi-demon fusion is a two-part fight, or is a two-part quest. The first fight is going to be against a Baphomet, who likes to use Panic Voice, I believe is the name of the skill. That might be what it's called in Nocturne.
I can't.
Basically, he likes to try to panic the whole party. And then he also likes to use Megidola, and he also has Mamudo.
I swear it's not here. I think I forgot to do something. Multi-demon fusion.
Oh, you need to accept quests in Shinjuku after completing serial kidnapping and arson.
Oh. I'm goofing up. Oh, whatever. That's fine. I'll take a quick detour. Yeah.
Well, if nothing else, I guess you can heal in Shinjuku to be capped out on MP.
Yeah. After wasting all of my MP recovery items too.
Yeah.
But it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah. Sorry, I had the thought in the back of my head about needing to stop by the association. I just forgot to say it.
I think I did stop by the association, but I think I just
you did before doing the quest.
What's your
yeah, I get the Alright. A second try.
We are here. I think it's a real shame that you, never get to hear the Ikebukuro theme, because it's my favorite town theme in the game.
Burrows.
Yeah. There we go.
Alright, so like I said, round 1 of Multi-Demon Fusion is against a Baphomet. He has a weird quirk with his AI where he wants you to be at negative attack, and so he will spam Tarunda until you are at negative attack. Once he sees that you are at -1, he will start doing stuff like Megidola and Mamudon, and can also use Panic Voice to try to inflict panic on your entire party. This is why we equipped the Hunter Crown, so that if he does that, we can null it.
Oh, actually, I goofed up, I think, already, but
yeah, I think he's gonna just blow you up.
It's fine.
Oh, he just used Mamudon, so that's fine. This fight also has, slightly more HP than you always think it will. For whatever reason, it always takes, one more attack than one would hope to deal with it. Case in point.
Yeah, also a disclaimer, I might have to step out for 5 minutes here depending on my IRL situation, so if I suddenly pause the game and don't say anything for a few minutes, you know what happened.
Okay. Right, I guess that's a thing that the restreamer should probably say okay to, and not me.
Yeah, well, if the restreamer doesn't agree with that, then I don't know what they're gonna do about it, since...
Take over, yeah, just send me your save file, I got you.
Yeah, I might get a visit from maintenance workers who were checking out one thing in my apartment, and unfortunately I couldn't reschedule it, and it was kind of last minute, so... Hopefully they don't show up while I'm live here, but they might.
Okay. So, round 2, we're fighting Cernunnos again. Also, Baphomet turned from a goat into a donkey. This fight can be a little bit annoying because they like to inflict sick on you and then use an ability called Death's Door. Death's Door reduces all sick characters to 1 HP. So hopefully we don't get hit by that. I believe the one with Death's Door, though, is Cernunnos. I don't think Pales has it. I don't remember, though.
What could go wrong?
Pales is just weak to Augie, so
yeah,
just
okay.
blow him up. You can use Mizanma to hit both of them for a decent bit, and then just use Augie Dyne to finish off Pales once Cernunnos is dead. And that's Multi-Demon Fusion down in one try, which is really nice. That is a quest that can just kind of kill you repeatedly. Especially the Baphomet fight. If he just decides he wants to use Megiddola repeatedly, it's pretty hard to be able to deal with it. We're swapping back to the Ice Earring because we do have a couple of gauntlet fights coming up here. Also swapping to the Samurai uniform. We're going to be finishing the game in our default piece of equipment. Reminder to do some fusions.
Yeah.
So here we're going to be doing our second to last fusion in the game. Gonna buy a summon discount to make the compendium a little bit cheaper, and then buying Fusion Booster 6. That way we can fuse things that are 12 levels higher than us. And basically we're just going to be setting up to fuse our final party. Going to be fusing Lorelei into the Sarasvati here. And then immediately taking the Sarasvati and up-fusing her into the next nymph up in the, or the next demon up in the nymph line, which is Perry. And then Perry is important because she, when you fuse Perry with Masakato, who will be joining our party once we actually finish up the quest cleanup, when you fuse Perry with Masakato, you'll get Rangda. And Rangda is an amazing demon in this game. Repels Fizz, which is very useful. Also is a very convenient source of the ability Debilitate, which lowers all attributes by 1, which is very helpful. Also, we're going to be fusing our Ouroboros away into Orochi. Orochi is very, very tanky. Trades out the electric and force nullifications for a fire and ice nullification, which is still quite good, and just naturally has like 662, I believe was the number I saw there, HP. So, very tanky demon, very good. And Neburos is still fantastic, if a little squishy at this point, so we're going to be keeping Neburos around for a bit. Neburos will be getting fused away, but not for a while. Not until, again, we have access to Masakatos. Or to Masakato.
Actually, that's fine.
Alright, so now we are doing the last big quest of cleanup. There's like one quest that's technically not done yet. That was the photo quest we accepted a long time ago. We can turn that in as we're doing this bit of cleanup because we do have to go through the entrance of Shinjuku again as part of this quest. This is Tokyo Cosmos. Basically, we will receive a key item from one of the from this monk here in a shrine, and we'll be tasked with the objective of defeating the 4 devas before the orb breaks. And so we'll be traveling all across Tokyo to find and hunt down the 4 Devas. And then after we beat each of them separately, we'll fight them all together, and then that will be the conclusion of the last bit of cleanup. So the first one over here is just on the other side of the entrance to Ikebukuro. There's like a little alcove that you go into, and he'll be there. Alright, so the first of the Devas we're going to be fighting is technically the one that's the most powerful. We're going to be fighting Bishamon here, also known as Mario. He likes using Fizz skills, and he has some almighty abilities as well. Obviously, because he's the red one, that means he's weak to fire, so we're just going to blast him with Agidyne. We don't quite have enough damage to kill him in one turn, so we're going to put up a Tetrakarn and hope he uses Hades Blast or a basic attack and not Megadoleon.
Alright, that should be good enough.
Yeah, with the smirk, yeah. 3,400 damage, you know, it's a decent bit.
I hate the camera here, so janky feeling.
Yeah, you just cannot see where you are in relation to that little alcove. And more poison swamps.
Yeah, we didn't have enough of those today.
Miyazaki strikes again. So this next one is over here by Shinjuku in this little alcove that's like directly to the south of us. This is Kamokuten, aka Blue Toad. Everyone's favorite Mario brother. He has no weakness, but we can hit him with ice, so that's cool. He also can be a little tanky, though, so we're gonna just set up a Tetrakarn to make sure we can just blow him up this turn. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go. The next one is over in the Tanozu area, like literally right by where we did Mysterious Story of Tanozu. So we're going to head into Shinjuku and turn in that photography quest that we had earlier, or that we had received earlier, and then just warp over to the Tanozu shelter to shortcut getting into that quest. This is also why we went kind of out of our way to do the Mysterious Story of Tanozu earlier. That way, we can just immediately warp over there now.
The next Deva we'll fight is actually weak to ice, so that will be the by far the easiest of the 4 fights.
Yeah. Next one we're fighting is, of course, Luigi, aka Xochitl. And because it's Luigi, that means he's the one that's going to get bullied the hardest. Because, as John said, he's weak to ice. So we're about to do some pretty inconsiderate amounts of damage to this guy. Goodbye, Luigi. And this next one we have to do a little bit of a walk for. We have to go all the way over to by where the Teosu shelter is, which is an area we haven't been to yet. It's on the opposite side of the Bay Area. So we are in for a little bit of a walk. Theoretically, if you had the Teosu shelter tagged, you could warp over there, but it wasn't worth it to walk over there to tag the terminal beforehand when you just have to walk over there at some point. This bridge can be really annoying because you could theoretically get a bunch of encounters on it. We actually got 0 there, which is really, really nice. One more poison swamp for the road. And of course, the poison swamp caused us to get an encounter. This is potentially really scary. That's annoying.
Annoying, but fine.
Yeah, I would throw a great chakra before this next fight.
Yeah.
Since you have the one that can be used for this quest.
Yeah. I also still have a lot of chakra puts too, but yeah, I can great chakra as well.
Oh, you didn't take the bridge.
The what?
Oh, there's a bridge in the middle of that poison swamp, actually.
Oh.
It's like really, really hard to see, but there's a bridge in the middle of the poison swamp that shortcuts you across it, or across that area. Alright, and the final Deva is Jikoku-ten, also known as Wario. He is weak to electricity, however, as soon as we defeat him, we're going to have to fight all of the other Devas together. So what I usually like to do, and I believe John will try to do this to some extent, or he'll just blow him up, one of the two, is usually it's recommended you get to plus, if I could speak English, that would be really helpful. Is we're going to try to max out our Tarukajas before we summon the rest of the Devas, because it is treated as a follow-up encounter, rather than just as a separate fight. So we'll get our Tarukajas ready, or mostly ready, blow up Jikoku-ten, the rest of them will show up, and then unfortunately they're going first, which is not ideal. This is one of those situations where it's like random. Okay, that's probably just death. Yeah.
That's
unfortunately, it's you like because you can go first there, and if you go first, you just blow them up that turn. Unfortunately, Orochi kind of got bullied a little bit in that situation, so we just sort of got blown up. So we have to fight Jikoku again. Thankfully, the actual fight against Jikoku-ten isn't too bad. The other annoying thing about if they go first is that Jikoku-ten here has access to I forget what it. Oh, he has Acid Breath, which lowers your defense and your accuracy. And Bishamonten has access to Luster Candy, which raises all of their stats by 1. So if they get a turn, they could potentially set up, which makes killing them quickly pretty obnoxious. So hopefully this time we can go first and just nuke them in one turn. Bishamonten is the highest level out of all of them, so we're going to start out this fight by actually tossing a... we're going to concentrate with Flynn, and then we're actually going to have Perry toss an Augudine at Bishamonten to just deal a little bit of chip damage to him and give us the extra turn. We're going to taunt them, and then Nebiros is going to get us our last Tarukaja, and then ideally, or is going to pass.
It should be enough, even with this.
Okay, cool. Usually I like to throw up the last Tarukaja to be safe, but seems like the damage is actually fine without
I think you only need 1 and don't to be enough, but yeah.
But yeah, we've proven ourselves worthy to the 4 Devas. And that's Tokyo Cosmos done, and that is cleanup completed. Now all that's left for us to do is, now that we have completed all of these quests, we need to actually be declared the winner of the tournament. So we just need to head over to any Hunters Association. The closest association to a warp point is in Shinjuku. However, in order to get over there quickly, we're actually going to go into this shelter and do another terminal fight. Which is also really nice because these terminal fights do give a lot of EXP. So we'll get another level or 2 from it, which will help for fusioning later.
Yeah, I'll save here and let's do another fiend check, I guess.
Oh yeah. Let's see if we found Matador.
No Matador.
All right, bad news, everyone. You all just missed Matador.
I'm detecting a...
All right, so this is the He-Ho Horde. It's a horde, so Megidola go burr. We're just gonna do the standard taunt Tarkaja and then just nuke them out of existence.
Alright, so we are ready to actually go finish the game now. Somehow we're finishing this run under estimate as well. I guess my estimate was a bit too generous, even with all the mistakes.
Yeah, 8 hours is pretty flexible, thankfully. So yeah, we have to stop by a Hunters Association. The closest one is in Shinjuku. While we're in Shinjuku as well, we're gonna do some a little bit more shopping. We've gotten a bunch of random equipment and stuff from these quests that we don't care about, and we need just a little bit more money to finish out the game. So we're gonna do a quick shopping trip and then visit the Hunters Association so that we can be recognized as the badasses that we are.
Welcome. What do you want to sell?
Where is it? Can't read.
China rounds Bushita Sagara, yeah.
I'm just gonna make
we
sure
have
I have
plenty.
enough. Yeah, I guess so. That should be enough.
Yeah, I think the magic number is 80k. Or like 84k, so we're good. Because we are gonna get some money from some of the from like finishing Masakato's quest and such. So here we won the Hunters tournament, and this guy's like, wow, you could really bring hope to some people. And so that fills the chalice up a little bit, and now we get to do the fun part, where we get to parade ourselves around Tokyo so everyone can, yeah, look at us, we're so cool. So everyone can bask in how glorious and awesome we are. So people will be like, hey, wait, oh my gosh, is that Flynn? Wow, he's so cool! And just basically do that for the next couple areas. So we have to do that in Shinjuku, Ueno, Ikebukuro for some reason, even though Ikebukuro is abandoned, and Shibuya. Wow, Flynn! Also in Ikebukuro, shoutouts to the, like, random, like, mildly offensive Asian stereotype lady. Stay classy, Atlas West. Shibuya has one of my favorite NPCs, though. You'll notice everyone's wearing winter clothes in this game because presumably it's really, really cold in Tokyo, considering they haven't seen the sun in 25 years. So shoutouts to the dude with the Hawaiian shirt, cargo shorts, and harpoon. That guy's basically me. I wear shorts all the time, even in, like, the dead of winter. Which, dead of winter where I live is not particularly cold, but still. And now that we have filled the chalice and obtained the divine spirit of hope, we're gonna take it and we're gonna feed it to our Eldritch Abomination pet. Because nothing says inspiring hope like feeding the hopes and dreams of the people to some nightmarish creature. Nom 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 nom. So now Masakato is like, cool, I will proceed to raise the barrier. Except he's actually being blocked by the Great Spirit of Spite and the Great Spirit of Goodwill, or something. Basically, the existence of Lucifer and Merkaba are harnessing too much power so that he cannot remove the barrier. So now we get to go and do the Law Final Dungeon and the Chaos Final Dungeon. First off, we have to go to Mikado to defeat the Lord's Chariot Merkaba. Because since we're going to be deleting the barrier from over Tokyo and there's kind of an entire civilization of people living up there, we should probably get those people off of the barrier that's about to be destroyed.
No,
so we're going to go liberate... Yeah, right. So we're going to go liberate Mikado from the Archangels, or from the Seraphim. And then, while Isabeau is working on evacuating the people of Mikado down to Tokyo, we're going to go deal with Lucifer. Also worth noting, Masakato has now joined us as a demon. As a demon, he is fine. He's a pretty high level, which is kind of cool. And he has the Myriad Arrows ability, which is nice. But more importantly, he actually starts with a passive ability called Enduring Soul. Oh, alright. We will be right back.
Cats don't run out the door when stranger danger happens in my apartment, so...
Oh, we actually, just cut to animation. Okay, and now we're back. Cool. Alright, we're back.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. Well...
Sorry, we were just talking with Freddy about whether we were going to cut to intermission or not, and just decided to.
Yeah, alright. Oh, time
so
for the final dungeon.
This is the Purgatorium. This is the Chaos Final Dungeon. If you were going Chaos Ending, you would be fighting this. You'd be going through this dungeon as the final as the final dungeon, and you'd be fighting Merkaba as the final boss. So yeah, as I was saying before, though, Masakato has the ability Enduring Soul, which if a party member dies during battle, they will revive at full HP once per battle, which is pretty nice. One thing, though, is we do have to have Masakato in our stock in order to gain access to both of these final dungeons, so we're going to open the gate with him here, do a couple of fights to get our level up so that we can get Fusion Booster 7, and then do some fusions with Masakato, and then rebuy him from the Compendium so that he can live in our stock to get access to the final dungeon. So Purgatorium here is basically kind of it's a dungeon is kind of divided into two ideas. Idea one is killing a bunch of angels. They all speak unto the filth. They basically have a pre-programmed line where they're like, "I speak unto the filth." Basically just kind of showing that the angels are essentially robots. And then in between each of these in between the angel fights, these hubs with these angel fights, we have some gravity mazes, which are actually kind of fun. The big issue with this area, though, is you'll notice the color palette is a little bright, and it's actually really difficult to see the enemies here.
This area was definitely not designed with the visual fidelity in mind, especially if you're looking at it with through a 3DS screen.
I'm detecting
It's quite difficult to see things. Anyway, I speak unto the field. We will obliterate you, field, just as the Lord has commanded.
So, this is a horde. You know what we do to hordes. Taunt, Tarakaja, Megidoleon, or Megidola, rather.
Yeah, they don't really stand a chance.
No. Most things can't survive 5,000 damage to the face.
Yeah. Surprising how that works. Oh dear.
Pardon me.
Just teleported. I did not see that.
I heard the birds spawn, but yeah, it was like one of those.
Yeah, so in the second crown you get these mechanics that just flip you around, basically.
The sound
Like
effect
so.
they make is pretty fun, though.
Oh.
I think these mazes are pretty fun. The one thing, though, is that whenever you're in these sections when you're on the ceiling, and you're trying to, like, figure out navigating it, like, if you're learning the speedrun, I would not recommend looking at the bottom screen, because your left and right is flipped when you're on the ceiling on that map, and so it can get rather disorienting. Alright, so now we're in the fourth crown. The fourth and fifth crown both have another series of bosses to fight.
Ow.
That's obnoxious.
Nope, that's why we restocked on the disc poisons
On disc poisons,
earlier.
yeah. So we have four more angels to fight, and then after those are done, we have one more flip maze. After the flip maze, we have the chaos final boss.
I'm detecting
So this first angel here is Azrael. I speak unto the filth. Azrael here has the distinct misfortune of being weak to ice damage in a game where we're building around our ice attacks. So he isn't going to survive it. He's not even going to get a turn. He's just going to blow up. Also, which face do you think is the real face on Azrael? Is it the left face, the right face, the face on his stomach, or the face that he's holding up on a pike?
My vote is for the bike face. Alright, now we're going to level up and we can fuse our final party.
Yep, now that we are level 54, we can get access to Fusion Booster 7 when combined with one of the 10-point cards we picked up earlier. We'll be keeping Orochi because he doesn't need Enduring, or we don't really need him to have Enduring Soul because he's just very, very tanky as is. Also, having the Null Fire and Null Ice is very nice. what we'll be doing is we'll be taking Masakado, we'll be fusing him with Perry to make Rangda. Rangda has Debilitate, as we mentioned before, lowers all attributes by 1, and then along with giving her the Karns and the healing skills that we had before. So Rangda is our second final party member, and then we're going to, after all of this time, we're finally going to be fusing away Neburos. Going through a bit of a weird series of fusions in order to get him to have... basically, we're fusing another Fallen Demon, even though we were already in the Fallen line, but we want it to be a Fallen with Enduring Soul. So we're making this Dominion here, and then we're going to be fusing that Dominion with... Masakado in order to get Murmur, who I wasn't here earlier when we got him in our when we fought him, but Murmur is honestly one of, I think, the coolest looking demon designs. Like, just dude is chilling on a griffin with his arms crossed, like he just gives not a care in the world. Such a cool looking demon, and his affinities are really good.
Welcome to the cathedral.
And then we have to rebuy Masakado from the compendium because, like we said, we can't actually access the final, can't access the other final dungeon without Masakado in our stock. So we have our final party. 8-headed Sneck, woman that looks like a doll of some sort, and a Chad on a griffin.
Yeah, the next fight is another horde, so you know how that's gonna go.
It will be very fun for us. I speak unto the filth.
I might have goofed up, actually. Well, actually, I don't think so. I think this is fine. I think one taunt is enough anyway. You don't need a Darukachi, yeah.
Yeah, so we needed, when we fused Murmur, we needed to make sure that we have Dekunda available to us. Because Merkaba here, the Chaos final boss, likes to debuff you, like, has multiple attacks that have debuffs attached to them. They have Chariot, which debuffs your accuracy and evasion, and then they have Shout Not Resist, which lowers your defense. And so they can put a lot of debuffs on you very quickly, and so having Dekunda is very important, especially because we only have Tarukaja as far as buffs are concerned. Unfortunately, Luster Candy is just not available to us at the levels that we are at. Alright, so this is Seraphim. This is actually probably the most interesting boss in the game. Essentially what Seraphim does is turn 1, it will use Light Wing to put up a colored barrier, and then you have to hit it with the corresponding element of its barrier. Also, something notable about Seraphim is that Seraphim is one of the only bosses in the main game that can actually read shields. So if you use a Karn of any sort, Seraphim will just blow you up with Megidolion. So this is why it's important that we fused the party that we did, because we want to make sure that we have a fairly expansive team composition as far as elemental coverage. And basically between Orochi and Murmur, we have almost every single element covered, I believe. I forget exactly what Murmur's affinities are, but I know he blocks a bunch of stuff. Unfortunately, Seraphim keeps giving us green shields. Due to the setup that we have, okay, there's blue. Blue is the best, because we have not only Bufudine... Oh, poor Isabel. Not only do we have Bufudine, we also have Ice Pleroma on our earring, so that's the best thing for us.
I forgot you can't actually even... Oops, that's fine.
Well, they give us a blue one again at the very least.
Oh, well. It's fine. That's a bit unfortunate though. I'm goofing up a little bit. I just autoed out of habit to speed things up, which you're not supposed to do in this fight.
No.
Could be dead anyway, so...
Yeah. But yeah, Bufudyne is the best. Fire is the second best because at least we have a Dyne in the form of Agidyne. Electric is probably the third, and then Force is the worst. We only have tier 2 for both Force and Electricity. However, single target skills in this game are slightly stronger than AoE skills.
I think I can remove like one of these, right? I want.
Yeah, I can
Roma,
remove
yes, yes.
Orochi's not going to be doing any attacking for the rest of the run, so. Also, interestingly enough, Seraphim is the only one of these bosses that does not give you a warning before you enter their room to fight them, despite the fact that they're the hardest of all of these fights. So, thanks, game.
I'm detecting a...
I speak unto the filth. So this is the demon formerly known as Haniel, but they decided to instead change his name to Aniel, which is a very unfortunate name. He actually has some pretty obnoxious resistances, so we do have to use Megidola to kill him. He also basically only uses Fizz, so we're just going to Tetrakarn to make a fool out of him. He is, however, the only one of these fights that we don't just do in one turn because of that. Alright, and that's all of the angels gone. This area does actually have a terminal in it, which is weird because it's only like temporarily available. Once you clear the dungeon vanishes. If you were to go to the terminal fight, you would get to say hi to Mara, but we will not be doing that today because it's slow. So we have one more flip maze here. This one's a lot more involved than the other one. The other one was kind of meant to just be your introduction to the mazes. It's still not too bad, and thankfully we just have directions written down / have the puzzle memorized, so you get to hear the flipping sound a bunch again, though, which is really fun. Yeah. Mara is the chariot in this one. He's only the blob in Nocturne, and then in the first time you see him in P5. Yeah, this is again another instance of the map is inverted from the directions that you're actually running, so it can be a little disorienting.
I think I might have taken a wrong turn because now it's...
you went the right way, but you need to go the other way here.
Okay, I might have just... Yeah, okay. Okay, I think I know where I am now. Yeah.
Yep, now we just have like 2 or 3 more of these flips just for funsies. Alright, and with that we are done with Purgatorium. Through that gate is Merkaba, so we'll just be setting up for the fight. If we needed to heal at all, we have a couple of incenses that we can throw on Flynn and our party members to top up. There's also a Beat of Life in one of these chests as well, which is... is this one the Beat of Life, or is this the the Chakra Pot? This one's the Chakra Pot. Okay, Beat of Life is before Lucifer. Yeah. That chest doesn't have anything important. Which I guess
well,
is
it
good
can
to
be
have.
helpful, I guess.
Yeah, you have a magic incense that you haven't used, so.
Oh yeah, I should use them.
Oh, you have
Oh,
like a ton
of
of incenses to. Oh,
Yeah,
well.
whatever. Of course, I gave it to Murmur, so it's not gonna do anything. Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a problem with MP recovery items anyway, so.
Right. Yeah, before Lucifer might be good to throw all of the agility and luck incenses onto Flynn, though, just for. So, here we hear Jonathan's voice, and we find out that in the intervening time between when we were in the forest and have gotten here, Jonathan has decided to mega merge with all 4 of the Seraphim and become God's chariot Merkaba, and now is the last thing standing in our way between us and the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. So this is the Chaos final boss. This is Merkaba. This is actually, like, definitely, in my opinion, the harder of the 2 final bosses by a pretty large margin. Basically, we can't debuff him to we can't buff ourselves to +3 at all, or he will Dekaja us. He likes to throw out a ton of different debuffs on us. In Phase 1, he only has access to Chariot, which he will always open with there. It is an almighty attack that inflicts, or that lowers our accuracy and evasion by 1 stage. He also has access to Luster Candy as well, and probably used it there. That's basically mostly what he does in Phase 1, is when he's in Phase 1, he primarily uses Chariot and... or Phase 1 of his first phase, Form 1 of his first phase. Once he takes a little bit of damage, he will be able to start using abilities like Deadly Wind and Thunder Rain, which is what we just repelled there. He also has access to Riot Gun as well, for good measure. He's a pretty encompassing fight. But again, the biggest thing that we're worried about here is just Chariot debuffing our accuracy, the point that we're missing a bunch.
Take this!
Each phase of Merkaba only has about 6,000 HP, and we do have access to the Icy Ring here, so we do about 2,000 per hit. So really in about like 2 or 3, or about 3 hits he usually goes down. Probably gonna want to Dekunda and then just hit him here. We thankfully do have a pretty big stack of Great Chakras, a Bead of Life or 2, along with some bead chains and such to make healing not too bad here. So that's Phase 1 of Merkaba down. Phase 2 of Merkaba is where things get both easier and also more obnoxious. So he'll transform here into Phase 2. In Phase 2, Merkaba gets access to the ability Shout Not Resist, which is an ability that targets, that hits twice to random targets, and each hit lowers that target's defense by 1 rank. However, Shout Not Resist does have the ability to hit the same target twice, thus inflicting 2 defensive debuffs on the same target. It really likes spamming this ability to try to lower your defense as much as possible. He still has access to all of his, to Thunder Rain and Deadly Wind. And then most obnoxiously of all, in this phase, once he gets below 50% HP, Merkaba gets access to an ability called Hexagram. Hexagram will just kill someone. Straight up. Almighty, insta-kill, random party member. I think it can only target your demons. But yeah, there you see like 2 people are shaking, so he just did a bunch of Shout Not Resist. Unfortunately, Rangda tanked literally all of them. Yeah, we're gonna get a Bead of Life before Lucifer, so this is a good chance to throw it, and then, yeah, probably... Thankfully, both Rangda and Murmur do have Enduring Soul, and an interesting quirk about Enduring Soul in this game is that the demon does temporarily die before they're revived by Enduring Soul, so that will actually reset their buffs and their debuffs. So even though now both Murmur and Rangda are at -3 for their defense, they should be fine. That's the other reason why it's really important to have Enduring Soul as well, is because of Hexagram, because that means there's at least a pretty good chance that if Merkaba uses Hexagram, we won't just lose a demon. Currently, Merkaba just seems happy to spam Shout Not Resist, which is actually totally fine. Because the attack itself does fairly minuscule amounts of damage. It's just basically meant to be a setup for the other things that Merkaba can do that are a lot more threatening. So we should have it in one more Bufudan, and we should have this fight. I forget if you can... I think you can refresh Enduring Soul by summoning and unsummoning. I am not entirely sure on that, though.
I'm guessing that would work if you wanted to.
Probably. And that's Merkaba down. That was actually a really, really, really nice Merkaba.
Alright, now just the other final dungeon, which is actually the shorter of the two.
Yeah, the Law Final Dungeon is both significantly shorter and a lot easier. Though Lucifer is technically more powerful than Merkaba is, he's a generally easier fight because he's a lot more predictable. So with the Chariot dead, the Purgatorium ceases to exist, so we now have access to the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado again. We can now do whatever we want here, but unfortunately, best character Isabeau does leave our party here so that she can go and evacuate the people of Mikado. We also claim the Great Spirit of Goodwill here so that we are one step closer to removing the dome.
Yeah, and since we have access to the Mikado again, we can go to our room and sleep. How nice.
Yeah, free sleep. So, Lucifer has set up camp in Camp Ichigaya, fittingly enough. Basically, the forces of chaos have claimed the Yamato Perpetual Reactor and are using it to slowly flood the world with demons. So we're just going back to Camp Ichigaya because, of course, we're going back to Camp Ichigaya. It's been, what, an hour since we were there last? We need our fix.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
Right.
Of course, you would stand right in front of the Venice. Why would you stand anywhere else?
Dang it, Satanta.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't mention it, but Hikaru is Lucifer. Yeah, if that wasn't clear.
Yeah. Trustworthy schoolgirl Hikaru was secretly Lucifer this entire time. You literally only learn this if you go Chaos route. It just doesn't come up in any other route at all. So this is Lucifer Palace. Not Lucifer's Palace, Lucifer Palace. The gimmick of this entire dungeon really is that it's just door mazes. In order to access the two bosses that guard the portal to get to the second half of the dungeon, you just basically need to go through these doors in the correct sequence. So first we go through this first door on the upper path, and then we just kind of loop around to the side, and then go through the second door. And that will get us to our first of these Lucifer Palace bosses. Look, Lucifer could choose to be anything, and they chose to be cute. I can honestly respect that. So this is Lucifuge, or Lucifudge, aka the dude with the book. Open book, closed book, open book, closed book. His thing is he likes to use force magic and gun skills we're just gonna put up a Makara Karn to block the Force Magic, taunt, and then just blow him up. Lucifuge is like, no health.
Yeah, it's quite refreshing from switching from 4A to this game and seeing how easy this fight is when your entire build doesn't revolve around the one element that he nulls.
Yeah, Lucifuge in the conflict bonds route of, or the conflict route of 4A is absolutely miserable, like easily the worst fight in the run. But here it's just like, oh, okay, well, I guess you're dead now. And then we just go through that door again, and then we go down here, and we have our fight against Belial, who is a little bit more involved of a fight. Belial's gimmick is that he hates SMT games. If he detects that you buff or debuff at all, he will get very upset with you, and he will use Silent Prayer to purge all of your buffs and debuffs, and then D-Raw on himself to reset the fight. However, he doesn't seem to care if you use Karns, so we're just gonna concentrate, double Karn, Bufudine him. And then once he gets down to low enough HP, we will throw out like a Tarukaja and a Debilitate just to get the kill faster. Yeah, unfortunately we're fresh out of glancing pots. Alright, so we do 2 turns of that. Unfortunately, he mana drained Rangda, so we can't debilitate.
It's enough anyway.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a debilitate, so...
Yeah, taunt should. Yeah. Why glancing pot when you have Bufudine? Alright, that's the penultimate boss of the game down. Shoutouts to the word penultimate. Unfortunately, at this point, John will probably wait to do it until we actually get to Lucifer's door. We do have to take off the Icy Ring. Lucifer likes using abilities that inflict panic, so we'll have to swap that off. But now we're just set for the last bit. This is another door maze. The way to remember how to navigate this maze is basically just go as far as you possibly can without going through a door, and that's probably the correct door.
Yeah, it's a lot shorter than Purgatorium, which is nice.
Yeah, the final, like, after cleanup, you roughly have somewhere between 40 to 50 minutes of the run left. Probably, like, 30, 35 minutes of that are Purgatorium, like, 15 of it is Lucifer's Palace, and then there's, like, 5 minutes of running around at the end of the game after beating Lucifer. So it's, like, half as much time to take care of Lucifer's Palace as it is to do Purgatorium, which is really funny. So the final door here is the one that's colored differently. And now we're at Lucifer. So again, we'll be swapping our Icy Ring out for the Hunter Crown to make ourselves immune to panic. One of these treasure chests has a bead of life in it, which will be nice. So we have that for the transition between Lucifer phases 1 and 2. Also, there's a gold death mask in that chest that you can sell for 10k after you've beaten the game, which is cool. And yeah, here we're just gonna like dump our incenses as well. We can use some of them to heal up and to heal up our demons for free, because using an incense is
I will want
the equivalent of a full heal.
The luck will help.
Surely.
Yeah, I have like 10 chakra pots, so whatever at this point. Right.
Yeah. Equip Hunter Crown.
Yeah.
Which is not a hat, it's an accessory despite the name. You have no idea how many times I open up the helmet menu to look for the Hunter Crown. So here Walter's like, hey man, Don't do it. Don't fight Lucifer. He's mean business. And then he turns into an alien. So this is the SMT4 Lucifer design. It exists.
It is a design.
It was certainly designed. So Lucifer, basically, he actually respects your buffs a little bit, but he doesn't like to be debuffed to -3. Lucifer, though, he mainly uses an almighty ability called, Evil Gleam, I think is what it's called. That is almighty damage that can inflict panic. That's why our entire party knows panic. Aside from that, the only other things that he can really do in Phase 1 is he can use physical skills, like physical or gun skills, like basic attack or myriad arrows. Both of those get repelled by Tetrakarn. Or he can use Glacial Blast, which hits 1 to 4 times randomly for ice damage. And, well, ideally, those would have hit MC or Orochi. The reason why MC is wearing the default armor is because it has resist ice built into it. And then Orochi just nulls ice. So ideally, if he decides that he wants to use Glacial Blast, it'll clink off of one of those two and not the two people who happen to just be neutral to it. Lucifer here, I believe his first phase has about 6,000 HP, which is the same as Merkaba. His second phase, however, does have 8,000 instead, which is a little bit longer of a fight, but not that, too much longer. The big thing that extends the fight is that we aren't doing boosted damage from having Ice Player on that anymore.
Yeah, I do actually like the second design for Lucifer, which he gets in the second phase.
Yeah, I think Lucifer's phase 2 design looks really cool. Well, with one
it's not
exception.
like amazing as a Lucifer design, but the design by its own, it's completely okay.
Feels pretty hard, yeah.
Also, shout out to the arm tumor.
Yeah, so Lucifer gave birth through his arm to a baby with Walter's scarf. But the rest of the design looks really freaking cool. So yeah, this is Lucifer Phase 2. He always opens the fight by using an ability called Kingly One, which will return a random demon to your stock. Hilariously enough, he can actually target the main character with Kingly One, and it will just miss and kill one of his turns. Unfortunately, he did not do that this time. I've only seen it happen, like...
Well,
that's unfortunate.
That
we
is
get to fight Lucifer 1 again.
yeah. Well, that
Yeah,
just
this
happened.
is...
They got a random crit into a smirk into yeah, okay, well.
Yeah, you forgot to Tetrakarn.
Oh, right, yeah. I did not Tetrakarn. For some reason, I completely forgot. Yeah, that's my fault.
I'm detecting a...
Walter's like, don't make me do it. Don't make me turn into an arm tumor again. No! Lucifer's like, never talk to me or my arm son ever again.
Actually, I don't think I have Hunter Crown equipped.
Oh yeah, because you put the Hunter Crown on after saving. It's okay, the transformation scene into Lucifer is just really cool. We wanted to play it for you all 3 times.
Yeah, we have some time before estimate, so why not watch it until the estimate is done? Seems like a plan.
I'm detecting a...
around the time I was running this game a lot, Morbius had just become a giant meme. And so my split for this fight was called Morbing Time. So now, without fail, anytime Walter does that or the phase transition happens, my brain is like, oh no, he's beginning to morb. So there's your timely reference for the stream.
Fitting split name.
And that split is still named that, so I'll, like, go back and do runs of the game occasionally for marathons and stuff, like, now several years removed from that, and I'll be like, ah, yes. Bonk. We will be morbing at RPG Limit Break in May, for sure. I'll hopefully remember to, hopefully at Limit Break I'll remember to tell that anecdote. For those who don't know, I will be running this game at RPG Limit Break here in May in a couple weeks, so if you love this run, then you can check out the run again. Should be a really good time. Oh, yeah, like a month. Well, I mean, a month, like a month and a half. It's a few weeks. From a certain perspective. Alright, so yeah, Lucifer Phase 2. With a definite... Yeah, that's totally fair. Oh, hey, he did the thing!
He did the thing, indeed.
So, yeah, he always opens with Kingly One, which is supposed to return a demon to the stock. However, you kind of can't return a human to the demon stock. So if he just happens to target Flynn, then he misses the ability, and it's counted as if he missed an attack, which is really nice. Aside from that, though, this fight is very similar to Phase 1. Him just using a lot of... he has a couple more moves in his arsenal. I forget what the ability is called, but he now has access to an almighty move that literally just cuts your HP in half. He also really, really likes spamming Evil Gleam repeatedly, which is very scary, as you can see. So after you do a decent amount of damage, you have a prompt here that actually gives you a full heal on the main character and gives you 2 extra half turns. So this is your turn to, like, hopefully get in a bunch of damage. Though because of Rangda and Murmur being kind of in great pain, we do need to heal them up first. Again, we also want to make sure that we aren't...
Yeah, I need to Dekunda.
that we aren't getting him to -3 buffs or debuffs. Oh, sorry, Evil Shine is the almighty ability that hurts
Actually,
you.
no, I don't. Yeah, never mind. I guess I wasn't concentrated because my Buffoon did, like, no damage at all.
Oh, yeah, you weren't concentrated.
Whatever.
Yeah, this is where it's nice to have the bead chains, because Orochi can throw them, because Murmur and Rangda kind of have other important things that they need to be doing. But because we got the her text, that means that Lucifer is almost dead. That's really unfortunate that everyone but Flynn is smirking here. We should have it in one more attack, though.
Okay.
Or
Never
he
mind.
has himself. All right, that's Lucifer down.
All right, now to finish off the run, we need to go to the Cafe Florida to talk with Fujiwara and Skins one more time, so time is not quite yet, but we'll be in a couple minutes.
Yeah, the game actually lets you continue here because this is where you would get access to return to the alternate Tokyos to do... There's actually some extra side quests that open up. Hilariously, the shop that has the high Playroma accessories opens up after you beat the final boss. Because it's in Infernal Ikebukuro after a shop upgrade that happens when you defeat the white. So you either have to beat the final boss of Neutral or be on Chaos route, because you always have access to the portal on Chaos. So the game does not end. The game wants to give you the ability to go back to do that or to clean up any side quests. So the game doesn't technically end until we go back to the Cafe Florida. So we get to walk back there, and we get to do a strat that I lovingly and sarcastically refer to as the Freedom Walk. Because you would think that the best way to get back to Shinjuku from... other way.
Oh, you're right.
The best way to get back to Shinjuku from the...
Oh.
My brain is exploding right now. Best way to get back to Shinjuku from where you are would be to, like, go into Shibuya and take a portal to Shinjuku and then go there. But it turns out... Oh, hi, Gaians. It turns out that the, Shibuya portal is in such a really, really bad location. It's so far away from the entrance to Shibuya that it's actually faster to walk from Camp Ichigaya to the other side of Shinjuku than it would be to go the normal way. Also, you need to go to the right here for the stairs.
What?
That stair, yeah. And I found this out because I'm super pedantic about stuff like that and actually timed it out one time and found out it was faster. And plus, Freedom Walk is a stupid enough name for a strat that I like calling it that. I don't think anyone else does, but I like calling it that because it's funny.
Oh, too far?
Yeah, just a little bit. Once we actually get to the Cafe Florida, it still won't be time yet. Time is going to be on clearing the last text box. So we'll have some dialogue with some characters. We will get the quest completion for beating the game, and then we'll have a cutscene and then a little bit more dialogue. And time will be when Isabeau says "Ah, look," is the last line of the game. Isabeau, being the best character, gets the last word.
One final save load for the horde for the road, I guess. Decided to show up. Oh,
And there we
come
go.
on. actually got stuck in the corner. Nice. Oh, that's
Corners
a
are the
fitting way
most powerful entities in all of Megaten.
That's a fitting way to end this run.
I mean, you should just, like, still barely be underestimate, so... I think it's like a minute and a half between now and the, last Xbox. So, Isabeau successfully evacuated all of Mikado, so now we're meeting with the, VIPs of Mikado here in the Cafe Florida. Everyone's all happy and celebrating their new life ahead, and discovering drinking. And we complete returning to normal.
Very helpful EXP at the end of the game, but I guess we'll take it.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so final cutscene time.
Yeah, so now that everyone's all jovial, we are going to go raise the roof, as it were.
Alright,
so
you can get ready with the timer. It's here in about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, 30-40 seconds. So, our Eldritch Abomination pet eats the Great Spirit of Goodwill and the Great Spirit of Bite, I think is what it's called. Eats the orbs, and then, golly, he has a lot of teeth. And then vanishes into the ceiling. As one does.
Alright, and that will be time.
Time. G heckin' G's. Yeah, looks like we're just underestimated.
4 seconds underestimate.
Hey,
exactly,
hey, I was
exactly
like
according to the plan.
Yeah. G
All
heckin' G's though.
Yeah, thank you for joining me on this overnight SMT4 run with some ups and downs, but mostly downs. But either way, I'm glad it's
That's been the theme
over
for
now.
SMT games this marathon.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for Scion and RPGSU for hosting this fun event. There's still multiple days left. I think we're about halfway through the marathon now, so still other half to go. We'll have Order of Ambrosia later today, which will be a treat. You don't see a 20-hour run in a marathon that often. Other good runs as well. Want to shout out the SMT or Megaten speedrunning Discord. If you enjoy watching or are curious about running any of these Megami Tensei games or Persona games, then you know where to find us. We have a pretty open community, and I like to think that we are a fairly welcoming group of people. So if you have interest in that, then you know where to go. And yeah, we should reset the stream probably since before the next run, since it will be almost 48 hours. So stream will be the stream will be reset. It will go down for just a little bit so we can reset the timer, because Twitch clears the Twitch will shut down the stream if it goes above 48 hours, and we're currently at 44-hour mark. So yeah, the stream will be down for 30 seconds or so, but then we'll come back up and we'll get ready with the next run, which is the Sonic Dark Brotherhood run, so don't go anywhere. Alright, that is all that I want to say, so thank you very much.